Welcome to the Sibling Rivalry podcast. My name is John. I'm here with my sister Michelle.
Hello.
So every year, for the past couple of years, or basically every year of our life, but more officially, the past couple of years, we've been racing every year to see who can beat the most games. Technically, the last couple of years, we've not called it a race, but we still keep track of the games that we're beating. And we do this podcast where we sort of go through and sort of evaluate how we did as far as completing games from our backlog. So, Michelle, how's this year went for you?
A lot slower than normal. I actually probably played about 100 hours less video games this year than last year.
Oh, that's right.
And that's and that's
You track it by like hour rate too.
yeah, and that's including like games that I may have, I don't know, put 50 hours into and then just dropped towards the end of the year. So,
Right. For me, it obviously went significantly slower. Like I played three times as less games than the previous year. It's just been a real weird year all around. But some games were still beaten, which is also like, yes, we did do a podcast in the middle of the year, but somehow it's still going to be less games than usual.
yeah.
So let's just jump right into it, Michelle. I believe you are set up for the first game.
Yeah, the first game I played this year was immediately a disappointment. I played this game with my husband, that is Luma Island, which came out pretty recently. I was so disappointed in this game. It looks so good. It has such a cute little art style and everything. It's a like farming, almost kind of an extremely poor man's fantasy life. You can kind of switch between different quote unquote lives and build your skills in each life that you choose, except to beat the game, you actually have to do the explorer life, which is the only really unique one in the game. You kind of explore little dungeons and get key items you need from them to progress the story. And there's also Lumas. Lumas are the little creatures that you can collect in the game. And the game doesn't really make you aware that you're supposed to actually collect all of them to be able to beat the game. Thankfully, my husband had been doing that when he was exploring the little baby-sized dungeons and everything. So we were only missing one by the end. The biggest problem with the game, though, is it's just such a slog. Like, you're literally just collecting items to put into crafting things that have no purpose for being crafted. Like, that's the
Oh,
big problem. And the items that they even have you using don't always make sense. Like, the items used to craft the other items. It's just, there's no voice acting or dialogue between you and the townspeople. The quests just feel like nothing. They just feel like busy work. The whole game just feels like busy work. And also, when you beat the game, you get a black screen with white text. And I was going to give the game 2.5 stars, and then I saw that screen, and I just went, absolutely not. 2 stars it is.
wow, really low rating.
Yeah, I was pretty, like I said, I was upset about it. This is for people who don't play video games, who don't know anything about good video games, because it's rated overwhelmingly positive on Steam, and I just have no idea how that's even possible. It's almost like a mobile game, is
Do you,
the feel.
do you think maybe it's the type of game that like um, people play for a couple hours and be like, wow, this seems pretty good and leave a good rating, but don't really get
Either
into
that,
that?
or it's also the cozy game people who ever since playing this have a strong distrust for their opinions.
Right. It's a vast community, right? Because there's a lot of, I don't want to call them non-gamers, but very specific niche gamers.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, the cozy game space also just has a lot of slop in it too,
Yeah.
of people just trying to capitalize on that niche happening right now. It's like I said, it's such a shame because it looks great. It looks great. I did have a lot of fun in the first couple hours, but really, once we hit hour five, it was already clear like we were not going to want to play this for 25 hours. So we pretty much immediately installed a mod to make you run faster because you go absolutely slow as fuck in this game. And it's so annoying immediately. We also increase the amount of resources that are dropped. That's the other thing. There's not a lot of resources dropped from stuff that you need a lot of resources from just to artificially extend the game. And I hate when games do that. So we literally decreased the time playing by just increasing the drop amount for stuff and the run speed, and that was it. And it went from 25 hours to 9. And 9 still felt too long.
Damn.
So disappointed. It's probably not as bad as I'm making it out to be, but I've just played so much better in this genre, and obviously, Fantasy Life I came out later in the
R-
same year, and I did play that.
Right.
So
So
pretty hard to not make that comparison.
Right. Not to mention you played so many other games that are like this, right? So
Yeah.
people always say like, well, just take the game for what it is, don't compare it to other things, but that's just how it works, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's great. Disappointed right from the start.
Yeah, right from the start.
I started right off the bat for Christmas. I got a bunch of games actually. Some of them I still haven't finished playing yet. But one of them was Super Mario Wonder. So every year we do a thing where we like go to Walmart and I pick up, or I point to every game that I wouldn't 100% hate getting, right? So it gives them some freedom. Like I don't just point at games that I think will be good. I think it like every game that like just wouldn't be terrible. So like I don't point at Madden, but I might point at like Lego Batman. You get what I'm saying? So Super Mario Wonder was one of the games I pointed at. And to be honest, I was kind of interested because even though it is like another 2D Mario, right? There was sort of some fanfare around this one for being a little bit cooler, you know, like oh,
For
it's got
having an elephant, you know.
yeah, and also just the wonder effects, which are like you do this wonder flower, and then the wonder flower will make you sort of trip balls, and basically different things happen in the level, right? Once you get the wonder flower, it could be like you become super big, you become super small, the world gets all trippy, all kinds of other things. It's probably, you know, I really like the original New Super Mario Bros. On the DS. Like, I actually think that's a great game. And at the time, nothing was like it. So it was refreshing. And then I've tried to play New Super Mario Bros. U a little bit, but it just seems so bland. This one feels a lot less bland because of the wonder effects, and that makes it kind of interesting. At the end of the day, it is still a 2D Mario game. So when you play it, you go, yep, that was good. That was a good, solid game. And that's kind of where it ends, right? Like, and I feel that way about a lot of Nintendo games, where it's like, yeah, that was a great game, but it just wasn't.
It just doesn't stick with you.
Yeah, and it's also missing a little bit of pizzazz, where you go, yeah, this got this weird thing to it. It's just a totally solid game, and that is what it is. I think there's a Switch 2 version out now. I don't know what that one adds, but I just played the regular Switch 1 version. Seemed good enough. And I think if you're looking for a 2D Mario game, I would get this one above New Super Mario Bros. U.
All right. Next up, I played another game that kind of disappointed me. It mostly just made me angry a lot when I played it, to be honest with you. Like, which is really saying something because I don't get mad at games a lot, but man, I got fucking pissed at Eco. I bought the PS3 double pack with Shadow of the Colossus. That was stupid. I should have just played it on the Steam Deck because it would have looked a lot better. It looks like shit on the PS3. It really does. It looks like it would have on the PS2, like on an actual PS2, I guess, and not like how you remember the PlayStation 2. I think Eco pretty much aged like milk. It is aged so bad. It's it's got something there. It's got the vibes. Everybody loves the vibes of Eco and Shadow of the Colossus. I actually don't mind that it's an escort mission in theory, like the concept of it being an escort mission. The enemies are so fucking irritating though. Oh my god. What is her name? Is it Yorda?
Yeah.
She just like will never even attempt to save herself, and those guys that grab onto you, if they knock you down, you will be, it takes you forever to get back up. It takes you like 10 years to get off the fucking ground. And it is so frustrating. I kind of got better at the game and learned that I just needed to grab her and just fucking just bolt sometimes and hope I could get away when they would allow me to get away and
Right.
just take her into another room. Because let's see, you're trying to get to the top of the tower with her, right? You're trying to escape with her.
Yeah, you're trying to go out the front gate, actually.
Go across the bridge. I'm sorry. Yeah, go across the bridge with her because you're the sacrifice that's been brought to the castle. And you get out. I'm forgetting what even happens in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, she's in a
Even though,
cage, and you get her out, and it's like you're both in the cages, right? So you're like, well, I'm gonna escape with you. Might as well.
yeah. The whole thing about you though is you're like a little horned boy who's a sacrifice from the village, a sacrifice to the castle or whatever. I only know that or remember that because I'm reading the books right now
Hmm.
in English because I actually found out they are in English and not just in Japanese. So that was kind of annoying after I already bought them in Japanese. But
Yeah, well,
yeah,
in the game, it's like
they don't really tell you all. Well, they actually apparently they do tell you it's for the good of the village when they lock you up. I only know that because I see it in the video right now.
yeah, but they
But I
don't
don't think they
go
tell you anything else.
they don't go into it a lot.
But you're kind of, you're dragging her around. You're trying to do puzzles in the areas. I really like the puzzles. Really, camera's very annoying though. The camera doesn't like it. It snaps back in place kind of on its own the second you start letting it go. It's also a little sensitive, so you kind of have to be careful not to just give yourself whiplash moving the camera around to look around at your surroundings. But that part of the game I really enjoyed. The puzzle part, the vibes, the fighting off enemies to keep your order from getting like stolen was bad. Some of the platforming at the end of the game, and I don't know why they did that. Some of the platforming at the very end of the game is bad. Like you can't see. The game also never tells you you can swing on chains, and you don't have to until like one very specific point in the game
I saw
where it
your
doesn't even tell you in the manual. I looked up the manual, it says nothing.
I saw
But then I
your
looked at a video. I looked at a video and saw somebody swinging on it, and I was like, "What the fuck? How
I
do you
s-
swing on stuff?"
yeah, I saw that in your review, and I was so happy because I knew which part you were talking about because I was also stuck in that part for a long time, and I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And if you press the swing button, like it doesn't really do anything initially. Like he'll kind of kick his
Uh
legs or something,
huh.
and you're like, okay, I don't.
You have to hold it for a while.
Before it really starts to register in your mind that you're swinging. And what's funny is like from that moment, I think there were some times earlier where I'm like, it would have been a little bit convenient to swing earlier. There's some times I made some like breakneck jumps, and it's like, oh, it probably wanted me to swing, but you're right, it doesn't tell you. There's no tutorials, there's no anything.
Yeah, there is no tutorials. The game's a little bit weird to even feel out at first. But yeah, that just pissed me off. I was so annoyed. Like the only thing I could think as I like finished up the game was this game should have also been remade and not just Shadow of the Colossus. Like this is like I would never recommend this game to somebody now who's like getting into PlayStation 2 games. I would never because it doesn't play well. Like I still liked it. I really wish I liked it more. I wish I felt like it held up better than it does. Like if I had played it at the time when it was like the hot cult classic game on the PS2 and not pretty much just mainstream knowledge, like it in my opinion is now. Most people know about Eco and Shadow of the Colossus. I think I would have enjoyed it more and it would have been cooler. But it's one of those things like can't play it now without the flaws being very visible to you. Like you can't just kind of get into the vibe of the game and just accept it for what it is, because it's gonna make you mad.
Yeah. Did you have played Shadow of the Colossus, right?
I have played through a good chunk of Shadow of the Colossus. I was actually going to play through the whole thing this year and then found out I couldn't because the game makes me just way, way too motion sick, way fast.
Uh, I was
Because
gonna
I,
say it's probably gonna make you a little mad too because its controls are a little like
I mean,
takes
and
some
it
getting used
does.
to.
I mean, and it does. And I would like, part of me would like to play the remake. I just, if it's going to end up giving me the same problem, I would hate to have bought it.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of held off on that for now, and if curiosity gets the better of me later, I will. But I have played through a majority of Shadow of the Colossus before, like definitely gotten over half of the boss fights in the game done. So
The remake is in a weird space too, where like they made it for the PlayStation 4 Pro. Like that was the whole point as like a showcase of that. It'll work on the regular PS4, but it runs kind of shitty. And then like you're like, okay, well, I know you don't have a PS5, but if you did, you're like, oh, I'm gonna play on PS5. It runs like shit on PS5, so I don't know. Like it's actually like has a big texture issue, loading issue on PS5. So it's like
I've
I
actually
don't
heard of
know.
some Switch games looking worse on the Switch too. Like I've heard the Xenoblade games look worse on Switch too. Like the Switch versions look worse on Switch too.
Unless they updated it, I don't know. I actually spend
No
a lot of
idea.
time watching comparison videos, but um, it seemed to run okay. But I basically what I've heard is some games basically run better if their frame rate was uncapped, but some games if their frame rate was capped, like Xenoblade, which is capped at 30, like it's just gonna run 30. It won't run 60.
Somebody act like it like actually looked worse, like something about the way it renders Switch games like makes it a lot more obvious how blurry the game is than
Oh,
it is on the Switch. I don't know.
it's possible, right? We'd have to do our own investigation. But it'd be such an easy investigation for you, considering you just had to put it in. But
Yeah.
but we'll talk more about Switch 2 later.
Yeah, later.
So Eco, hard recommendation from you.
Yeah, I was a little, like I said, I was a little disappointed. I would definitely put it towards the lower end of games I played this year. If I had to put it in a bottom three, I would, unfortunately.
Yeah, I played the PS3 version. I consider it one of the best games ever made. Um, but
You also, I
I
looked when you played it. You played it like 12 years ago. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, but it was a long time after it came out too. So, but
I mean, that is true.
and I have played it a couple times since then. But you're right. Sometimes you gotta be in the right mindset for it. It is old, and it was before things became kind of standardized.
Yeah, yeah.
Next for me, I decided to get into another game I got for Christmas, and that was going to be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But before I played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I had to go back and play Final Fantasy VII Remake Episode Intermission, which is the DLC that came out. And I think it was like PS5 exclusive. I'm pretty sure it was. Which is very weird.
Yeah, I was like, what a weird thing to do.
Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but so they had given Final Fantasy VII Remake free on PlayStation Plus, the integrate version. So luckily I didn't have to buy it again. I could just install that one and then play the Yuffie DLC, which is that's what it is. It is about Yuffie. Yuffie's not in the original game, but this sort of introduces her, and I'm so glad I did because you learn so much about Yuffie and her past, and it's referenced constantly in Rebirth. What
I
happened
might
with
have
her?
to. How long was this?
How long?
Roughly.
How long was this?
The DLC, yeah.
I'm not sure. It probably depends on how much you do, because there's a point where you get to like the town. I forget the name of it. The main town of Final Fantasy VII. Not Midgar, but you know the slums, Sector 7
Yeah.
slums. You
Yeah.
get there, and you can actually spend a lot of time there doing side quests. They have a mini game that's like really good actually. Man, I do not remember the name of it, but I guess it's kind of like a little MOBA almost. You have your towers that are, and then you send units, almost like a tower defense MOBA thing. Anyway, it was super good. It was actually a lot of fun, so I spent a lot of time doing that and trying to get good at that. Um, and I think I have the time on my backlog if you want to look at it real quick. It's hard. Um, Actually pretty difficult at first. Like I think you have to figure out how Yuffie works because she can be extremely powerful. But if you don't know how she works, like there's the enemies like you fight when you're first starting. Like there's some dogs and they just beat the shit out of me over and over again. I died and I had to like really like figure out how to play as Yuffie. Especially because I had not played Final Fantasy VII Remake in a while too, so like I had to figure out the controls at the same time. But this was really good. Also, what was very interesting about this DLC is, you know, it made me realize that Square thinks that Final Fantasy VII extracurriculars are relevant. I didn't think they thought that. I thought when we decided we were going to do Final Fantasy VII Remake, we were going to focus on Final Fantasy VII and whatever silly new bullshit they came up with, right? I didn't realize that they were going to be like, everything related to Final Fantasy VII is relevant. And in some ways, I think that's dumb. In some ways, it's kind of cool, right? Because for them to be like, yeah, you know what? Crisis Core was important. Or...
now, see, I knew they considered Crisis Core important, but what about the spin-off with fucking what's his face? Dirge of Cerberus.
Important.
So, that's the one I'm like, really?
Important. Advent Children, important. I forget exactly which one specific. I think it might be Crisis Core, Dirge Cerberus. I can't remember which one, but it was like the main villains of that will show up in this, and they popped up and they were like, "This guy's here," and they made it like a big deal. I was like, I forgot who is this? Who the fuck is this? Who is this guy?
Even in just the main part of Remake, they reference Crisis Core and Advent Children a number of times, and I was like, thank God I even know anything about these. Like, thank God I've watched Advent Children and I know of Crisis Core because I knew that they were talking about those and referencing people in those games that were in the original game.
Yeah.
Which I thought was so weird. Like you're like pulling the Kingdom Hearts here. You're pulling from games that nobody fucking played before they played this.
Right. At least they re-released Crisis Core, so like, okay, cool. But the other ones are like, damn, man, I'm not keeping. I really had to look it up, and I was like, I don't know who the fuck these characters. I knew they were from some bullshit because the way they were dressed just made me know it was from No More and the After Times, They were like covered in bandages and fucking belts and shit, and I was like, yeah, okay, it's from later on, huh, buddy? That was weird, but it was actually very good to play. Like I would call it like required reading, basically. Like you have to play this before you get into Rebirth.
Which isn't good for me.
Oh shit! Well, you can play it on PC. You can play it on PC.
Do they have intermission?
Yeah, you just buy the Intergrade version, and I think it comes with it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but it's basically required to me. Like, not maybe you could figure it out without it, but as far as like, is it relevant? Yeah, it is, right? Because there's gonna be some moments where like they talk to Yuffie and they're like this, and this, and she'll have some flashbacks to stuff, and you're like, you wouldn't even know what the fuck was going on. But yeah,
my problem. I guess I could, because I think I have Final Fantasy VII Remake on PS4? Question mark.
Yes.
I guess I will have to look and see about buying the DLC from there. Then.
Right. See if you can do that first. Although,
which kind of sucks because I have Steam money right now, and I could just buy it on Steam if I already had Final Fantasy VII. That would be nice.
Oh yeah. But just so you know, it's not like it is standalone, so nothing's gonna transfer between the two. So don't stress about that too much. It just seems silly to buy the whole game again, but
Oh yeah, yeah. But I assume you can't play the DLC without owning the main game,
Yeah, I
correct?
think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Um,
I assume that's how they force you to do that.
One thing that was pretty not super important but of note was, wow, the game looks so much better on PS5. It is ridiculous. Like running 60 frames, looking super clean. Like I'm sure that's how it looks on PC too. Like I had only
Hmm.
played the PS4 version, which is running sub 30, and that game also looked good, but man, it looks super good on modern systems. But the whole point of finishing that, right, was so that way I could start with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think I'm actually not that big on Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think it's a good game.
Yeah, same.
I think what it does to the story is almost a bastardation,
Yeah.
and like we're a little Kingdom Heartsy bullshit. But I think it's a solid game, some of the areas are a little linear. So I was super curious, how are they gonna pull this off? Because in the main game, me and you both know, as soon as we leave Midgar, it opens the fuck up. So how are they gonna pull this off? Well, it turns out they open it the fuck up, Michelle. You explore giant zones. They are zones. There's like a couple different ones, but it's basically a world map. And you have full ass towns you can explore with different side quests, mini games, all kinds of stuff. Michelle, they actually did it. They did like what they were supposed to do. Um, I think in a lot of ways it reminds me of Yakuza almost, where yes, there's the main game. It's important. It's very serious. We're also going to have an absurd amount of side content. Like it's so insane how much side stuff there is, and how much of it is actually just super good. I spent so much time doing that.
I'm excited because I did buy this a little while back when it was on sale on Steam with a different gift card, probably for my birthday.
Right.
I was like, "Ah, this is one of the ones that was exclusive that I actually want to play."
Yeah, I think I was like a little worried about how it was going to end up because of things but they actually stayed pretty straight on the story until a little bit later on, and then things get a little bit wild. And towards the end, that's really the only reason I didn't get 5 stars is because by the end they'd sort of just the story, gets really fucking dumb.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah,
Really, I'm kind of surprised people handled Final Fantasy VII Remake as well as they did, because really, objectively looking at it, you think it would be considered one of the worst remakes of all time. You think people would be fucking pissed. Like, really, because it's such a beloved game that people wanted a remake of for such a long time. And I
right,
feel like,
right, and they just disrespected it.
yeah, and I feel like people still, like, kind of liked Remake anyway, but they still wanted to pull it back together with Rebirth and really make it a really good game still.
Yeah, it seemed like um
And that surprises me that they didn't just kind of pull a Final Fantasy 13 and just like keep going for I don't know why, because I don't know.
yeah, it seemed
I
like
never heard anything about Final Fantasy 13 ever getting better as it went on. So,
well, I heard people like Lightning Returns, but it's because of some weird thing. But I don't know. I haven't played it, so I just know this game was so freaking good, so surprisingly good. Again, the story does just fall off the rails towards the end. It starts becoming silly nonsense. Like once they
I
start
guess,
talking about, I think they call them the Whispers or whatever, the little black things that aren't in the original Final Fantasy 7. They're like flying around.
oh, the things from Harry Potter.
Yeah, yeah. Once those things start flying around towards the end, there's also a white version now in this one, and I didn't realize they were different for a while. Um, Once those things start flying around, you'll be like, okay, here we go. But man, it is super cool. Going back. I think sometimes that is confusing too because it'll be doing new stuff, and I'm like it's trying to mix it in with some of the old stuff, like specifically stuff to do with Zach. And there's so much weirdness going on there. I don't know what's going on. This game does end where you think it is supposed to end. At the end of disc one, right, Michelle?
Yeah. Yes. Which basically means you're telling me that the next game that they make is going to be like 10 hours and that's it because like those last two discs, like 90% of them are cutscenes. So,
It will be interesting, right? Because that was my thought about it too. Like the disc two is mostly cutscene, and disc three is just the final dungeon.
yeah, pretty much.
So it will be interesting, and we've explored the whole world except for a couple places. So what do we do?
Those couple places are going to stretch to 20 hours. It'll be just like the first game where like you basically go nowhere and they have to add a bunch of filler in.
Like I can think of a couple of dungeons in places, and one more town that we need to go to, but are we just gonna be revisiting old towns? To me, that makes it sound like we should be done with this fucking game soon, right? It shouldn't take too long, but also because of things that have occurred, it's gonna be a little bit weird, a little bit different. But I'll let you get to it. You'll play it. All I can say, it was like utterly fantastic. Oh, there's a card game. Oh, Michelle, there's a card game, and I love the card game. And it became, what's it called, Queen's Blood, something like that. Man, it was so good. And there's a whole side quest spanning the whole game based around it, where you had to fight off these like better and better people who are good at cards. But then like you start having like visions, and it's like, oh, this is deeper than that. The cards are cursed or something, and like it becomes a really cool thing. I think
I will have to keep that in mind and actually look into that.
yeah, definitely. To me, definitely do the side quests, all of them.
Oh yeah, I'll probably try to do as much as I can until I start burning myself out, and then I'll just be like, yeah, I'm done.
And
That tends to be what happens.
they kept surprising me too. Where like I was like, oh, they're definitely not going to have this, because how are they going to pull that off? Well, they did it, right? I will say there was a side quest I didn't do involving summons, because I got to the end of the side quest, and when I went to it's an optional area to get the summon, you have to fight these battles where you fight two of the other summons at the same time, and they were like level 90, and I'm like level 70, and I was just like, okay, this is not supposed to be done now. And you could do it post game, but once I hit post game at 90 hours, I think I'm done.
Yeah.
What do I need the summon for? So whatever. But there was only one summon, and it's not even the coolest one. You still get your summons you expect. You get a car to drive around at one point. You remember the car in Final Fantasy VII? Michelle,
What? There's a car?
you remember the car? Like it's like an off-road vehicle tank almost. It's got like you ride it around in the overworld to get over some mountains like 2 times or something.
I actually kind of don't, which is surprising.
Oh, well, I always remember that
I'm
because
like, there's a car?
I remember because there's a boat, and there's a, like in Final Fantasy VII, there's a boat and there's a land vehicle, and then there's a airship, right? But I was like, there's no way they're gonna do a car. They're not gonna have driving. Well, they do. It's just at one certain section, and you can use it, but you can use it a lot.
Huh.
So it's pretty cool. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, super worth it. One of the best games I played this year. Very surprising, to be honest.
Nice. All right. So I went into another game. I'm sure I was playing this the whole time. I know I started this right after replaying the first game, the end of the year before. And that's Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which is definitely one of the most divisive games I've ever personally played. I went through like a whole like slew of feelings while I was playing this because it's very different from the first game. It's very mechanically dense compared to really just about any RPGs I've played. They just have so much stuff going on all the time for you to do, and there's so many tutorials at the beginning of the game, and they're not always for stuff that you can immediately use. So I don't know why they're telling you about them right then. Because there's some things that they'll tell you about and then you don't actually use it until like 15 hours later. And fuck if I remember what you guys told me at this point between all the other tutorials that have already happened. I was like 50 hours into this game and I still hit another tutorial and I was like, what the fuck? What
Mm.
is this? Why are we still adding new mechanics this far into the game?
Did you say what the name of the game was?
Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I
Okay.
did.
Okay.
Such an interesting game. And an interesting story. Everybody's on these floating creatures that are just floating through the sky, and that's where everybody lives on these. But over time, they're slowly falling beneath the layer of clouds and disappearing and taking everybody with them, which sounds so cool. It looks really cool. The whole open end of the game is just like breathtaking, and you're like, oh my god, I can't wait to get into this. And then what kind of follows is like a bunch of shonen nonsense for a while with like your stereotypical cast of kind of wacky shonen characters who like scantily clad girls, a bunch of Kingdom Hearts kind of bullshit going on in the middle of the game that like is kind of confusing, and the game just kind of makes stuff up a lot, right? But man, it's so hard to explain that how this game ended up making me feel overall, especially in all of the end fighting and the end cutscenes of the game, kind of made me feel like when I watched cutscenes in Final Fantasy X for the first time.
Mm.
You're just like, this might be really amazing. This might actually be one of the most memorable RPGs of this generation. Like, it just feels grandiose and big and like a huge story that they're trying to tell you. And for the most part, they still stick the landing, even though there's a bunch of bullshit happening in the middle of the game. And that really surprised me because I wanted to hate the game so much because I definitely see why some people really don't like this entry. I'm not a shonen anime person at all. I think they're kind of garbage. They tend to like go on and have like a bunch of fight scenes that I don't care about. And sometimes this game does that, but other times it just is really cool and is doing really cool stuff. All of the side content is cool, going and salvaging in the sky. You like bungee jump off these points to go pull up items and enemies to fight and stuff. It just manages to really create its whole own world that feels like its own world. And that's, I think, what I really like about it. Like, the story does get kind of crazy, but it's still very interesting. And it's so hard to talk about this game without because there's so much. There's so much in the game. I played 74 hours and I could have easily played like 20 hours more than this, but I was hitting a point where I was like, I'm starting to burn out. I need to go ahead and finish the game. But I did immediately buy a physical copy of the DLC right after I played it. So, because you can buy a PAL copy of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Torna, which is a standalone DLC that comes with this from the second game. And it's just kind of taking you back through some of the other characters that are not around in the main game. I don't know any other way to put that. After certain events that happen that are told to you, they're told to you in the first game, but they're not shown to you. And this shows you those events and you play them out yourself. Gotta say the DLC's difficulty is a lot better than Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Because I don't care what anybody says, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, even playing on normal, is kind of a hard fucking game. Like, comparatively anyway, to most general RPGs, it's definitely more difficult. If you're around the same level as the enemies you're fighting, you're probably underleveled. Whereas in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, it's not like that. If you're around the same level, you're probably gonna win. Like if you're a level or two above the enemies, you're probably gonna be fine. Whereas in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, you better hope you're being careful because, those two enemies might wipe out all three people in your party if you're not paying attention. Like, I think around 40 hours into Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I turned the difficulty down to easy because I just wanted to move through the game faster. I didn't even realize I had another 34 hours to go at that point either. I thought I was getting closer to the end of the game. So,
You know what I'm noticing by looking at the footage for Torna? There clearly is still a nonsensically dressed woman.
so
But
that's
somehow,
because she's the main person. She's one of the main people in the main game. There's a couple people in the DLC that clearly like don't fit in at all. And I
yeah,
think that's hilarious. And I brought it up in my review too. Like they tried to tone everything back, but because of how they'd already made those characters, it's like they didn't feel like they could do that. I don't
right.
know.
She's still like she's somehow dressed so silly, but somehow still like 10 times more modestly than she is in the normal game. But somehow still has Triple H breasts. Right.
Uh-huh.
I
You
don't
know
know
what's
why they
crazy?
designed
There's
her like that.
And it doesn't fit her personality at all. She's like a very serious, more serious and casual kind of a person. It's kind of hard to explain, but I hate that they just designed her that way for the sake of it, and it just doesn't go with her character at all. What's crazy is there was an item I got in the game that when I equipped it, it changed her outfit slightly. It like got rid of like the peekaboo cutout at the top and gave her tights underneath her dress. I don't know why. John, this item wasn't even that useful to me later on in terms of like its actual properties and stuff for that equipment, but I left it on because it made her outfit better and
Mm.
I just liked it better. Because it changed it in all the cutscenes and everything too. And I was like, I have no idea why they did this. I'm just gonna keep this on though, because it just looks so much better.
You know what I forgot too? The game is censored. I forgot that. Like the English version is more modest than the Japanese version. The Japanese version where all there's like a white shirt underneath, there's not. It's just boobies hanging out.
Oh.
Which is crazy. I don't know. It's just so you know what? It's not like I care about that kind of stuff. I really don't. Like if
And
you want
normally,
if
and
you want
normally I don't, but it really rubbed me the wrong way here for some reason.
because it doesn't belong, right? If
Yes.
the whole game was like that and that was the vibe and it was kind of silly, hey, I'm all for it, whatever. But it just why don't they match? You know?
And I think it would have been good if they had went back and changed their outfits more for the DLC. It would have made a lot more sense. And you know what? At 12:50 in the Torna video, she's wearing that outfit I'm talking about, where it covers the top and it has the tights underneath. Yeah. So that person put that item on that I had on in the main game. It was just so weird.
Yep.
But Torna, all around, is a little bit more serious, a little bit more put together. Obviously, though, the stories are separate, and one kind of really does. Like, Torna really relies on you playing the first game and paying attention for you to understand what happens in it. 'Cause even though it is technically a prequel to the events in 2, very much worth playing, though. I ended up really enjoying Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and Torna. Torna is still like almost 25 hours, I think, is what I put into it, which is crazy to me. Oh, I'm sorry, 18 hours and 48 minutes.
That's still a lot.
And I did do side stuff. I did most of the side stuff. For a DLC, like that's basically a full-length game.
Right.
So in the end, I had so many mixed feelings about it, and Torna kind of helped reel in the game a little bit. And calm it down when you see everything all together. But I ended up really enjoying the games overall, like way more than I expected to. They are really, really long. These are those, like fucking Persona where you're gonna spend like 70 to 100 hours on it.
Right.
They have the biggest thing about Xenoblade Chronicles 2, you have quote unquote they're called blades. They're the people who are with you, who fight with you. The girl who's wearing the ridiculous clothes all the time, she's one of them. And
Right.
there's a gotcha mechanic in this game where you can like use items to see if you can get a unique blade, which they're like unique characters, whereas other blades are kind of like these generic sorts of designs, humanoid-ish designs that they have. This a lot of people didn't like this. I found it kind of fun, but also I had bought the DLC, so I got like extra like rolls where I could get good stuff, like the good blades.
Hmm.
So I ended up with a bunch of those. And they all play differently and work together differently, and it's very I can't explain it now because I can't remember it because this was already too far back for my brain. But the combat system was actually pretty in depth compared to a lot of games, and how they want you to use the blades, and like it was just throwing new things at me all the time. Like I have a lot of respect for how well the game was made for what it is. Like all of the mechanics, how well they were thought out and how much work was put into them. Like it's really hard to just say you could say you don't personally like Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It's really hard to say that it's a badly made game though, because it's just
Mm-hmm.
not.
Which one is better, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 or Torna?
I'm gonna say Torna, but it's like you kind of have to
That's good.
like have
Thank you.
seen the first.
I'm taking notes for my top 10 expectations for the year because I know you don't put two of the same games. So
Okay,
either
so
Torna or Xenoblade 2 Chronicles is getting in, you know?
um, okay, so it's like technically Torn is better.
Okay. I don't like the way you said that because it made it sound like it may not be in your top 10. It may be Xenoblade 2, but I will get to that explanation later, I guess. All right, so the next game I played was the Sexy Brutale, which is the game Michelle had bought me. I actually don't remember if it was for the podcast or just for Christmas, but I think it's for the
Yeah, I don't.
podcast.
I can't remember either at all. I think it might have just been for Christmas. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it was a pretty interesting game, actually. Obviously, Michelle, you've played it before. Um,
Hmm.
it's like a mystery game where the idea is like from I forget how long it is. Maybe it's a whole day, or maybe it's just 12 hours. I can't remember. But basically, within 12 hours, um, someone will die. Or no, I think it's man. It's been a long time since I played it. Basically, all the events of the game take place during the 12 hours.
Hmm.
Does that mean? And then, so at first you'll see someone die, and you're like, okay, well, how can I save them?
Yeah, you have to like prevent it. There's a time travel kind of mechanic, a rewind mechanic.
Right.
So you kind of, I think you're like gathering information to then see if you can kind of do certain actions to prevent their deaths. Because I think everybody in that building dies.
Right. But it's and you might be like, oh, okay, well, it's just trial and error, but it's not just that. Like you're kind of expected to die because sometimes you might learn code, but then you don't need to go out of your way to learn the code again. You just use the code, so you can sort of spiral and sort of prevent these people from being killed much quicker. Um, it was
And
a
I think I had played this many years ago because it was considered similar a little bit or reminiscent of the Colonel's Bequest, which is an old DOS game where you could like spy on people. Because in this game, you can like spy through like under doors or through keyholes or something.
yes, definitely. Yeah, so there's a lot of that, and there's like all these little things about it. It's interesting because you'll see other people doing stuff while you're trying to save someone else. So you're like, what's all that about? And eventually you'll figure out what that's all about. And actually ended in a very like decisive, very interesting like way. Like I did not
I
see.
remember that too, but I don't know exactly what happened.
Yeah, I did not see all the pieces coming together, but like it ended up being very good and well thought out. And it's a very different type of game. Or maybe I'm sure there's other games like it, like you just said, but I never played anything quite like it. So I thought it was pretty cool, and it was a good game to buy because one, it was for you to buy me. For one, it was not too long, so I didn't have to commit like a lot of time to it, especially right after Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. That was like kind of my thing.
Yeah.
I was like, that game took 90 hours. Let me take a break and play a couple short games. So after playing Sexy Brutal made a lot of sense, and thought it was really interesting, really good.
Oh, and if you remember another little tiny fun fact about this game, it was a GameStop exclusive.
What the fuck?
Yeah, when it released. So maybe the physical copy I have will be worth something one day. Who knows?
It probably is. Well, I don't know, but yeah, probably. GameStop exclusives. I forgot they did that for a while.
Yeah, and now apparently GameStop is finally tanking, and I guess they're closing down a bunch of stores.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. That's what happens when you're a shitty store your whole life. But I'm so sad about it, but still.
Yeah. I was really just on a really big RPG kick in general during the first part of the year. I don't know what was going on with me. I think winter is just like an RPG time for me because you can like cozy up in bed with some kind of handheld console and play a game. And last year I bought the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster Collection.
That's right.
Before they, of course, re-released the Pixel Remaster Collection. So it is now much more affordable. I decided to pay $70 for this. But, of course, that's always how it's going to happen. So I played the original Final Fantasy. Obviously, like a fucking cheater. I did ×4 money and experience the whole way because, like, this is OG Final Fantasy. There's no reason for grinding and stuff, or me to artificially extend the game in any way.
I think that's a good point you make. The money extender and the experience, they don't make the game necessarily so much easier as they just save you time. Because you probably still were going to have to grind to the level you grinded. Maybe you over level because of it.
It's just going to be faster.
Right, it's just going to be
other than
faster.
that,
You're still going to experience it for the most part.
and it's like, it's Final Fantasy. Everybody, I feel like at this point, if you're a gamer, you know the whole story of like Final Fantasies coming into existence and that it saved Square or Enix or whatever they were at the time, Squaresoft.
Just Square, yeah.
Square. It's pretty standard. You're pretty standard. You're like 4 heroes. You got to gather some fucking magic crystals and then go kill the big bad guy. There's nothing like particularly special. It's like the most standard fantasy RPG you could make, but kind of just at its best. I guess I still really enjoyed playing it, even though like it was a really simple story. I enjoyed seeing all the kind of, I guess, Mode 7 looking ass world map, and I wish there was more to like talk about with it, but the story is literally exactly what I said. You get together, the king, I think it's the king who asks you to go like save the world or whatever. And that's what you do.
Right,
So,
you collect the 4 crystals, fight the
because you're like the 4 heroes of light, and but the quality. Mm-hmm.
If I remember, it gets a little weird towards the end because there's like some time travel dynamics and dimension hopping, and with what's his face, right? With Garland, right? Because he travels through time. You have to fight him in the past, so that way he doesn't become chaos in the future.
Maybe. Maybe.
Some of that might have been lost on, but I think that's the idea.
As I'm just like scrolling through the footage, and I'm like, I know he had like space stuff happening behind him in the boss fight. That's about it.
You're like, damn, maybe there was something, but like,
maybe there was a little more to this story.
but the lead up to it is very basic, and
Oh
I
yeah.
think basically you fight him, you lose, and then you do like the back in time stuff or something. I haven't played it, so I don't know the details, but
It's gonna get a lot. The details are gonna get a lot worse with the second game, which I played next. And John, I'm going into pretty much all the Final Fantasy games blind. I've never
yes.
watched anybody play them. I've never played them myself.
But
And
have
John,
you
let me
but
tell
have you
you,
but have you at least heard that Final Fantasy 2 is the black sheep?
no, nope,
Shit.
I had no clue.
Oh no.
Nope, I went into it, and John, I shit you not, about 10 minutes in, when I got to the first battle screen, I went, does this look kind of worse than the first game? Because it does. It does look worse than the first game. The whole game is bad. It's a terrible game. I don't know how Square stayed alive after this because, like, Final Fantasy saved their whole company, and then the second game just took an absolute shit.
So why is it bad though? The level
Well,
I hear the
it's
leveling.
it's the combat system, which was, I'm sure, very unique for the time, where you level your skills based on how much you use them. So you use magic skills, your magic goes up. However, I want to say that enemies don't level like they level scale, and they don't do it in a way that makes sense based on your skills. So not only do you have to level up your character, you got to level up all your skills, and you have to do that for all your characters. It's just thank God that increasing the experience that you gain pretty much just breaks the whole game because I really didn't have too much of an issue going through it. But apparently, the original game was absolutely like a horrific nightmare to go through, and everybody hates it. Almost everybody hates Final. I literally, in the middle of the game, John, looked up Final Fantasy 2 sucks? Question
Yep.
mark. And then I was like, oh yeah, okay, it's not just me. Even this many years later, I just knew this was a bad game. It felt bad. The story feels depressing. You're like oh god, what even is the story? You like it some kid who like your whole village gets like murdered or something, and you're basically just you out for revenge
Hmm.
or something like that. It's really kind of dark and depressing and just not good or interesting. Like I said, the game also kind of looks worse somehow than the first game. First game, the art style's a little bit more simple, and that lends itself much better, I think, to the whole aesthetic for Final Fantasy. At least this time, it did. Um, I don't know, like it was kind of a slog. It was very obviously a bad game. Thank God I could just do times four experience and gold and just make it through. Um,
I think the concept of leveling up the way you said makes sense
it
when
does.
we're talking about offensive skills. When you're talking about anything else, it doesn't make sense. When you're talking about defense, or HP or whatever it is, where the most optimal way to level it up is to just attack your own character over and over again. That's a real stupid thing.
Yeah, I didn't know, and I didn't notice the flaws as badly, but when I looked up how people talked about the game, I was like, wow, this sounds like I would have absolutely never bothered to play this before this collection came out.
Right?
Like I would never have played it.
And it
And I encourage no one else to ever play it outside of this collection at all. Like I said, the concept of it was cool, and it's certainly a more interesting game to talk about than the first game because it did try something very different comparatively. But it didn't work out at all. Like, it's bad when the game is broken for you to make it easier, and you still look at it and you can see how well everything is not put together. Oh my god, and John, the fucking map. We didn't even talk about the world map in this game. It's so bad. They made it purposefully annoying for you to navigate to, like, for one, force you to grind. Well, actually, maybe it is just to force you to grind and to artificially lengthen the game. This map irritated the shit out of me. Like I remembered it as the map came up on the screen just now for the footage. I got triggered so bad by that. I was like, I remember this. You had to drive the boat all the way around that gigantic like landmass that they push out into the middle of the ocean for no reason. It was just annoying. Like its design choices also like that. That's like how the whole game was designed, was just to be cumbersome, so it would take you longer. And I hate it.
It's fascinating that they liked the concept though, even though it didn't work. They liked the concept, and
Well, they kind of toned back their concept a little bit and ended up with the third game later. So
yeah, but also like they turned this whole concept into a whole nother series, right? The Saga series is just this concept.
oh,
That's what that whole series is about. So
so the
that's
whole series is bad, is what you're telling me. I'm just
I don't know. I haven't really played them, so I have no idea.
yeah, I
It
haven't
makes me
either.
it makes me scared to play them actually, but apparently people like them, and so they probably figured it out by then. And I think
You know, people like there are those random people apparently who also like Final Fantasy 2, like that one guy on Backloggery, and I was just like, dude, you're nuts. This game sucks ass.
yeah, and Final Fantasy 5 apparently uses a very similar, because really all it is the job system, right? But it's just it's they gotta tighten it up and like make leveling not so
It's like
silly.
sort of, kind of the job system, but like I said, knowing that this game was also level scaled, old school level scaling is just bad. It's always bad. I will avoid RPGs that have it like the plague, like Lunar Silver Star Story. When I found out that was level scaled, I immediately just stopped playing. I was like, no, forget it. I'm good. The whole game's gonna be hard. Never mind.
To me, it's like why, you know, why
Because
level?
they want you to force you to be skillful and not just grind up levels.
I understand that, but
Me too, but also
why would I ever level up? It just like defeats the whole point of
exactly.
what's fun to use. Like you know, Final Fantasy 8 is the same way. It just doesn't make any sense to me. No sense at all. But whatever. So Final Fantasy 1 pretty good. Final Fantasy 2 pretty not
Well,
good.
also one of the worst games I played this year. I would put it, like I said, probably in the bottom three with Eco and Luma Island. And well, I'm sorry, one other game. Eco is a little less offensive than those other ones, so
Yeah. All right. So next game I played, trying to just continue on my like playing simple small games. I played Subway Midnight. Subway.
I've seen this before a long time ago.
Well, Nitro Red has a video on it, which is why I played. I actually haven't watched his video, but
I think somebody else has also done a video on it that we used to watch. Who started doing like music videos or something weird, like these weird little movies. I forget what his name was though.
but yeah, it finally like went on sale enough because I knew kind of what it was gonna be. So what it is, you play as this character. They're on a train. I think the idea is there's like clearly some creepy stuff going on the train. I think at first it's sort of normal, like there's someone behind you, there's someone after you, and then it becomes like more supernatural or more over the top, more insane as things go on. So each sort of set of cars, you're trying to like help a person. Basically, you'll run into another train person and or someone else on the train, and they'll have some sort of issue. Usually, someone coming after them, and you have to prevent that from happening. And each person you can save or not save. And in order to get the true ending, I think you have to save everyone and do a couple other things along the way. It's kind of like a linear puzzle game, almost light puzzle game. But it has some like really crazy moments. Like there's a point where you go into like a first person dungeon crawl almost. So there's all kinds of crazy stuff. I did end up getting all three endings. There's a third ending called the midnight ending, which requires you to play the game after midnight and I actually did it the way I was supposed to. I didn't just change the clock on my computer. I waited till midnight and did it. I think the true ending, or the good ending, I think the midnight ending is considered the true ending, but the good ending is actually good enough if you don't want to get the midnight ending. But the midnight ending is pretty easy, so you might as well do it if you don't mind changing your clock, you know. But it's a pretty cool game, pretty cool experience. I'm glad I didn't pay too much for it because it's not anything mind blowing, but it's got some vibes and it works for what it is, and I enjoyed it.
All right, continuing my RPG run over here. I'm still playing RPGs. This is one I was playing for quite a while, and mostly at work, oddly enough, except for like the last 8 hours I ended up playing at home. And that is Tokyo Xanadu. It was originally a Vita game. I'm pretty sure they re-released it now on the Switch.
That's how you played it, right? The Vita?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is compared a lot to Persona. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why, but it's not a similar game at all. It's got some similar vibes in that you kind of go around a little town, kind of Japanese town. But and you also kind of have friendship levels with people. That's really it, though. The whole rest of the game it's not a turn-based RPG. It's an action-based combat system. And that system is really, really good. It's really cool. They have it so it's like a kind of a dungeon crawler situation. Similar also, once again, that is another part that's similar to Persona. And how kind of the dungeons are set up. It's definitely more of a dungeon crawler. But the enemies all have an element, and you can swap between two characters on the fly that each have their own kind of element. And you have to find out which, because they don't just tell you or make it obvious what enemy is what element, especially at first in the game. You have to kind of figure it out based on how much damage you're doing to them and kind of swap between your characters on the fly to get through levels. I mean, you don't always have to swap your characters if you don't want to, but it does make your life a lot easier, especially during bosses. Because it's pretty clear when they have a character that they really want you to use for a boss. But obviously, if one of your characters gets hurt too much, you can swap them out. And I don't remember if it's just eventually they can obtain the passive skill of being like healed up as they're sitting on the bench. But I think that's the case. So they really give you reasons to swap out your characters all the time and to level up certain people. And also sometimes you'll only have access to certain characters for certain dungeons. But the story of this game, because I got like way ahead of myself there, is that you're some random kid, you run into a girl being harassed by some guys in an alley, and then like a big like portal opens up, and kind of you get sucked in with this girl and end up learning about this whole like other world, and that you're somebody called a wielder, and that this other world is called the Eclipse. And spoilers, you end up having to like save the world with this girl that you just met. Pretty standard anime stuff.
Sure.
But it ends up being a pretty good story. And you end up having a lot of other characters as you go along, and they all have their own, not only do they have their own elements, but their own weapon types. You have somebody with a rapier, and somebody with like a more heavy weapon like an axe or a sledgehammer. And they're like really bound within those specific types of weapons. You can't, swap them out for anything else. So it's very interesting. You can also dodge, kind of Bloodborne style in this game too.
Oh, it's a Souls game, huh?
It's not quite that bad. It's not quite Souls-like. I would actually say most of the game was fairly easy. There was a couple boss fights that really did throw me for a loop. And I don't know if it's just because I maybe had the wrong characters, like I chose the wrong people for the dungeon. Because you, in theory, could choose someone who the boss is not weak to. I think they kind of set it up so you're not likely to do that, but
You could.
I don't know. There's one boss that was awesome. It was super, like a boss that was super fast and just kind of hard to get a hold of. So,
So,
but
question: why not? I mean, obviously, just because you had access to this one, but why not the EX Plus
I
version?
think I'd actually started playing this before that came out.
Oh, okay.
I think it actually came out while I was playing it. I don't think I was that far into Tokyo Xanadu.
But far
But
enough
I
where you're not
also,
going to restart. Yeah,
yeah.
because I was looking up
Um,
and it was like added significant content.
the thing is, though, I don't know what they added because, like, this game really didn't need anything else. I didn't feel like I was missing out on anything. It certainly does not need if like any other endings or anything. Like, there's a normal ending and a quote unquote good ending. The good ending's actually very easy to get. Like, you don't even really have to go out of your way, and you have to see the normal ending first anyway. So,
Yeah, I don't remember. I looked it up whenever you did it, and maybe I'm confusing with something else, but I remember seeing like 15 extra hours of content type of thing. Um, but
I
was it
wonder if they
worth
just
it? Who
added like
knows?
I wonder if they just added like a post game dungeon or something like that.
Hmm.
I think it's gonna feel better on the Vita because of how the dodging works.
Hmm.
You run and dodge using the same button, and that sounds like it would be like really weird and annoying and not work out well.
Right.
But what I found out with the Vita is, the L and the R buttons, they roll on that. Like you can kind of roll them inward and outward. So as you're pressing down the buttons, if you roll your fingers inward on them, that's when it will break you into a run or into a dodge. I'm sorry. Regularly, you'll be running and then you'll press the button more inward, like towards the center of the console, and it'll automatically roll you, and it feels amazing. And I never realized that this could have been a conscious choice that they made with designing the Vita, like with stuff like this in mind. I just thought the buttons were loose. The
Yeah.
the trigger buttons were like loose on it. It's really cool. And it works really, really well, and it feels really good to play. And I don't feel like the Switch has that. I feel like its L and R buttons are quite clicky.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel like it's not going to feel the same. And it runs amazing already on the Vita. Some Vita games really don't like hold up very well, I found,
Hmm.
especially if they weren't originally made for the Vita. Like there's some shit that Super Rare put out later. But this runs amazing. So,
Cool. You know, we also had a conversation whenever I saw you beat it. I said, "Are you gonna play the rest of the games in the series?" And you were like, "What?" And
really, literally, as you said that just now, I said what in my head. I'm like, what are you talking about? Aren't there
well,
like spin-off games or something?
this is a spin-off game. The whole series of Xanadu is like one of the most iconic action RPG series ever made, but they're just old. And remember like Fax Xanadu and Xanadu Next and all these games that like have came out over the years, but they're all old, they're all, but I don't know. But that's interesting because in America it isn't shit. No one cares about it, but I guess it's a big deal.
It's kind of surprising to me that even that this one came out and was fairly popular on the Vita and has gotten a re-release like it has.
Yeah, fairly popular on the Vita is an interesting thing to say considering what the Vita is, but I get what you're saying. Among
It's
Vita
it's
games, it's spoke about.
it still blows my mind that the Vita is not more popular. I consider it a way better console than the PSP ever was.
Yeah, it's actually just
Anyway,
such a such a premium device. So like one of the best handhelds, like feeling wise, ever. But you gotta have a lot more games.
I
So
mean, I guess people were upset because, they dual released a lot of things, but like if I didn't for me coming into this late because I didn't have a lot of these on the PS4 or whatever or PS3. Sorry, PS3. I'm pretty sure that's the era.
yeah,
Like it's amazing because the Vita ports are actually really good most of the time.
yeah. I think that's just the thing. As the games on handhelds became more like console games, it started to be like, well, why am I not just playing the console game? Something was lost whenever handheld games stopped being handheld games.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. Doesn't mean that the games aren't good, but something was lost from the appeal. Anywho, speaking of handheld games that we didn't play on a handheld, um, next game I'm playing is Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. So, uh, when the 3DS store and the DS store were dying, I made a last ditch effort to buy all the Ace Attorney games that were available on there before it was too late.
And I think I forced you to. I was like, "What are you doing? You're crazy. They're like $1 and $2. Why don't you just buy them anyway, just in case you don't buy them somewhere else?"
And I remember saying like, this is dumb because they're going to re-release the other three games in the series. They're going to do it. But there was no sign of that happening at the time. And I think I bought it, and then like 2 months later they announced the second trilogy of Ace Attorney being released
I mean,
on
it's like
Steam.
you only wasted like $5, okay? At least
Yeah.
that.
And admittedly, like, I actually think these games were probably meant to be played on the DS with the touchscreen, and
Oh yeah.
it's probably better to play them that way. But because I'd already played the other three games on the Steam, that's the way I wanted to continue playing it. So I rebought them again on Steam, and now I'm playing Apollo Justice. Now Apollo Justice is interesting, right? Because
It
it's
was
sort
the
of like
first Ace Attorney game that I played.
it's like a reintroduction to the series, and for a lot of people, and I think it might be the first game that's fully on the Nintendo DS. Like the other games were on the Game Boy Advance, and we got them on DS.
Oh yes, I think you're right. Yeah.
Which is why they sort of decided to refresh the series for people who hadn't played it yet. Could be wrong about that, but I think this is the fourth game in the series. And we play as Apollo, who is a new attorney, just like Phoenix Wright was really at the beginning. Phoenix is in the game, but he's sort of put in a weird little box, right? Like, I don't know how much, I don't remember how much time has passed, but if you look at Phoenix Wright picture, it looks like 30 years has passed in his life. I don't think it's quite that long, but it's been a significant amount of time.
And you're playing as Apollo because Phoenix Wright is a suspect in a murder investigation.
Right, and has lost, I think he lost his attorney license and everything.
Yeah, I think so too.
But it's pretty interesting. And I think people don't like this one.
Yeah, and I loved it when I first played it, aside from like a couple little things, but it made me buy literally the entire rest of the franchise. So I guess
Right, because this is the first one you played, right?
Yes.
That's a super weird way of doing it, but I know that wasn't
I mean,
on
if I was
purpose.
gonna jump into anyone at random, I'm so lucky that I ended up jumping into this one.
Yeah,
Really.
I guess there are definitely worse ones you could have popped into.
Like, at least this was not the middle of an arc, because there's like those two sets of three games that are like their own arcs, and this one almost kind of stands on its own a little bit, or
Right,
can be played as a standalone.
right.
So,
But yeah, I think this game is really good actually, and it does the thing that Ace Attorney does, where yes, each case is sort of its own little thing, but they have layers that add up and sort of eventually connect to a greater plot going on in the background. And just to be honest, I don't remember what that was about because it was so long ago in the year, way back in like February or something, or March or whatever. But I do remember thinking it was super good, and actually remember thinking that this is like they're all good games, but it's one of the better games in the series out of the four I've played so far. Like I think I stand alone on this, but I think I like two the best. And then, but 3 and 4 might be tied for me,
yeah.
And one is still good, but one is sort of just that it sort of sets up what the series is going to
Yes,
be.
yes.
And
It's
it
always
does
at the end of each arc that you have to see everything come together. That's
Right.
when the best part of the games are.
One didn't really quite have that layering thing yet. Each case was its own thing, and then the last case or two was kind of its own layered thing. But it is still just Ace Attorney, and that's what it is, right? A murder happens or something happens, you go investigate, and then you do a trial, it is what it is. But that's important to remember for later. There's a different game I'm going to talk about, very similar, but as sort of changes that dynamic a little bit. We'll talk about it when we get there. But Apollo Justice is Ace Attorney, so if you like the other Ace Attorneys, you're going to like this game. Really nothing crazy about it.
All right. Still on an RPG kick. I moved straight from Final Fantasy 2 into Final Fantasy 3.
Wait. Did you? Oh, yeah, you did. I have my stuff out of order. It's okay. Keep going.
Just went straight into Final Fantasy 3. And they really redeemed themselves with this one. Much more similar to the first game, except this is where they introduced the job system, where everybody picks a certain job class kind of situation, and you can upgrade that job class or change job classes throughout the game. And I remember thinking I wasn't going to change job classes that often. Like I would find one that I would like, and I just keep upgrading it to the next like higher level version of that same job. And that really is not what happened. Like as I went along, I just found things that I needed more or less in my party. And I had people who I would swap between several different jobs throughout based on what I needed at the time. Went much more just, this was so much better. You did level up each job, but it was the whole job and all the skills with it. And you could also swap out your skills as you wanted to. Like you could swap out your magic as you wanted to, so you could have, let's say you could have two mages, but you could have them both set up with different kinds of spells. And not just like black magic, white magic. You could have a white mage, you know, one who has all your like protect and shell and stuff, and the other person who has like all your healing stuff, your regular healing spells. So that was really nice. This game was way better. I still actually think I might like the first game more than 3. Only because 3 got a little fucky towards the end. You get multiple different airships in this game, which is like kind of excessive in and of itself. But the first airship is just for regular traveling, except you can't travel over like mountains, which I immediately thought that's weird, since you can in both of the other games. No. You need the special airship to travel over the mountains. And the mountains aren't just like you just fly over them. You kind of hop over them into a space that doesn't have mountains in it. So you do a little hop, and then you have to do like 10,000 other hops to get to the freaking cave you're trying to get to. And then when you're done in that cave and you've beaten it and gotten whatever item you need for the main quest, you have to hippity hop your stupid airship back out of the mountains. It takes forever.
Just to say, like, this is a thing that they're gonna keep doing. So whenever you move on to 4, that's still gonna be a thing.
This is so dumb. I don't understand why they did this, and I don't like it. Find something else. At least don't make it hop. Like, say we can only raise our ship so far off the ground and the mountains are too tall, and then just let me fly over the mountains. Don't make me hop with the next ship. It takes just forever. And they make it like a maze so that you can hop to the wrong place. I'm like, why?
Yeah, I think it's better. I think it's just like you have a ship that can't go over the mountains, and then you get a ship that can go over the mountains.
Yeah.
So it's not as bad, but still.
Yeah, okay, that sounds fine. That sounds reasonable. This was like a little weird, and they probably realized this was a little weird. And also the other complaint I had with this was the final dungeon is hard as fuck and really rude to you. I really almost screwed myself over. Thank God I had another save. But these games do autosave. That's something we haven't talked about yet. They autosave like every screen that you go. And let's say if you walk into the final dungeon and you were only relying on autosaves the whole time, you get trapped in there. You can't just leave.
Yeah, I was about to say, that sounds like it could be very bad.
Yes, and thank God I had another save. I actually thought I didn't, but I did have to redo some things because of that. And I definitely learned my lesson and will be very careful in all the other games because I don't trust them anymore. That dungeon was a lot. It's like a gauntlet. They have you like refight all the bosses in the game.
Hmm.
So there's no healing or anything in between. There's no save points in this whole play. It was brutal, especially because at first I walked in there too early and really thought I couldn't walk out because I didn't even check my saves. That sounds dumb, but I really thought I'd only auto save the whole game. So, but no, I didn't. I there's something else that happened earlier in the game, and I went ahead and I had saved early just in case and I was able to reload that save.
Yeah, I think I was
But
actually confusing it earlier. This is the job system one, right?
yes,
And 5 is the one that does the job system good, allegedly. That's the one that people really rave about. That like the job system.
yeah, I ended up stopping here. I almost went straight into four, and then I thought, it seems like one and three are kind of their own thing, and then four, five, and six are kind of in their own zone as well. Four is obviously a very big step up from three. Final Fantasy three still felt very much like Final Fantasy one, but with a bit more. And Final Fantasy four just looks like a totally different beast. So
I think 4 is kind of like basically the blueprint for what Final Fantasy will be for the rest of its
forever.
life, or until like I guess 13 or 12 or whatever.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
but it'll be like the blueprint. Everyone's gonna have their specific skills, their specific jobs, and it's all gonna be way more straightforward, I think.
Yeah, and I do look forward to seeing that, but I decided to reel it in because I knew I wasn't done with RPGs yet this year. And I know at the point where four hits, the games do actually start to get pretty substantially longer by at least 10 hours. Because these first three games are not long. The original Final Fantasy is what, like, I don't know, 10 hours or something? How long did I spend on it? I spent 7 hours on the first game, 9 hours, or almost 10 hours on the second game, and I spent 9 hours on the third game. And I do not think the clock, like, I think these games are not that long anyway, even with me doing the speed up thing. You can only speed up battles and like you can only run. And I remember you asking me about this. It's not like Final Fantasy 12 where the whole game actually speeds up. It's literally just like you're running, but everybody else and everything else is still moving at the normal speed. And
Oh, that's crazy.
you can also quote unquote auto battle, which for some reason it'll only play the last actions that you just did, so you have to be careful. You have to hope that you wanted to do the exact same thing over, and you hit auto, and when they're auto battling, it will move fast. But obviously, if you want to change the moves that you were going to do, you have to stop auto battling and manually select everything. So, a little bit odd, but not bad.
Interesting. All right. I have to do some shuffling on my side because I don't know. I didn't add these videos to our little playlist. I got things messed up a little bit. Next game I played. Correct me if I'm wrong, Michelle. Monster Rancher DX.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm back on track. So, Ferris bought this game for me, actually, right?
Oh, that's right.
He bought me this. It's a collection. It comes with the first game and the second game. And it's cool because it's on my wish list. And I remember seeing Monster Rancher is one of those like Pokemon adjacent animes that were on TV growing up, but I did not get into it. But I saw it a few times and was interested. So the whole thing with Monster Rancher that was cool is okay, I want to create a monster. How do I create it? I have to use a relic disc or whatever. And what's that look like on the PS1? You pop open your disc tray, pop in your Limp Bizkit CD, close it, and it will be like, okay, this Limp Bizkit CD, this is this monster trapped inside of it.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome, right? That doesn't work on the Steam version, right? Because one, most of us don't have disc drives anymore, and two, it's just not a thing, right? So the way this works is they have a huge like library of CDs that existed. I'm guessing at the time, but also current ones. So when I decided to play the game, I was like, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play it as if I had bought it at the time, and I'm only gonna use CDs that I had at the time. So I used the Creed weathered CD.
The Creed and like the Nickelback CD.
Yeah, I did. But mainly the Creed one because I used all the other ones just to see what they pop up as. But then I realized like I think the monster I made with the Creed CD was gonna last my whole time. So what it is, it's a VPEG game. It's a pet simulator game, even more so than like a Digimon World game, which is also a pet simulator game. This one even more, like no exploring. Like it's basically a Tamagotchi on PS1. You can train them, you can feed them. Occasionally, you can go on these little missions, but those only pop up once a year, and if you don't go, you just don't get to go. And those are kind of weird, like dungeon things that your monster will go on his own, and you sort of give them guidance, and they find things or don't based on their intelligence level. But that's the main thing. You do the training. They either do good or bad. You can scold them or praise them, and there's some invisible statistics in the background, like how stressed they are. Like those aren't even like bars or anything. You just have to base it on what you think they look like. And the main thing is to go fight these tournaments to become the greatest breeder in the world, right? It's 12 tournaments. They only pop up at specific times of the year. Like some of the easy ones will pop up like twice a week, or excuse me, twice a month. So as long as you're at that rank. But the higher ranked ones like only pop up twice a year, which you think, okay, whatever, no big deal, right? But your monster has a lifespan, and they'll just die. And I think you can merge them with a new monster, and some of their stats will carry over, and that's kind of what you're supposed to do. But I really didn't want to do that because then I'd have to.
Sounds kind of like Digimon in a way, honestly.
Yeah, I'd have to redo the whole game, so I didn't want that. I ended up making this guy. He was a worm, and I guess I got lucky because worms statistically last longer in the game. Like mine lasted 4 years. I think the average lifespan is 3 years. That was interesting. The battle system is very interesting because it's kind of like you get moves, and you can. I forget how you get new moves, or if they just get them as they get more skills. I think they get it as they get more skills, right? They'll sort of unlock moves, and basically you have like 4 slots: a close move, 2 medium moves, and then 1 back row move. And when you go into battle, you can move closer or further away, and depending on how close or further away, depends on which move you can do. And your enemies have the same thing, but not everyone has moves in every slot. So sometimes if you're in their blind spot, like they can't do anything. They have to be like moving in, moving out. So that's something to play with. I don't know. I thought it was a pretty good battle system, actually, for what it had. To me, you got to save before each tournament and just reload if you lose, because otherwise you're just wasting time. Some of them are pretty hard. The last one in particular was absurd because there's also a percentage, like an accuracy check based on your stats and the enemy stats. And sometimes they could just be real dickish. And the last boss, I guess, of the game, which makes sense, he's the final boss, but he was a real dickhead. But basically, I had a move that could one-shot him, but it had low accuracy. But, like, you know, if you just keep reloading your save, eventually that move is going to hit. So I just reloaded my save and just would throw out this crazy-ass move every time, and, like, it would miss, and then I'd be like, well, he's got me now, I'm dead. Then I'd have to like reload, and but eventually it worked out. I got him, and I think it is a bare bones VPAT simulator. But I don't know, I had fun with it. I'm looking forward to the second game, which is the one kind of people praise. So we'll see how that one goes. I'm thinking it's basically the same game, but with a couple more monsters and a little bit more to do. You know,
Oh, that's right, because it comes with both
it
games.
comes with both games. Unfortunately, the third game is like still trapped on PS1 or whatever. I have the fourth game. I think it's Monster Rancher 4 Evo. I actually have that one. I didn't understand it, but now that'd be interesting to play because I obviously understand what I'm doing. So I guess at the time when I got 4, I was thinking, "Oh, this is Pokemon." No, it's not. It's not Pokemon. It's totally different. But it's pretty neat. Pretty cool game, and I'm glad I got to play it. And the second game probably this year coming up.
And you never know if Monster Hunter 4 ends up being actually good. Maybe one day I'll play it. It looks good, so I remember the cover of this game and that you owned it, but I just don't I
What?
didn't remember anything about it.
Which one? Monster Rancher 4?
Yes. Did I say Hunter?
You did.
Oh, you know what I meant.
Yeah, that makes sense though.
But all right. So it looks like next up I played Clock Tower Rewind,
Which
which
is the game I
is
bought you.
yes, is the re well, yeah, I guess the re-release for Clock Tower that never the first Clock Tower game on the Super Nintendo that never came out in the US.
Oh right, you know what?
Um,
That's what's so crazy. I just thought about that as you said it. Like, it's not the re-release; it's the release.
yeah.
It's technically the first time it's officially been released in America.
Yes.
Even though
And
we've
now
all had the access to the emulated version forever now.
yeah, and I have played a little bit of that version with a fan translation a long time ago, like long time ago. Um, I remember not being very good at it though, and I did get an ending that time, so I very technically had beaten this game before then, but it was a bad ending and I died still. Like you can take the I don't really think this is spoilers.
The
This is such an
car.
easy. Yeah, you can take the car, but I believe Scissor Man is in the back seat and you still end up dying after you escape or whatever.
I think if you have any type of respect for yourself, like there are some games, and this is one of them, where like there are certain endings you can achieve
That
that
are just not acceptable.
that don't really count as an ending.
Yeah,
And that
I
goes for the
agree.
later Clock Tower games. There's even some later Clock Tower games where you can get to the end and still get a bad ending. And I don't know if I would
Oh,
count
that's
that either.
upsetting.
Yeah, I remember Nitro. I did the review on Clock Tower
Is it two?
2, America 2, where he got to the end and the knight like fell through the ceiling and just killed him, and he had to replay the whole
I'd be
game
so fucking pissed.
because he didn't do
I,
something in the first hour of the game. So,
that would make me so mad.
but that
I don't know.
wouldn't
I don't think
count,
that game
right?
is that long anyway, but
Yeah, but it's also bad. So
yeah. But this is it's funny. I don't know why I had such a problem with it the first time I played it. I also, okay, they call this Clock Tower Rewind because there's a rewinding mechanic. I have no idea why they put that in. I never used it. It's not helpful. You don't need it. Because even if you rewind, there's a pretty good chance you're still going to run into Scissor Man wherever you were. You can only rewind and go in a different direction. And it's also just not that hard to lose him once he's started chasing you. I mean, you have to, he follows you for a while, but he does give up eventually. And you can hide in hiding places. That's not to say he can't still rip you out of your hiding place for no fucking reason, because he totally can. And I remember back in the day, some reviewer that I watched said that he would learn if you hid in the same spot too much, that he would eventually learn that that was a hiding spot that you frequented, and he would be more likely to find you. And
I
I
don't think that's
do
true.
not believe this is true.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's random, right?
I think it's completely random. I really do. I saw no, like, there were places I hid multiple times that he never found me. And there were places the very first time I hid there, he just snatched me up and killed me. So,
But not knowing,
yeah.
will make you go like, "Man, I don't know, maybe I want to go to a different hiding spot."
Yeah, and I don't know what that was based on, whoever. It was like 16-bit gems or one of those, what was that channel or that website? That had like 16-bit gems and Game Chasers was on there for a while.
Oh, I have no idea. Maybe Screw Attack.
Maybe it was in that normal boots or something. Was in there. I don't know. I can't remember it now. But it was one of those people who reviewed it. Anyway, it's actually a really fun game. Sometimes, like, because this has a sanity mechanic to it, and that was, I think, probably this is the first game that ever did that.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's actually kind of useful because she'll start running in a panic once her sanity kind of depletes too much. And sometimes that's really helpful when you're trying to run away from Scissor Man. You're like, can you run faster? Her, yes. She might trip twice on our way out, but she'll run way faster when she's panicked. So I thought it was really cool. I was able to figure out almost everything by myself. This is not as archaic or like obtuse of a game as I thought it was at all. Like you can definitely beat it on your own completely. As a matter of fact, I got almost the best ending. Unfortunately, one person did die. I didn't know I could prevent their death or kind of at least not trigger their death.
Right. Is it the one where you like if you just don't see them dead, you hear like a scream, but if you don't see them dead, they don't count?
There's a point where you cannot take a certain shortcut, I think, and that will not trigger the scream to even happen if you just go around that shortcut area the whole time and never like unlock the shortcut. And I was like, oh damn, I could have not found that person dead later.
Yeah.
But oh well.
But I think the ending you got, and I think it's like the top like 3 endings or 4 endings.
Oh, it's like
all
yeah.
all are like you got to the end of the game. So I think
They're almost exactly the same, almost enough to the point where I don't know, did I mark this as complete on my backlog? I might have. If I didn't, I wouldn't feel bad about doing it because they're almost exactly the same.
I would say it would be weird to count it as complete without getting all endings, right? But it's
Oh,
okay.
I don't think so. I mean, there's pretty much bad endings, and there's like 2 endings that are good, and everything else is like kind of like Danganronpa, where it's like, does it really count if every single other person died except for me? I don't know. Seems kind of bad. I guess I got ending B is what it looks like. Ending A involves that literal one person not dying, and that is it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's exactly the same, and the end does not even change.
Right. I think it's just
actually, at all.
maybe just a different person standing with you at the top of the tower.
I don't. I don't know that anybody stands with you at the top of the. I don't remember. I don't remember.
Been a while. Been a while.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it though. I like especially for the time it's from. I thought it would be a worse game or a more archaic feeling game. A game that didn't age well, but I think it aged pretty good. I think it's still a lot of fun to play now, and I really liked it.
I'm happy that they released it. You know, like I'm happy someone.
Yes.
There's been a couple games. Like I know everyone. I don't remember if this was limited run games or not, but I think it was. I know everyone kind of shits on limited run games, especially like their shipping policy and how long it takes. But like I don't care because I just played the games on Steam. I really appreciate them. I know they're putting out Gex and maybe it's already out and like a couple other games and I think Fighting Force and like I just think that's fucking cool. Like it's cool that they're gonna be released in a way that's easy for me to access them. So I appreciate it.
I was trying to look and see who did the. I don't know if they did Clock Tower. Who were we talking about? Limited Run.
Yeah,
I don't think they were the ones that released Clock Tower.
the Clock Tower Rewind.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure because I thought I saw them in the Limited Runs Summer Games Fest video, but maybe not. But either way,
Could be mistaken. No, Way Forward is right on the front of that box.
oh, that's awesome.
Oh wait, maybe they did release the Switch version. They
Oh,
did not release the PS5 version. That's weird. I mean,
oh.
I guess it's not that weird. They do like they re-released a bunch of stuff on the Vita, so
Well, it
that
just means
wasn't.
Wayford's the developer, and they just have different publishers, right? Depending on where they're at.
Yeah, because one only has Way Forward on the front, and the other one has Way Forward and Limited Run for the Switch
So
version.
Limited Run put out some versions of the game, and then that got
Yes,
them.
that's what I mean. That's sometimes they do that where they only do a certain version.
But I think that's
So,
good because that means that their money was responsible for bringing it. Someone had to buy the license for it. I forget who owns this game, but Namco. That sounds incorrect, but
oh shit, who does Clock Tower?
Capcom. No,
That's fine.
no, no, no. Capcom
Um,
bought Clock Tower, but who actually made it? I don't remember. Sunsoft? It's all sounding wrong. Capcom did buy them, and they made Clock Tower 3, right? But
oh well, the the first one was apparently Human Entertainment, which also sounds wrong. Sounds like
no,
these
that
are.
sounds correct. I was just thinking about the publisher.
Uh,
Oh well,
I
well
guess we'll just never know.
we'll never know.
All right, I ended up getting playing another game that I believe you also bought me,
Yes, I did.
uh, called "You Will Die Here Tonight," which ended up being pretty freaking awesome. Very Resident Evil style. And you're right, they certainly expect you to die multiple times when you're playing this game.
Yes.
Because what's the premise that you're like locked in this mansion, you're locked in the Spencer mansion, pretty much. And or is it just that you're trying to escape? I can't remember. You trying to save everybody? All your uh
Well, at first, the idea is like you're looking for a guy, and they're also like, hey, can you also grab the virus serum? Yeah, or they call it something else, but like it's clearly the virus.
it's clearly the T virus.
Right, you're there to get it. But then I think you kill him basically within like the first 5 minutes of the game. He like turns into a zombie, and then you wake up like in the basement. And
Oh yeah.
I think at that point you might just be trying to escape.
Yeah. And you have multiple characters that you can play as. Um, and if you die, it's not permadeath, right?
They're dead until
Until you do something.
all the characters die, and then you can use a token, and then they all come back to life. But the idea is that you kind of need to use all the characters because they have different little quests that can go on.
They have different special abilities
That
too.
too.
They
Yep.
get into certain areas.
And I think you can also just switch between the characters. They don't have to die. So
I think. Are you sure? Because I think they might like you have to do a
I'm
run with a
not.
character, and I think the token only brings back one character that has died, and they're precious. So you don't
No,
just want to
the
willy nilly
no,
run through and
no.
kill everybody.
So the token is when you lose everyone, and then you use a token, and it's like a continue, and everyone comes back to life. I do remember that aspect because it was very annoying for me because I had to like run through it all kind of in a weird way, like again. So it was very dumb.
Yeah, I want to say I did end up having to look up some stuff towards the end of the game.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like my anxiety got the better of me. I was just like, I don't want to hit a point where I don't have any tokens because I'm sure you can hit that point.
yeah. I
Um,
think technically, right? I think I only end up using one, but you only get like five.
and if you accidentally use a character and they die before you find out something that you needed them for, you feel like you wasted them a little bit.
Right.
And another cool thing about this game is when you fight zombies and stuff, it goes in like a first person like shooting mode.
Yeah, like Resident Evil Gaiden
It's
thing.
just super cool.
Yeah.
And now there are a lot of zombies in some parts of the game though. Like they clearly do not expect you to fight them all in certain areas. Certain areas you just need to run away. Specifically down in those like jail cells and stuff below.
Yeah.
I remember there being a ton of guys down there and I was like, God, I just need to get out of this place. But there are puzzles, and I really like that they have certain characters who can only do certain things. It reminds me of something like I think Sweet Home is like that too. I haven't actually played that, but I think it's like that too, where certain characters can only do certain things
Yes.
for puzzles and such.
Yeah. Or Sweet Home, you have like items, but you have limited inventory, so only so many people can use the vacuum or
Or
whatever.
in a way, a little bit like Obscure, kinda like your characters play differently, at least in Obscure, but
Yes.
you can switch between them when they die. Except I think they stay dead forever in Obscure. So you really just don't want anyone to die in that game.
I think for something that comes across as like if you look at the video, you'd be like, oh, it's Resident Evil, but top down, and you can go into first person. That's kind of neat. That's why I bought it. I was like, oh, it's kind of neat. You can go into first person. ends up being like way more than it seems to be.
Yeah, and just it's just so much better than you think it's going to be. And the story gets kind of ridiculous. And I remember the ending getting kind of ridiculous. I remember there being lots of shooting in the end of the game.
Yes, and then there's also the whole like I don't know if I mean I know no one's gonna watch this, Michelle, but the whole like because you get the initial ending right where the helicopter takes off and then
Yeah,
crashes, and it's like I don't know. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking. Do you
yeah,
remember what I'm talking about?
yeah,
And it's like, oh, this is not what it seems, and that was pretty weird. But I think it works. I think it works. Usually, I'm not a fan of like it's all bullshit, you know. But I think it worked this time for me.
yeah. And even if it didn't, the ending, I don't feel like for anybody would be upsetting enough or deter them enough to not want to play this game for sure. Like this is just so enjoyable. So
Yeah, worked out.
yeah, I was really impressed because I don't think I knew anything about this game. I hadn't heard of it when you gifted it to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just on my wish list, and I think I just bought it as like a another game to buy, and
Like I think I knew that you had played it or I saw that you had played it after I got it and looked it up. But
yeah. Um,
great game. Always a fan of anything set in a, as I've learned that they're called neoclassical style mansion. Lovely.
mm. Next game I played is called Lunacid.
I think I know what this game is. Thank God you have these videos.
Yeah, Lunacid is I guess what is now a new genre popping up that where people are calling Kingsfield likes games that are like Kingsfield. You know what Kingsfield is, right?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I saw a video recently about somebody talking about games like Kingsfield that they really liked. Yeah. Some of them look
I think
awesome too.
I think I watched that same video after I played this game. I bet we watched the same video because there's also a game that's like a little bit more open world that also looks fucking sick.
Yeah, I had one of them on my wish list, and then I saw it compared to some other games that were not Kingsfield, like in the tags, and I went, "Oh no, no!" I think it said Souls-like, and I was like, "Oh no, never mind, get off the wish list."
Yeah, I had been watching these videos of this guy. Cannot remember his name right now, but it's a very popular video series. If you look up Kingsfield, he's probably the first one that pops up on YouTube. He had reviewed all the Kingsfield games and Shadow Tower, and so my mind was thinking about them, and I've been interested in them. But the truth is, right, they are games that are in first person before dual analog controls existed. And you played that one horror game, Michelle, by FromSoft, where you're on the ship.
Um. Yes, the PlayStation 1 game.
Yes. So
Yeah.
it has controls like that, but it's an action game, not just a horror game. So it's always like, man, those seem good, and I could play. I think there's some mouse look mod stuff you could do, but I don't know. So basically, those games look awesome, but I just don't know if I'm up for all that nonsense, right?
Also,
So
it's Echo Knight.
okay, Echo Knight's the horror game. So this game, they're like, hey, we want to make Kingsfield, and then we're kind of gonna put our own spin on it. Right off the bat, there's jumping, which is not a thing in Kingsfield. And you think like, okay, then it's gonna be a little weird, but the jumping is actually like a thing. You can like level it up, and
You can level up your jumping. Oh,
can,
you sold me.
yeah, but like in the like one of the very first things you'll see like a broken staircase. Like it's like a spiral staircase, but like half of part of it's broken. And you're like, oh, I guess I can't go that way yet. But then you're like, but what if I level up my jump? And that just turns out to be the correct answer. But also, if you don't want to level up your jump, keep progressing through the game. Later on, you'll get abilities to help you jump, or you'll get an item to help you jump. So there's just different ways to go about it. So you could get to areas early, right? Kingsfield, same people who made Dark Souls, right? So people think about if you've never played Kingsfield, think about Dark Souls, right? Some areas you can get to way sooner than you're supposed to, right?
Yeah.
Luna says the same way, right? And there's tons of like I got to the end of the game where there's clearly one of the endings is going to happen, and there were like 3 areas I had not even explored yet. I had not even gotten to yet. The areas are drop dead gorgeous. It's obviously going for a retro aesthetic, kind of like PS2-ish aesthetic. But man, some of the areas are like sure, some of them are here's a crypt, but also it's like here's a giant forest with huge trees, and here's a huge zone that's nothing but blood ocean, you know? And there's different weapons you can get. Some of the weapons can be upgraded the more you use them. There's like secrets all over the place. Some of them are like pretty easy to find. Some of them are pretty difficult to find. Like early on in the game, I find like this, which is weird. I find a VHS tape, oddly enough. And I'm like, what the fuck is all this about?
Immersion breaking.
Yeah, but the only thing that's a little weird is that they also have like other people in the game, and they're kind of like, I don't know, anime person. So they just feel a little off sometimes. But there's a spell you can use to make objects come to life. But if you make a book come to life, it's still a book. So all you do is like hear it screaming in pain because it can't move. That spell does nothing, Michelle, except for that. I don't like. There's fun spells. I
love when they just have shit in games for no reason, just because.
Yes.
That's the fun stuff to me. That's the memorable stuff.
I became so engrossed in this game. I went out of my way to do everything. When I got to the end and like finally was like at the ending and couldn't think of what to do, I looked up stuff. I was like, okay, I want to explore the rest of this game. So what all have I missed? And it's like, oh, there's this door right here. It's like, oh, okay, I just missed the door. But then there was like some secret things like, oh, this thing that looks like the abyss into nothing, just jump into it, you know? Just jump. And now you're going to be down there and there's a whole secret boss down there. Oh, this secret weapon, you can get the Moonlight Greatsword, basically. That's like a Dark Souls weapon you can get in every one of their games, right? So you can get that, and so I really liked it. Like, it's honestly one of the best games I played this year. I haven't played it yet, but they went on to make a prequel that's made in the Kingsfield engine.
Interesting.
It's available for free, so that is fascinating. I think it's only like an hour long or something, but I do want to play that and like just to see. That would be my introduction to Kingsfield. Will be through there basically what's a mod, you know, or whatever. But this is a super awesome game. I actually considered getting it for you, but I was like, I'm not sure. Michelle is the type of person that wants to be lost or not know where to go.
What's funny is as we're talking about it and actually looking at the footage, I added it to my Steam wish list.
You know, I think it's excellent.
Like, I still don't, it's one of those things I want to at least, remember and kind of keep in mind to see if I end up with enough interest later to play it. Like I said, I had that other one on there too, and then the second it said Souls-like in the tags, I was like, no. Let's not buy this on accident, or leave it on there so that John buys it for us on accident.
I'll say it's not hard. The combat's not hard. That part's easy. There's a couple like, I think there's only like 2 boss fights in the game. Those might be a little hard. And there's some secret stuff that's hard, but like the basic enemies and traveling is not too bad. You know, you just need to step in. It's like
a normal level of challenge.
Yeah, and if you're used to like a Skyrim movement, like walk in, hit, walk out, walk in, hit, walk out. Yeah. Like you can handle it pretty well. It's not too bad. There's some bullshit.
Not that I can't play Souls-likes. Obviously, I've played a bunch of them. I just choose not to.
There are some invisible enemies at one point, unless it has like a Bloodborne sanity thing, but it's only used for that one instance. So that's one of the things that's kind of missing. And there's also another weird spot where you have to like use blood to enter a building, but it wasn't clear to me because you have like blood magic. But that part was not clear to me. I had to look that up. I was like, how the fuck do I get in this building? Like, It's like, oh, you just use blood magic, and it's like, well, that was not clear at all. I thought I had to kill someone, and it's only specific blood magic. I don't know. It looked like a key needed to be placed there, so it was very strange. But anyway, it's a super awesome game.
All right, and speaking of super awesome games, we're about to talk about one that's not super awesome. Once again, one in the bottom four for the year. This was the only other game I was talking about alongside Final Fantasy II,
I think
Island, and
this is another game I bought you, I'm pretty sure.
yeah, yeah. And I'm glad you bought it because I was curious about it, but I'd heard bad things, so I just didn't get it for myself.
From the creators of Danganronpa for the Apple Arcade.
World's End Club. And boy, whatever footage I am watching runs like shit, which means it must be on a phone. Yeah, somebody says PC 60 FPS. That looked so bad right then. Why?
Yeah,
it was like chugging.
Right, there's like a person running. I don't know what's wrong with their settings. There's something weird. That's not how it actually. It doesn't run good, yeah, but no, it doesn't run that bad.
Fine. So in this game, you start off it starts off kind of like a murder mystery a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you just kind of end up exiting that area, and they just drop all that, and it kind of becomes a different game.
It does. It's so weird because it's basically Danganronpa at first. Someone died. Who did it? Or they're doing like something where it's like people are getting killed as they go along or something like that, and then they just escape. And that's like within the first hour or two.
Yeah, and then you kind of go outside and it's looking kind of post-apocalyptic, like something has happened to the world and you don't know what kind of a situation.
Right, not in like a destroyed world kind of way, like in a
like overgrown,
where'd everyone go kind of way.
And you end up traveling across Japan.
Yeah.
To try and meet up with your other friends and figure out what's going on. And that mostly involves you going to the right a lot, doing very minor quote-unquote puzzles, or using a character's specific skill, and then talking to all the characters that you've met around a campfire. And that's most of the game. If I'm not missing anything. I kind of don't remember the end of the game right now.
That's the part that's actually kind of good. There's actually like two endings, I think, but one of them's like a fake ending, so you can't really count it. But
like, there definitely are interesting concepts here, and ironically, for a mobile game, if I had played it on mobile, I would probably rate it better than me playing it on my PC, because it is still a mobile game. It was still made to be played in small chunks and not, all at once. It was made to be played week by week over the course of probably at least a month, maybe a couple months. And I think you had to buy each section, I'm assuming. Or
I think the first part
Apple
was
Arcade or whatever.
Yeah, I think the first part was free, and yeah, if you had Apple Arcade, you could get both parts. But they released that first chunk by itself. It's like episode 1, and then episode 2 is the whole rest of the game. Very weird.
Oh. Interesting concepts, but the problem is, because it is a mobile game, I mean, it also ends up kind of feeling very shallow in terms of gameplay. And I just was sort of hoping there'd be a little bit more to the gameplay than there ended up being. Like, you really use everybody's ability like one time in the whole game. Like, they have their little like level that's almost like their arc, and then that's it. It's like you never don't know what to do or anything, because there's only one thing to do in each level.
It's kind of weird, right? Because I think it has like some vibes, actually.
It does. And that was why I was interested in it in the first place. And especially, the art style and everything is all cool. That one kid and how they designed him is not okay. That poor child, the fucking fat kid.
Oh, yeah.
With the cowbell, he has a literal cowbell around his neck. Oh my God, Japan. You're taking fat shaming to like a whole new level. God, I feel bad for that kid.
Yeah, he's not real, so it's important to remember.
You know what? I mean, though, it's just at first I didn't realize what they'd done, and then I was like, oh my god, did they just literally make this kid a cow?
I know,
Terrible.
I know. You said you don't remember. Do you remember like towards the end it gets like really crazy, like the story, like it go like it's obvious, but like it goes like pretty crazy places. Like remember the main character was like a robot. That's
Oh,
super. That's
yes, yeah.
such a huge spoiler, but like remember that. And there's like I don't know. There's all kinds of weird stuff going on.
I feel like I hate that, like, this game is on the cusp of being something that could have been cool, and it's just not there with the gameplay.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I would love to see them visit this concept and remake World's End Club one day to be
Maybe in an
a real
anime.
game.
Maybe in an anime or something.
Yes, it would also be a good anime, I think. And so right now it's just a little bit of a shame. It's disappointing and a little bit boring, and that's it. It's not like a horrible game. It's just not really, as it is, worth playing like yourself, or worth spending money on yourself.
Yeah.
Um,
It's interesting
it's
that
cool though.
they would make this game and then make Raincoat, you know?
Yeah, but it was a mobile game, so at the time they thought that they were restrained to mobile things, and
An
and ended up
appropriate
releasing
budget.
later.
Yeah, appropriate budget, appropriate time spent on making it.
Yeah. It's still, like I said, if I had played this on my phone, I would have thought this was as a mobile game, it's an amazing mobile game. Because we just don't have stuff like this on mobile. We don't have like anything close to real games unless they are ports of PC games, or DS games in the case of like Professor Layton and stuff.
Right.
But when are they gonna release those fucking remasters from phones?
Oh, the
What is
Professor Layton
Capcom?
games? Yeah.
Or yeah. I was like, they remastered all these and only put them on mobile. What is this fucking nonsense?
You think they would have to do it before the new game comes out, but what do I know?
Though they are doing pretty good right now, so you never know. They're in a very, very good spot, I think, even especially financially. Things are going very well for level 5 at the moment.
Yeah, especially because Fantasy Life I.
Fantasy Life and Inazuma 11. Inazuma 11 Victory Road is doing like
Yeah.
numbers here. It is doing amazing.
It's unfortunate because what's the cop game?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes, that we've been waiting for forever.
Yeah, the cop RPG. That's a game that like isn't gonna sell well probably, but I'm interested in it. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna support it.
Deca Police.
Deca Police. That game
When is that
looks.
actually releasing? I'm so glad you said that. I forgot.
I think they already said 2027. They pushed back everything. I think when Fantasy Life I did well because they just released a huge update for Fantasy Life I, right? Just last week.
So yeah, good thing you said that. I didn't know when that was coming out, and I forgot about it.
Oh,
so
it's
I
out.
have to-
It's out. So, I think they pivoted and they were like, let's do more for Fantasy Life since it's doing so
And that's
well.
probably the best idea, to sit and show support for the game that people already really like, that really blew up with the whole cozy game community and just spread like wildfire. And Inazuma 11 also spread like wildfire. So now they're probably going to want to sit on that and do updates on that as well.
Yeah, I think people got a little confused because they thought like because of the way they announced Deca Police and it looked so far along, like they were like, oh, like Deca Police might be in trouble, but no, it's not. They just
Yeah.
adjusted their timeline. They were like, we need to release what's important first.
Now, one thing I will say, I'm on the Deca Police level 5 page. It's funny because it's decapolice.jp, implying this is the Japanese site. This is all in English, though, and it says 2026
Well, that's
still.
good.
Yes.
So I think it and Professor Layton are coming out this year. So
that would be nice. I would love that. I didn't buy Inazuma 11 on launch just because I hadn't played any of the games before.
it's a
I kind
soccer
of wanted to, though.
soccer game, right? So
I kind of wanted to, though, because it looked super good. And I still will get it eventually, but Deca Police is going to be a day one. I don't even need to know anything else about it. I just want to play it.
I don't know if it's a day one, but I'm interested. Real quick, I played a game called Dead Cedar. This is a game my son had been asking me to play for a while. Because he kind of got on the survival horror kick for a while. This is not really a survival horror game, but it looks like one, right?
And I haven't seen anything, but I know nothing about this game.
It's
Even
fr-
in this list, I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
it's free, so you can just play it if you really want to. And it has camera angles like a survival horror game, and then you pick up items. Like it's got the door key puzzle thing. You pick up a key item and use it on a door to open it, and um, but there's no weapons, except for maybe one part. I can't remember. But the idea here is this is a game someone made for cheap that was free, and they love survival horror games. But that's mainly it. You enter a house, which, apparently some bad things happened a long time ago. You get into it. I think it's a childhood home. You get in there, spooky stuff happens. TVs attack you or something. This game sucks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this game's not good. I wanted to like it because he said it was good, but like, there's only one enemy in the game. It's a chaser enemy, and his pathfinding is very annoying. He only pops up at specific points, but he's so irritating, and there's no saving, so it's like you just have to rely on the autosave, and sometimes it's a little not like far back because the game's short, but an annoying amount back. And it's like, golly, do I have to really do this whole stupid segment again? There's like some trial and error with like things popping up in front of you where when a camera angle turns and you're like, well, how the fuck was I supposed to know that? And once they see you, you're just dead. And it's like, it's so lame. Like the story ends up kind of interesting, but there are so many horror games out there, survival horror, but also just horror in general, free or otherwise, that are so much better. I never knock someone for trying something and then they put it out for free, so I can't be a hater, right? But they, it's just a messy game, and some aspects of it are hard with the camera angles. Like sometimes the camera angle doesn't pivot the way it's supposed to, so you can't see where you're going. Sometimes there's some like super dark rooms that you have to move through, and they do that for a reason. But later on, you'll be chased by an enemy, and you have to navigate them the same way, and it's like it's just annoying. So, I don't know. It's a bad game. Don't play it. That's my opinion personally. Like, go play any other game. Any other horror game that we talk about today will be better than Dead Cedar was.
Wow. Just shit all over this game he made you play.
Yeah.
Um, Next up was a game I was playing at work, I think after I finished Tokyo Xanadu. Just something that I could really easily pick up and put down because obviously I'm at work, so I have things to do. I don't even know how I managed to get. I think when I was playing Tokyo Xanadu, it was actually mostly right before December and before Christmas break. So at that point, my work is usually pretty much dead. And after December, once January hits, I'm pretty busy again. So that was why I chose this. The name also sounded cool, and I didn't know anything about it. I didn't even realize it was an Otome game. I thought it was just a regular visual novel. And Otome games are like where you have multiple male suitors that you can end up with. And this one is just wrapped in a kind of Sherlock Holmes aesthetic, really.
Mm-mm. And what's it
Where you
called?
play
What's it called?
London Detective Mysteria.
Ah.
I don't know. It just sounded cool. I was like, yes, I like London and detectives, and Mysteria is a cool word. Yeah, I'm gonna play this.
All right.
I don't know. It was just in the Vita's library, and I was downloading stuff at the time, so I don't know. It piqued my interest. It was good. I mean,
The way you
focus
said that
off.
was weird.
There's just not a whole lot to like say about it. It's an Otome game. You do go through with these two boys who I don't know if you know this up front or not. I can't remember. or if it's like spoilers later. They're actually like one of them is like the son of Sherlock Holmes, and the other one is the son of who is his assistant, who is the assistant of Sherlock Holmes.
Wilson.
Fuck, that's terrible.
I don't remember. Little John.
Look it up fast. What is his name? Oh, Watson. Fucking right.
Watson.
Yeah, yeah. And the other one is actually the son of Watson. And I don't actually think you're supposed to know that up front. I think that's like a big reveal later that that's who they actually are. Um, and you're a girl that goes to the same school as them, and you guys end up doing like some mysteries together. Except there's not like really like investigating. It's a visual. It's very much solely a visual novel. So everything's kind of just like they just do it and then they tell you what they did.
Mm-hmm.
Which is all fine. The cases are cool. The last case you end up doing is obviously like because London Sherlock Holmes is Jack the Ripper, because of course it is. It is implied to you that you as the player, you know who Jack the Ripper is. The protagonist, she doesn't. So it's like I think you can date Jack the Ripper. I'm pretty sure if I'm remembering who it is correctly, like you can end up dating him and not realize that that's what you're doing. Like they definitely don't go like since clearly we never knew who Jack the Ripper was. They're not going by anything historical. They're like making a twist of it being someone that you knew, except your character doesn't know, but you know. Which was cool and everything. But I didn't really get super attached to anybody. Sherlock Holmes, his son's a dick. He's that like kind of asshole guy the whole game who like but he's like cool and mysterious, so like they want you to fall for him. And Watson's just super nice. Like his son's just super sweet the whole time. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go for him. You're not gonna fool me. This guy sucks. This other guy sucks. He's terrible. And then of course you have kind of like your they throw in a couple other guys to like make things interesting who kind of come around later. Like one is basically the guy from Sailor Moon that has the mask all the time. Tuxedo mask. Yeah,
Right.
he's basically that guy. I said it was good. I liked it. It's not. I don't know that it'll necessarily stick with me later on. Like even for an Otome game, I don't know if it'll necessarily stick with me. I don't play a lot of those though. Like I've maybe only played enough to count on like one hand. So, but yeah, I think I would have liked it a little bit better if it was just a regular visual novel and there was not like a relationship dating thing in it. But I mean, it was good. It was just like a very all-around good, solid game. I enjoyed playing it, but I don't know that it's something I would go for other endings on or like replay to pick a different person or whatever. So yeah, that's my opinion. There's not a whole lot else to talk about with
Okay.
it.
Based on what you're saying, I am reevaluating my anticipated top 10 from you. I threw some shit at the end because I wasn't sure. So
Oh, well, it's okay. I wasn't sure about the stuff I put in the top 10 in the first place. So you're in
jeepers.
good company on that.
That's funny. Next game I played, I'm actually playing a different game in the background. And we'll talk about it in a little bit. But they gave me Sonic Colors Ultimate for free, in quotations, free on PlayStation Plus. And you know what I'm starting to realize, like as I go through the years, I like Sonic.
Interesting. It's funny as I actually have Sonic Colors on the Wii. I don't even know if it's on my backlog.
I think the Wii
And I
version is
remember
the better version.
immediately thinking it was hard to play, and I didn't know what I was doing.
Well, you should probably play it again because there's no way you thought that because you just run forward, right?
I mean, they have all those little like alien guys or whatever that you have to use their skills and stuff, and I don't think I was really paying attention to what they were telling me to do with them, so I felt confused at the beginning.
No, I think you're right. I think they don't really explain it very well.
Or like the motions that they were telling me to make, I didn't quite understand.
Yeah,
Because obviously there's a lot of motion controls in the original.
yeah. I also think that it doesn't really matter that much. Like you can use them, not use them, whatever. They're just like power ups. But anyway, yeah. So that's the idea. I figured out I like Sonic more than I realized. I've basically played all the 3D ones that are available now. And I played Sonic Colors because apparently everyone said that was one of the better ones. I was like, one of the ones, you remember back in the day, people said it's finally good again, like after
Oh
Unleashed,
yeah, yeah.
And all that kind of like. But really, what they mean by that is they mean there's no real outside of the Wisp power ups. There's no real fluff to it. It's just a pretty straightforward Sonic game. The environments are kind of interesting because it takes place like in a circus type thing. So that's kind of cool too. But now where we are, it is just Sonic. There's 3D sections, a lot of 2D sections, like a lot of 2D sections. Which honestly, in my 3D Sonic, I don't really like 2D sections, but it's okay, right? I think it's a
I remember you
little.
saying that this was kind of overrated.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think it's a little overhyped, personally. I don't mind it. It's just a little overhyped. I
I think
think.
you know after they were all traumatized by shit like like Shadow the Hedgehog and stuff. I think that's where we were coming off from when this
Right.
came out.
But, I didn't get to experience any of that. I experienced Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. I played a
Which is
little.
funny because now people also consider both of those games not good.
Yeah, well, they consider them not good at the time, too, but that's just a weird. That's one of those weird things where people who don't play the games talk shit about the games, right? Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 are still excellent to me. But and I only dabbled in Heroes a little bit. And then I've just played the games that come after this. So like this game is better than Forces, Forces is fine. It's not better than
Generation.
Generations, right? And I'm also of the opinion that Generations is a little overhyped, but it's not better than Generations. I haven't played the
Yeah.
new Generations with the shadow stuff in it. I haven't played that, but it's not better than Frontiers. I know people have different opinions on that game, but like it's still good. Like if you were looking for like what I would consider like a Sonic fix, like a real quick game where you can just boom boom move fast and you can beat it all within one night, then yeah, absolutely. No bullshit, no fluff. It's not going to be like Lost World where it's dog shit or anything. It's just a solid 3D Sonic game.
Maybe I'll have to actually finish it at some point. Like I said, it does use motion controls, and I remember that feeling very weird immediately. Like once you get one of those little alien guys, you have to do certain motion controls to like use them or whatever. I don't know.
I see.
I was just like, I'll come back to this later, and then I just didn't. All right. Next up, I played, I think this was the first Japanese game I finished this year. I didn't do a whole lot fully in Japanese, but I did play Boku no Natsuyasumi 2 Umi no Daibokenhen, which is Boku Natsu 2, the Great Sea Adventure chapter. And this one is like where a big change to the series happened, where they added in like the whole ability to swim and dive and stuff. Hence, Great Sea Adventure. And I was really surprised because I've only played 3 and 1 before this, and then obviously like the spin-off games in Natsumon. But I didn't really realize, because it had been so long since I played 3 and I didn't know Japanese when I did, I didn't realize how different 1 and 2 were going to be from each other. And that 1 kind of has a lot of vibes and, in my opinion, some of the best artwork in the whole series. But 2 definitely has the best story of any game in the franchise that I've played so far, that I can tell, including the spin-offs and everything. It's just an excellent game. The usual story's happening. Your mom's pregnant. Your mom's always pregnant. They always send you to your aunt and uncle's house to hang out with them in the last month of your mom's pregnancy so you don't irritate the shit out of them, I guess. I don't know if that's just a common thing that Japanese people do. That's the story of all these games, though. And you just spend your summer vacation with your aunt and uncle in the place that they live in. and meet. And they this time they own like a kind of like a bed and breakfast sort of thing. It's not quite a hotel, but it has a few rooms where people can come and stay. And you'll meet the people who come to stay there and kind of learn about their lives and their stories, as well as other people on the island that you're on or in the seaside area that you're in. And all of their stories, or a lot of their stories, tend to interconnect with each other, which I found very interesting, and interconnect in ways that I just didn't expect. You have like two characters who come into to stay at your aunt and uncle's place, who like you realize later that this lady is looking for someone. And you're like, huh, that's interesting. But then you find out she's not just looking for someone, she's literally stalking around and like spying on people. And it's because I guess there was a information, the intel that these people were given that there was a criminal in the area who had previously stolen gold, and that he was coming back and looking for the gold, and they were trying to figure out who it was. And I thought that was like wild. Like that later on, like finally after all these end game days of me talking to people and getting to know them, that not only did I know who took the gold, I know who they were looking for, and I found the gold myself. And you could choose whether or not to tell somebody about it or keep it a secret. Because if you tell somebody about it, obviously they might find that man who was coming back to look for the gold that they stole a long time ago. But if you don't, nobody will ever know, and then he can just kind of go in peace. And I ended up choosing not to tell anybody about it, so it could just stay a buried secret on this island in these caves forever. And I kind of like that they give you choices like that. The first game's not like that at all. You meet people and you talk to them, but there's not like story choices that matter, or like characters don't really affect other characters in the first game. So, also, I understood this game way better. The first game, I really did struggle a lot with longer passages of text, and like playing for an hour was like playing for a year, you know, that's what it felt like. And this was not like that at all. This experience was very smooth for the most part. I think there was only one conversation I kind of just couldn't quite keep up with because it was auto scrolling, and it was two characters who were just talking together about their school life and when they met and stuff like that. But this is definitely, I get it now. This is a lot of people's favorite in the franchise, and I definitely understand now. Whereas I just didn't, I wasn't sure like how it could be that much different from the first game. But it just expanded everything. They added the bottle caps in this one. They added all these interconnected stories that all these characters have that you can kind of all see each to a resolution. Like I feel like I saw everything this game had to offer pretty much. Except this time there is only one single ending, because you know in Natsumon and in I know also in 3 you can have like a different ending based on like how much stuff you did over the course of the summer, how many diary entries you filled out.
Mm-hmm.
And it like goes on to tell you like what you did with your life or something like that. This game's not like that. It just has a solid end. There's no like you go on to do other things with your life or whatever. It's literally just you reminiscing about your summer. Like you're an old man and it's just you reminiscing about your summer that you had that time at your aunt and uncle's house. Which I just like a lot better. I don't want to go to off to find that I did pottery or whatever the fuck it was at the end of Natsumon later. I don't care about that. I don't know how this one summer would affect my whole life, you know, in that, like, to that extreme. So I like that it was more just like reminiscing rather than trying to make a extra story where there doesn't need to be one.
So where does this one fall among the series?
In terms of like number one.
Wow.
I would say Natsumon is very close Natsumon is very close for different reasons. For exploration, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The first game, to me, it has the best visuals. Like this one, actually, I kind of was like compared to the first game, I felt like the visuals were not anywhere near as interesting or pretty to look at. They just didn't have as many of those big wow scenes, and there wasn't as big of a difference between night and day as there and like evening time as there was in the first game. But gameplay wise, I mean, and storytelling wise, it's definitely the best in the franchise. I actually ended up getting a Bokunatsu tattoo this year after I played this game. So that's pretty crazy.
Wow. Well, all right. I'm updating the top 10. Yeah. Actually, I already had a feeling where it was, but yeah,
You're like, now I'm sure.
that defines it specifically.
And of course, and it's funny, because nobody knows what the tattoo's from or anything, right? But I've had a surprising amount of people at my work point it out and tell me how cute they think it is, which I just think is kind of funny. I also had my doctor ask me if it was like for my son, and I was like, no, no, that's not what it is. It's from a video game.
Close.
Close.
He is a son.
Of someone.
Uh, all right. So this year I made some mistakes, right? Um, this is just the first one. I bought a Oculus Rift or an Oculus Quest 3. No, it's not an Oculus. Excuse me.
Yeah, I was confused.
It's a Meta Quest 3. We can't call it Oculus anymore. I forgot Facebook bought them. Excuse me. Let me not say Facebook. Meta, right? I bought a Meta Quest 3. I've been seeing them at the store. Every time I see it, I'm like, I really don't care that much about VR. I really don't.
Yeah.
But I have the Vive you gave me, but the Vive is so annoying to set up
yeah,
with all its sensors and stuff like that, and the Quest is obviously like no sensors, or if I want to hook up to Steam, one wire. So or you could use like a wireless dongle, I think, but I don't have that. But so I was like, okay, let me set it up and try it out. Just to talk about the Quest, it is much lighter than the Vive, obviously, and it's a Gen 1 Vive, so it's like, this is many, many years of
yes,
VR changing, right? Obviously looks a lot better. The not having to have any wires except for the one is incredible. VR makes me sick.
yeah, same.
I didn't think it would because I'm not the type of person. I never get motion sick, never with anything. But that is not what happened here. VR made me want to die. Not the one so much where you're stationary.
Yeah, those ones are kind of all right with me. I can tolerate them for a long time before I start getting sick.
But the ones where you
They actively have you moving.
right, cause a real problem for me. And we'll talk a little bit more about later, but I sort of made a pact with myself that I'm not gonna half-ass a game. But we'll talk about that later. But first thing first that I beat on this was Job Simulator, which I think is the game that everyone is supposed to play when they get a VR headset. It's kind of like the Wii Sports of VR, You're stationary, very simple game. Lot of just goofiness, grabbing stuff, throwing stuff. The idea is you simulate jobs, a couple jobs, right? One is like fast food person, then you work in like an office, and a couple others. Auto mechanic, I think, is one of them. And it's just fun. You go through, like, people say, hey, get this for me, and you do that for them, and you go through a little scenario, and it's fun, it's silly. I'm sure a lot of people have seen the games before. I think if you get a VR headset, you're basically required to get these two games, or this game and there's another one, but specifically this one, just because it's so simple and will kind of get you used to VR. I can't think of like a better introduction to what VR is besides these two. Do I think it's like the greatest game ever? No, of course not. But it's novel, it's fun, it's interesting for what it is.
All right. Oh, yeah. I was just fucking crazy this year, apparently. This is now playing my third Xenoblade Chronicles Game of the Year because Xenoblade Chronicles X came out on the Switch. And I have been waiting for this forever. And
And
this is
this is
also how we knew the Switch was at the end of its life because like when you're trying to bang out like the last of what you got. We've been waiting forever for Xenoblade Chronicles X.
this is the weird Xenoblade, right?
Yes, this is the sci-fi Xenoblade game that is just not based in a. I mean, I guess the first game is like a little sci-fi too, but it's not like this. Uh, you literally crash land on a different planet in this because you guys are trying to like escape aliens who have attacked the Earth. And I guess we knew that this was going to happen for a long time, so we had created this project to try and save humanity. So all very cool stuff so far. Um, I'm definitely not looking it up to make sure I get the story right.
I'm looking at the gameplay. I can't tell like if it looks awesome or it looks bad. Like it's such a weird. It doesn't look like Xenoblade. I mean, it does, but it like the characters like it's got its
and
own unique look.
and the characters and everything do look different from its original Wii U release. So they look a little bit different. The lighting is very different, I guess, because I watched some comparison videos when they first announced it or whatever. This is almost borderline a little bit of a remaster. Actually, you know what? It really is a remaster outright.
Yes.
I would think they changed the way several major systems in the game work. I don't know about them a whole lot, but people said they made the game a lot easier in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I remember there being a lot of discussion, and even in the definitive edition, but also in the original, like about grinding. Is kind of annoying, but
It's grinding, and there's also oh my gosh, like levels to your like what are you guys called? Military levels. We're gonna go with that. Basically in the game, or levels with people, like friendship levels, kind of, or connection levels or whatever. That you, I guess, used to have to grind up with people, and now it's not really like that. I think they got rid of that whole system and just removed it outright.
it's
To
good.
where you just have to be a certain level to do some quests and have had done other quests beforehand, like other prerequisite quests, for to be able to do those. So
I know you're gonna talk about
I
the
don't,
game, but I want to say this is so weird to release this game so close to the release of the Switch 2 because it really gives me the impression that they were not sure when they wanted to release the Switch 2. Like they must have had it ready to go, but to release this
oh,
game like a few months before, and then it's not even a game that like on the Switch 2 runs better because it's got capped frame rate. It just seems
I
weird
mean,
to me.
I think they were just trying to milk whatever they could out of the Switch, the last that they could get. I was really surprised they didn't fucking re-release Wind Waker HD on the Switch. I was waiting for that too the whole fucking time, and they never did it.
Yeah, that's a
Was
little
really
weird.
annoyed with that.
I'm waiting for Twilight Princess, so it would have been nice.
Like, because really they were re-releasing a lot of things right towards the end of the Switch's life, just trying to get the last of what they wanted to get out before they announced the Switch 2. I also think they announced the Switch 2 earlier than they anticipated because people had already leaked out that it was going to happen, and they
Yeah,
were like, "Fuck you, we're going to do a Nintendo Direct
right.
and just confirm it and stop all this and not to do this damage control."
Also,
So
anyway, we'll talk about Switch 2 later, but yeah.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so anyway, you guys are all trying to escape Earth. We did this project called Project Exodus, and to try and save humanity because we knew that the aliens were going to attack and we weren't going to be able to avoid it, and the Earth was going to get destroyed. So basically, you take all these people in these pods and this big ol' thing called the Life Hold. At least I'm pretty sure it's called the Life Hold. And you all go to this other planet called Mira, and we create a new place because not only is this a fully sci-fi game, it's also it's also American. Like, this is an American operation.
What?
This is not supposed to be Japanese people because we land on Mira and we call this place New Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very weird. Why did we do that? They call it the NLA throughout like the whole game too. But somehow in the process, a bunch of lifehold pods, got thrown out. The lifehold crashed somewhere, and now the people who are left who created NLA, we have to find the lifehold before its battery basically runs out, and everyone that was in it dies. And this makes it sound like the lifehold. There's no way it can be that big. There's like millions of people on this thing. They're talking like 20 million people or something. Way bigger than I was thinking in my head. When they finally like tell you the number of people, I was like, oh shit, this really was important, huh? This wasn't like a few thousand people or anything. This was like literally like a huge chunk of humanity. And I thought that whole story sounded cool. I was like, this sounds good. I like the concept here. And then kind of just nothing happens for a while. You like explore around and you do missions for the NLA and talk to people in town, and nothing is voice acted, which is kind of unfortunate. I feel like this game just really needs it.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly there's alien bad guys and they have no objectives. At least you don't know what their objectives are until like the very, very end of the game. And when I say very end, I mean literally after the final boss is when you
Wow.
find out. Yeah, and because the whole time I was like, so what? Why are they trying to stop us? I mean, I get that they were here first, but why would they be mad that we're just trying to get the life hold? Like, what? Why are we upset? I don't remember actually what it was now, but I remembered thinking it was really fucking stupid when they told me. And I was like, this was dumb. All these villains were dumb. None of them had any reason to like do anything that they did. And I see now part of the reason this game was not well received is because the story kind of dropped the ball.
Right.
Which not completely horribly, like it's not like it's not worth playing, you know. They I still haven't done it, John. I still haven't done post game. So they had two twists at the end of the game, both of which I thought were dumb. One was kind of all right though. I mean, it was okay. The first one was stupid. But then they had another twist, a third twist at the very end of the game that I actually thought like, whoa, this might be really interesting. Like if they do what they're trying to do right, this could be such a cool twist. That really turns the whole game on its head. But
But
for some reason, it's post game content, and I haven't gone back to do it yet. And I really, really need to, because it basically presents a mystery of sorts that you're like, how would this be possible? Like
do you
this
think
shouldn't be possible.
was it stuff added for the definitive edition? Maybe.
I don't think I don't know actually. I want to say no, but or else I feel like people would make a much much bigger deal about it. Um, I don't know. I might have to look into that, but that part was really cool for the story. Obviously, the big thing about this game, really though, is that it's a gigantic alien world, and eventually you get mechs and you can fly in the mechs, and it becomes like a very different game. And everywhere you go is super cool looking and just fun to explore, and I like them all. The game is a little grindy though, still. It constantly feels like you're grinding quests to get your friendship levels with certain people up to be able to do more main quests or just to level up in general to whatever level the main quest wants you to be at. That's the part that kind of it really wears you down. Like first I would say 15, 20 hours of the game, it just flew by. I got a skill, and the next 10 hours of the game flew by. And then after that, it started to feel slow. It started to feel really slow. It really started to drag. I was wondering where the main story was going. I kind of just wanted to go ahead and do the missions and not have to grind to level up. Because, like I said, you have to have your friendship levels with people at a certain level, and you can only get them by doing missions. So, or at least that's the absolute fastest way you can get is by doing missions. Because if you're just going around and killing stuff, it's going to go really fucking slow.
I see. So I'm getting
Um,
the idea that the missions aren't like some they're just like generic bullshit. Like,
Kind of. Some of them, there are a few that actually have a storyline that's kind of good and funny, but it would be so much better if it was not just text, if it was voice acted. I don't know what it is. Like the first Xenoblade game had was the same way. Like most of the game was not voice acting, and that was fine to me in that game. And in this one, it's just like I guess because the world, especially in NLA, it's like just a city, and it's not that interesting of a city, like looks wise. To be honest with you, it can be kind of boring. Also, I hate the music in this game. The music in NLA is literally some of the worst game music I've ever heard in my life, and I don't know why. I really tried to get into it and try to vibe with it, and I just hate it. Most people hate it. I don't know why they didn't change it or give you the option to change it. You hear this music so incredibly frequently, like all the time. Some people really like some of the music in other areas. I don't know. I turned the music down pretty much the whole game. I had almost no music the whole time I was playing. So, I don't know. It was that, like, I got sick of the song that plays in NLA that fast. It's just such a weird track. It's like they tried to pick something that they thought sounded American and have some guy like rap, like pseudo kind of rapping a little bit like the whole time, and it's awful.
interesting. So
I don't know.
I know you haven't played Xenoblade 3 yet,
Yeah,
but
that is for next year for sure.
this is the worst game in the series so far, and it's not even
So,
close.
I mean, I actually thought going into this that this was going to end up being my favorite. And there are a lot of things I like about it. And the world itself, I think, is really amazing still. But I think in the end, it did actually fall to so far being my least favorite. Not to say that it's bad. I think it's definitely worth playing, and it's really cool, and I had a lot of fun with it. And I'm super happy they put it on the Switch because I was never going to buy a Wii U. But I was a tinge disappointed with this one. I was, especially it was weird to me that after I like looked back at two, I was like, I hate that I like two better. I hate it because this one all around is a more solid experience, but it doesn't have those high highs. You know, like it's just solid all the way through and generally interesting, but it doesn't like blow me away.
Hmm. Interesting. Well, that is unfortunate. You played a lot of RPGs this year.
I did. I really did. That's like half my 600 hours for this year, I feel like, was playing fucking Xenoblade games.
Well, next game for me, I guess what is now become a yearly tradition, because it seems, I guess this is now a yearly franchise. Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii came out. I guess we're just gonna have a new Like a Dragon / Judgment game every year now. They already announced Kiwami 3 coming out next February, so that's a thing that's happening. This is a weird game, Michelle. When you think about Yakuza, do you think about pirates?
No, this really pulled an Assassin's Creed right here.
Yeah,
It's
and
literally the first thing that I thought of was like, the series is gonna do exactly what Assassin's Creed did and just start having random themed games,
you know,
which is fine.
I don't know yet, but and we'll talk about that in a minute. But so the idea is you play as Majima, local psycho, right? The mad dog of whatever, I forget what his title is, but really actually one of the most interesting characters in the whole series. So playing as him for the first time since Zero is pretty interesting. But they decided to go a very different route. I think because last time we were in Hawaii for Like a Dragon 8, this is a spin-off. So I kind of had I knew that we were going to be back in Hawaii, but we're back in Hawaii plus another island or two, and mainly out on the ocean on a pirate ship. You wake up on a beach you have amnesia. So you don't actually remember that you're a big bad Yakuza guy until way, way, way later. Even some people will show up, which is like a spoiler for the series who they are, but some people will show up and be like, dude, you're the baddest Yakuza guy. You're one of the Yakuza legends. Like, what are you doing out here being a fucking pirate and whatever? And he's just like, fuck it, whatever, dude. I got to help these people now because I said I would help them. And it stays pretty off the wall zany the whole time. And I will say, I know the last couple Yakuza games, Yakuza 7, Yakuza 8, have been more zany. But there is a part of me that misses some of the seriousness that the series did hold during the main portions, you know. It sort of lives in this silly zaniness the whole time now. And this is a spin-off, so I don't trip too much about it because it's just, that's what it is, right? But at the end of this game, once it's all done, you go back to Japan, like in a cutscene, you know, like it's after the credits and everything, and you meet up with some people, and the vibe is totally different. Like it's dark, it's rainy, it's serious, and it's like, we're back, you know. And I don't know, it gave me the vibes of like, oh, then whatever the next main series game is will probably be more serious. Could be wrong, who knows? But so the main thing here is everything else is typical Yakuza stuff: beat 'em up, action game, an absurd amount of side quests, but we have ship battles now, which are mainly like Assassin's Creed with less good water physics. You look to the left and right, depending on what cannons you have on each side of your ship, you could shoot. They'll do different damage. I think you end up with the lasers. That's the best one. Just use the lasers. There's a couple other small things. You can like put up a smoke screen so you're less likely to get hit, and you can get off of your ship's like wheel and go heal people. Like that's kind of cool. And then you board them and you have like a regular fight. Some of these can be pretty hard, but I will say, like, if you're doing all the side quests and stuff, you can get new crew members and get pretty, like, overpowered pretty quickly, earlier than they expected you to. So, like, the last couple fights will still be hard, but the first, like, all the way up to that, you'll just be steamrolling these dudes. You'll just be walking all over them. Because you have fucking laser cannons because you did a bunch of side quests, and you have like the best people on your team because you did all the side quests. So in some ways that's weird, but also other ways is like I appreciate being compensated for doing all the side quests. I did fight the secret boss of the game and beat him, which is not something I've done in most Yakuza games. I've always gotten to him, but I can't usually beat him. But the last couple games I've beaten him, and this one includes like a whole ship battle with him, and then you have to fight him. But it was cool. It was doable. It's a weird game. I think I enjoy it because it still is Yakuza and still has the same flow. But you know, like I said, I miss some of the seriousness of this series. And in fact, with Yakuza Kiwami 3 coming out next year, that's a weird thing because I haven't played 0, 1, or 2 in a long time. But I'm kind of looking forward to 3 being, because it's going to be more serious, right? Even though 3 is one of the worst games in the series. Like sometimes I think about some of the story elements and how stupid they are. The American CIA, stuff like that. But I'm kind of looking forward to going back to that simpler time with simple locations and not as much ridiculous bullshit going on. Unless they make it more ridiculous, we'll see. It's a good game, and if you've already made it this far in the series, it's good. Do you need to play the other games in the series to enjoy this? Of course, technically, right?
You're just, like, unfortunately,
no, you can't. You cannot. I mean, you might be able to get away with some of it, but characters are gonna pop up, and you're not gonna know what the fuck they're talking about. So, and they're specifically gonna reference Yakuza 8 a lot. That explains why we're even in Hawaii. What's the purpose of us being here? Stuff like that. So yeah, you still have to play it in order, but it's fine.
Right.
Oh, whoa!
Oh, you're next.
But I forgot. So technically, I beat this game before I beat Yakuza, but I need to talk about it after Yakuza because it's important. My whole time playing Yakuza, Michelle, how I start. Okay, I do the little intro stuff. It gives me free reign. Where do I go first, Michelle? Take a guess.
Wait.
The game is finally. I'm playing Yakuza, any Yakuza game. They finally let me loose from the tutorial and the intro cutscenes. Where do I go first in my open world?
The ocean?
No, I go to the
pirate ships?
I go to the arcade.
Oh.
Any Yakuza game, I go to the Sega arcade. I see what new games they've added. Like, I don't know, it's part of my experience. Like, I go play, what is it, Ridge Racer, or it's not Ridge Racer, it's Outrun. I'll play Puyo Puyo. I'll play Virtual Fighter, whatever they have, right? I just love it. And this one, pretty cool. The last one had Sega Marine Fishing, which was cool. This one had a game called The Ocean Hunter, which is a light gun game. And
I was like, what the fuck is this? I didn't see this. And I'm like, oh, I must play it.
My dream for every Yakuza game has been able to beat a game in Yakuza that's not Yakuza. To beat one of the arcade games and list it. But unfortunately, Michelle, they're arcade games, so they're stupid fucking hard. And like, yeah, you can just put in your yen, but some of the games are more restrictive about that and still gives you a game over anyway. And it's like, okay. But this one's a light gun game, and light gun games are some of my favorite arcade games because as long as you have money, you can beat them. And of course, in Yakuza, I do them all side quests, so I have enough money to just almost brute force the game and beat it, right? But it's actually not that hard either, right? But basically, you're in the ocean, you're hunting down these mythic sea creatures, so there'll be like the Kraken and giant shark, megalodon, stuff like that. And it's pretty fun. It has some vibes. It's a lot more fun. But the most important thing was I beat an arcade game in Yakuza, and I got to list on my backlog as a beat in game, which I think is so funny.
And fun fact, apparently somebody has put this game as a PC port on itch.io.
Yeah, I think it's on GOG as well, but there'll be like a mouse control situation. So but I think it's good. I think it's fun. I think it's worth playing like that personally. But yeah, it's pretty neat. I'd almost beaten Virtual Fighter 4 or 5. No, 2. But the final boss, like if you lose against him, you don't get to second try it. It doesn't matter if you put in money, it's game over, which I think is awesome, but unfortunately I just I'm not good enough. But it's all right. But yeah, this is pretty neat that I actually got to beat it. And it is cool that it's available for you to play other places in like weird porty forms, but if you happen to have this game, it is on there.
It is very interesting. I guess it's kind of like beating an NES game in Animal Crossing, an OG Animal Crossing.
Right. But
where they have the actual whole game there for you to play.
Yeah. They would never do that these days, but
yeah.
Which is lame, by the way, of them. I like that Yakuza is still doing this. In some of the Yakuza games, they have like a whole master system that you can play like in your house, and you can play like master system games, and I think that's cool. I never play them a lot. To me, it's just to like get into the vibe of the game.
Yeah.
But I think it's cool that they're there.
All right. Next up, I played a game that I have been trying to play for years. I tried to play it a few years ago and found it way too hard because I was still learning Japanese. I still am, obviously, but The game I tried to play was Yokai Watch 4. And boy, did I go through like a whole fucking thing with this game. I had it on the Switch, and I thought the PS4 version looked a lot better, and mostly that it ran way better than the Switch version. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna order that instead. Well, USPS was like really, really bad at the beginning of the year. I don't know why. They lost my first package. So that was really annoying. And then I got a refund from the seller on eBay. I reordered it from a different seller on eBay. I got that in. I was like, great. Thank God it's about time. Because this was months. It was literally months and months out. And then USPS said they weren't going to look for my other package anymore. And I was like, whatever, it doesn't even matter. And then it just showed up at my house. So now I have 3 copies of this game. I don't know. It was annoying. So, if you learn Japanese and you would like a copy ever, I've got you.
Ugh.
So this was one of the very first games that I bought when I started learning Japanese. Because obviously Yokai Watch 4 never came to the US. I'm still kind of surprised they haven't brought it over. But Yokai Watch itself seems to be kind of teetering out even in Japan. They're not really looking into more of the series right now. But in this game, you play as, I don't actually know what his name is. Why is this in English? Did they...
Fan translation.
I was so confused. I was like, what are you talking about? I just said this wasn't in English, and now I'm so offended.
Yeah, it's just fan translation, just for convenience of me.
Wow, I didn't even know they came out with a fan translation finally for this.
Oh well, maybe
Anyway.
this isn't actually complete or anything. It's just a random video I found.
I say, because this game has a lot of dialogue. It has so much dialogue. All right. Forgot what I was talking about for a second. My brain just broke.
We're talking about the character's name.
Oh, right. That's why. Because I was going to look at the screen and see what it was again. I can't remember if you name him or if he just stays, like whatever they named him. Kenta? I'm pretty sure his name is Kenta. We're going to go with that. It might be Keta, actually, in Japanese. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Kenta. Even if they let you name him yourself.
I'm not sure because the video I'm watching, you were playing as a girl, so I don't know.
Playing as Fumi, I believe. So, stop rubbing up against the mic. Okay. So you play as him. You find a suspicious door up at the shrine area. You guys end up going through it, and lo and behold, you're in the future in a different town called Sakura New Town. And there's a girl there who tells you that they need your help and that she is your daughter from like 30 years in the future or something. So she's like 10. So clearly they wanted to make sure that you were going to be old enough to have kids and that your kid was actually going to be old enough to be playable in this game. So this is where our shenanigans come in. You're trying to save the world from... God, I don't remember so much of this story now. From somebody evil.
This is what happens when we do one podcast for the whole year.
Not only that, when you play it in a different language, sometimes I feel like I'm more likely to forget things that happen than if I just played it and read it in English. Even if I understood it fine at the time. But in this game, you do end up having time travel not only to the future, but also to the past and the yokai realm to meet the characters that you will need in your party to eventually take down the big baddie. And that's kind of why they have you doing all that, while you're traveling through time and everything. And I will say the future and the past area, especially the past area, are quite small. Sakura Newtown is also not that different from Springdale, which is the present day town that's in all the games. By the way, it's the exact same town, so
Hmm.
you've seen it if you've played any other game.
Right.
Um, but Sakura Newtown is pretty small too. It has several areas still. The past is literally just one small area. They kind of tried to make it feel bigger by making their river in between with like a bridge that you have to cross, and the bridge is kind of like excessively long for how small this area is. It's all okay. I really wish they kind of pushed it a little further because Sakura Newtown, if they didn't tell me it was in the future, I would have no clue. This place looks exactly the same as Springdale. Like, what tells me that it's in the future? I know 30 years is not that far, like, in the future, So, like, how is it
Hmm.
really going to look that different? But
I
they,
think I think I could identify 30 years in the past. Like it would look different. So
yeah, the past does look different, but not. I don't know. In the past, at least they kind of made it a little more old timey, and it's snowing there, and a little bit more bleak almost. It just looks a little bit older. I feel like they could have at least with Sakura Newtown like made the season different to kind of at least more visually be able to see the difference in the areas. But every once in a while I forgot where I was actually at and like where I needed to be between Sakura Newtown and Springdale because they look so similar and like they could all just be part of the same town, really.
mhm.
And that was a little bit annoying. Um this I wish I remembered enough of the story to recount like more of it to you, but it is probably one of the best stories that Yokai Watch has actually had. Um, which I mean, it's not like the Yokai Watch games are really like I don't really necessarily play them for their story. I play them for their monster collecting,
Right.
um, mostly. And the monster collecting in this game is bad. It's definitely I really immediately did not like it. You have to like fight a certain number of yokai and like collect their souls, which sounds terrifying. And you have to collect a certain number of each color of souls, like red, silver, gold, to combine together to basically make that yokai for you to be friends with. Which means you have to fight a bunch of the same enemies over and over. And supposedly there is 99 yokai in this game. That's about 200 plus less than Yokai Watch 3 on the 3DS.
Hmm.
And a bunch of those yokai are not common ones that you see. So you see the same yokai in this game a lot. Like a lot, a lot. And that to me is like the one of the biggest downfalls of this entry in the series. Like while the story's good, you have all these characters you can switch between for the main plot who do play differently. Um, though some are obviously like worse than others. Like there's very clearly a best choice here for who to pick as the main person you want to play as. Like I don't care who you are, like there's definitely an obvious choice of like why are we even playing as anybody else. Uh, but you can also play as your yokai too, because the battle system in this game is like action combat, but they do lock you into an arena with the enemy, if you kind of know what I mean.
Right. Like the old Tales games.
I guess I haven't played those. I was gonna say like Radiata stories, but you haven't played that, so
Mm.
we have no common ground here.
I get it. Locked, but you have like an invisible
You have free
barrier.
movement in that area to attack whoever you want.
It's still like an instance.
Which it is fun gameplay. You can switch between anybody in your party at any given time, including your yokai. The yokai are very limited. Like you're very limited in what you can actually make them do, though. They really only have like a couple moves, and your characters don't have too many moves either. There's a lot of just whacking people. It's fun. I liked it. I still think it's my least favorite combat in the games. Like not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just not my preference compared to some of the other games. And in every game, they do a different style of combat. They're kind of, that's just what they seem to be known for. I like action RPG combat. I just think I like it better. I haven't actually played Yokai Watch Busters, but they had a whole game within a game in the third game in the series. That was basically Yokai Watch Busters, like in that game. And I liked that combat better, I think, than I like the combat here.
I'm just watching.
So,
I know I haven't kept up with the Yokai Watch, but I'm just watching a male character beat the shit out of a plant with a sword, and I didn't realize that the characters were also part of the ass whipping that happens.
yeah.
That's weird. I thought it was just like the monsters just fought, but
No, no, yeah, you like, and you can choose to just play as a yokai the whole time, like for the battles, but I did not do that because they're clearly a worse choice. Like the computer will do a better job than you will with them, I feel like, because they have so few moves.
interesting.
But there's also like mechanics of like you sucking up and at first I found it kind of annoying, but every time you hit the enemy, your like action points go down. So if you're just whacking away, they're gonna go down really fast. So you have to suck up points from the enemy. Like you have to get up near them, use a move, and just suck the points right out of them. And then you can keep hitting them and doing moves. Which I like that. It adds a little bit of strategy to it in terms of you not wanting to just waste all your action points immediately and then have to spend time siphoning it out of the enemies you're fighting. But the game is never hard. It's Yokai Watch. This game is, I mean, it's for children. The gameplay is never hard. I went way overboard preparing for the final boss. The final boss was not hard. As a matter of fact, I think there was only one boss in the entire game that was even challenging at all. Which I was a little disappointed by. I was hoping the last boss would still be a little bit challenging. Like I have been playing everyone throughout this whole game, John. I've been swapping my people out as they leveled up, keeping up with everybody's weapons and equipment. And sometimes they do force you to play as a certain character, but it's just not often enough for you to have to do that, like at all.
Yeah, I don't know.
I probably could have.
I don't know how you feel about it in RPG. Some people hate that, but I actually kind of like when they split parties, right, and force me to kind of use other people.
I do too. But also, like, I just know now at the age that I'm at and enough with how many games I've played to just keep up with everybody. If they give you multiple characters, they probably want you to keep up with all of them. They don't just give you these people for no reason.
But I guess not always, huh?
Yeah. Like I said, there's a few times they make you use a specific character. There's one character in particular who kind of has you really do spend a little bit of time with, which I believe is Bruno. At least he's called Bruno in this English one that they're showing on screen. I don't actually remember what his name is, but it's the bigger kid who's got like the big beads around his neck.
Right.
They have you play as him for a little bit, which kind of surprised me. And that's when I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna have to keep up with everybody." No, they're gonna make you play as him a good bit, and then maybe a couple other people a little bit, and then that's pretty much it. Like you don't need to keep up with all this. So it's overall, it's a good game. It's still a Yokai Watch game, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it sort of disappointingly ended up being my least favorite Yokai Watch game that I've played so far. Especially for the amount of work that I had to get to be able to play, like had to go through to be able to play this game. The dialogue's not too bad in Japanese though. It's not too hard. Some people are kind of hard to understand because they have they're like the yokai that are like more from the past will kind of talk more like they're from the past, you know, stuff like that. But I am glad I got the PS4 version. The Switch version, which I'm pretty sure is the footage that they're showing here, it runs like absolute shit. It just runs so bad in battles. It slows down like to single digit frame rates. Which I should have known that was going to happen, but I didn't really think about it, so
Yeah, anytime there's a choice. the Nintendo console is the incorrect one. Usually.
Yeah, exactly. I think at the time the PS4 release, I don't know if it wasn't. No, it was definitely out. Why did I buy the Switch version? The PS4 version did come out later, because Yokai Watch 4 Plus Plus like adds a bunch of extra content and stuff to the game that was not originally in it, and I think is universally considered the better choice. Like you should not buy the old one anymore. It may have been a cost thing at the time. The Switch version may have just been cheaper.
Who knows? Or maybe you were just like, I don't know, want to play a handheld, you know?
I mean, yeah, that too, because it is a good game for that. But I wouldn't recommend playing it that way if you don't have to.
Yep. Okay. Next game I played is Underhero. Right. So last year I went on my Paper Mario Massacre. Right, where I played every single game in the Paper Mario series. And ended up really loving those. But there were some other games that were like Paper Mario homages that I really wanted to check out. First one was Underhero. I've actually watched this whole game be played before. I watched my friend Zach play it from start to finish. You play as an underling, right? The hero who's going to defeat the final boss, right? You're over there like supposed to drop a chandelier on him or something. And of course you're going to fail because you're just like a generic enemy, like a Goomba basically. And somehow by accident, like you end up killing the hero.
Oh, great. You're like really a screw up.
Yeah. And so bad guys win, right? But the hero's sword like finds its way into your possession. It's a talking sword, and it's like, hey, fuck you, you messed everything up, so you're gonna fix it. And you don't even really like the main villain. His name is Stitches, so you're just like, okay, I guess we'll try to stop him, you know. At the same time, Stitches like also sends you on a mission to return the power orbs that the hero had taken. You know, you beat the boss, you get the orb of power, you know. So you're going to go return it to the other bosses. So on your way of returning them, you also fight them as well. And, you know, it's a pretty interesting concept. There's not a lot of games like that where you play as the underling and end up turning your back. And I think it's pretty cool. Because there's a little bit of a, like, the main villain Stitches is kind of like, this wasn't supposed to happen this way. This is strange. And the battle system is kind of like Paper Mario in that you can dodge attacks, but the battles are like in pseudo real time, right? Everyone like moves whenever they want to move. But they have to wait for like bars to fill. So you have to wait for a bar to fill, and then you can use a certain number of actions. The enemy will attack, so you might jump out of their way or dodge out of their way, or you can block or parry based on your stamina bar, I guess.
It's really interesting.
It is interesting. But it moves in real time. That's what makes it different than Paper Mario. Paper Mario is like turn-based, right? For most of the games. But this game is not. It's always moving, so you can wait for your stuff to charge up for a long time and keep dodging attacks or whatever. Yeah, so it ends up being a pretty interesting game, pretty cool game. Actually goes some pretty crazy places towards the end. It plays with the idea of like them being two-dimensional, and which is funny because they're not doing the paper aesthetic like Paper Mario is, but they still kind of pull that and almost in some ways give me some Super Paper Mario vibes towards the end, where they do some rotating. That's at the very, very end. That's pretty neat, and the story actually goes places I didn't quite expect it to go. Subverts your expectations a little bit, and I think that's pretty interesting. The leveling system's pretty interesting. Some of the areas are a little bit maze-like, a little bit hard to navigate, but not too bad. Overall, I think it's a pretty fun game. It doesn't stand up to the best Paper Mario games, obviously, but pretty good. And I kind of like that. I got to experience it with the Paper Mario games behind me, so I could sort of compare them.
Yeah.
Here we go, huh?
Yeah, yeah, only my most anticipated release of the year finally came out. Fantasy Life I, the girl who steals time. And I am just so happy for level 5. Because anybody who doesn't know, level 5 has not been doing hot in America or anywhere outside of Japan. And this is their first big release in many years. That is an actual console release and not a mobile release of any kind.
Right. It seemed like they were
And
coasting off of Yokai Watch for a while.
I mean, they were coasting off Yokai Watch in Japan. They completely fell off of it here. Yokai Watch has been dead here for
Right.
many, many years.
Right. It basically was never alive, but that's what they were surviving off of, and then some mobile games, like you said.
Yeah,
And
it's been mobile games for many years now, to the point where people thought Level 5 might just stop localizing games completely here. And
which is crazy because this is the level 5, right? That, correct me if I'm wrong, Dragon Quest 8. Right?
I don't know. I was like, did they do Dragon Quest 8? I was like,
I
is this not?
swear I swear their fingers are in Dragon Quest 8, White Knight Chronicles, Nino Kuni, obviously
Oh,
Professor
yes, I'm
Layton.
sorry. You correct. It is Level 5. Yes. Developed by Level 5 and published by Square Enix.
So these are big dogs. These are not goofs.
Yeah, it would just, I mean, it's one of those situations, it's almost like a Double Fine situation a little bit, where like there's a risk that the company's just going to completely, at least in the US for Double Fine, just completely, or Double Fine, for Level 5 is going to completely go under and stop localizing games. And I feel like this was like their Hail Mary. They were like, let's see if we can make this happen. Let's see if we can redeem ourselves and really like continue localizing games outside of Japan. And they just absolutely knocked it out of the park. The cozy game community got hyped for Fantasy Life I, and it just blew the fuck up. It has sold millions of copies now, or over 1.2 million copies apparently. And I think it just had such a better reception than they thought it would. Because to be honest, it's not that different from Fantasy Life that was on the 3DS, which I also absolutely loved. You have the job system or the life system where you choose a life and then you can do all these quests related to it. And the main story quest tends to not, you don't necessarily have to do a lot of fighting for. At least you didn't in the 3DS one. In this one, they kind of have you choose a fighting class and then you can choose a life, another kind of life as well. They sort of seem to encourage that because you can only work on one fighting class at a time, but any other life that you've already started, you can work on all of those lives simultaneously, like all of their quests and stuff. You don't have to have that life selected for the quest to be active, whereas you do for the fighting classes. Like if you want to do a quest that involves shooting a certain number of enemies, obviously you need to have the archer class actually equipped on your character at the time. They just created a big, beautiful, fun world to explore, to use all your lives and collect shit, and it's really just a 3DS game, but bigger and better, and there is like a town mechanic now, where you can go back in time to the old town that was destroyed and you can only put like 5 houses in there for some reason, like villager houses. And villagers are your companions who will travel with you and work with you. That is also new. They'll help you chop down trees or mine, depending on what their life is that they have. Like if they're a miner, they'll help you mine. But you can find these villagers who have been turned into inanimate objects, or not. I guess they're not inanimate. I'm sorry. They've been turned into objects, but they are still people and can talk to you and stuff. and you have to lift the curse off of them, bring them into the town, and you can choose who's actually living there and who's just kind of walking around and visiting and whatever. And I think that is like the biggest new thing that they added. It's very Animal Crossing style, except a lot more convenient than an Animal Crossing with the terraforming and stuff, and the decorating and everything, and all the crafting. But it's just more fantasy life. It's bigger and better fantasy life. What is the story? Some dinosaur bones get taken and you end up in a wormhole and in the past, and it's actually not really that important. And nobody plays fantasy life for the story, really. I mean, it's good. It was fine. I just kind of forgot what the story was by the time I actually got to the end of the game, because I had just gone off and done so much other shit that I wasn't supposed to, like, that wasn't related to the main story. So
So the update just came out. Are you gonna get back into it?
I literally was downloading the update earlier when we were taking a break. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, is this not downloaded on my Steam Deck yet? I gotta do that. Because I'm definitely gonna play it. If they have DLC, I'm gonna buy it. You know.
You think they're gonna? You think they're gonna do DLC?
I kind of hope they do. I know this DLC was free, that they just added. I'd pay for DLC though. Like, I actually would love to see DLC, like, more. I guess depending on how much is in this DLC they just added.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone thought, but they just released this fairly large update, right? So maybe that's just, this is it, you know, or maybe that's the route they're gonna go.
I love how on the store page, if I go to Fantasy Life in the Steam store, they tell me that is one of my top played games on the Steam Deck. But just an excellent game. What is, once again, like a very Double Fine situation where the sequel that they made finally was just as good as everyone was hoping it would be, if not better. And just, everybody should play Fantasy Life. Really, the 3DS one and this one, though this one is a lot. The quality of life of not having to switch a life to be able to do that life side quest is nice. Like I said, you can actively be any life and still be doing the other side quests, like, without having to switch them constantly.
Well, seems good. I'm updating my top 10 now.
I swear, I don't know what a bunch of these games are that you've played this year.
You just happen to pull up the video and you're like, what the fuck is this?
What is this Super Monkey Ball nonsense?
Next game I played is a game called Ballance. So this is, I guess, a little known fact about me, but I actually like ball games.
Super Monkey Ball style games?
You know what?
Rolling puzzle games?
Okay. I'm actually very passionate about it, so I want to be clear. I actually don't like Super Monkey Ball that much, because Super Monkey Ball is different.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Super Monkey Ball, you move the world around the ball, and in every other ball game, you move the ball, and it's just like physics with the ball. I can't do Super Monkey Ball. I've tried to, like, my brain can't comprehend it. It's like, why is the world so fidgety?
Why is the world so fidgety?
Yeah, like you touch it and it's like, oh, let me go like 90 degrees right now. Balance is a game. You start on one side of the world, you get to the other, to the goal, right? And you just kind of have to balance your way across. There's a bunch of different obstacles and things like that. I've been actually just looking for a game like this. I played a game called Spectre Ball a long time ago. A couple other games along the way.
What is this on? Like, what console is this on?
I think I played on GOG. It's on PC, right? And this is an old game, I think from 2004 or something like that. And it's like very, and maybe you can see this too, like very Windows XP core. Does that make sense? It gives Windows XP vibes. Like you would get this game for free on your Windows XP. you can so along the way through the obstacle course, you can turn in these different balls, and those balls have different properties. So like, oh, you're the metal ball, that's normal. Oh, you're the paper ball, that's way lighter and falls apart real, or flies off the stage real easy. Or you can be like a
It really
real,
reminds me of a Glover. That's what I think of anyway when you talk
yeah,
about the balls.
yeah. I could see that, right? It did take some doing to get running, because yes, it's the GOG version, I believe, but I had to like do some stuff. You know what? Maybe it's not GOG. Maybe I have it on Amazon Games. But either way, I utilize GOG to get patches and things like that. So I got a widescreen patch, and I was able to patch in the last two levels that were like secret levels added for like the special edition of it. Those levels are not my favorite, so I didn't actually beat those. But whatever, they weren't a part of the actual game, so it doesn't matter. But the main levels I beat, and I think it's really cool. Like if you're looking for this type of game, you can know if you want to see play it just based on just by how it looks. You're like, oh yeah, I bet I'd have fun with that. This is a good one. I think I struggle a lot because there's a lot of bad ones out there, but this one's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it really gives like PlayStation 2 era vibes for me too. Like I could have totally seen this released on the PlayStation.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it really gave me the hey, I just bought a computer in the year
I just
2000.
bought a Gateway.
Gateway computer. This game was already pre-installed, and
Yes.
I'm playing the shit out of it. But yeah, it was super good.
All right. Next up, I played a short one. I think I just needed a short game after Fantasy Life. I bought Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion, which I've known about for forever, but it is definitely too expensive for me to warrant buying it not on sale. It's a very short game. It's maybe 2 hours
Ooh,
at the most. You're Turnip Boy, and your whole goal is to commit tax evasion by not paying your taxes on your, oh my gosh, whose house is, you're trying to save somebody's house. Your grandpa's? I don't remember. Your dad's? Someone's. And you kind of end up just go, it almost reminds me like what, a little bit of Zelda maybe?
yeah, a little bit.
Just a little bit though. Have you played this?
No, I'm just watching it for the first time.
Ah. Let's see. I'm trying to remember if I said in my review.
Yeah, it gives Zelda core. Also gives like Game Boy Advance color palette kind of vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've made a sequel to this game
Oh,
now.
yes, Turnip Boy robs a bank.
Well then,
Yeah, things escalated a little bit. So okay, it's that you failed to pay taxes on your greenhouse, and you're evicted by the mayor, and now you're trying to get it back. Yeah, a very cute little silly story. I really liked just the silliness of this game. It's obviously not going to take itself seriously. Like I think the first thing they give you is a sword that you can go around and cut grass and stuff with, and it's part of the puzzle. Like there's I believe some grass blocking your way, and you have to find the sword and bust through the grass and kind of go through these little mini dungeon areas to get other items, to do almost kind of point and click adventure stuff with some of those. And the eventual goal being, I guess, to I'm trying to remember what the final boss actually looks like. It was so funny though. He was like, they made some kind of manifestation of like the government who was taking your taxes basically. And actually had you fight a final boss, which was surprising because this game is not like necessarily super
combat heavy.
combat focused. Yeah. But it's like I said, it's really short. There's not a whole lot to say about it without
Just telling you the whole game.
spoiling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't ruin every joke.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's really what this game has going for it. You know, it's like the whole game is that. So, but I really liked it. I would like to play the next game too at some point. That's probably not going to happen soon. But, you know, eventually.
For an appropriate price.
Yeah, apparently this long play that you have is only an hour and 23 minutes, and it is the whole last game,
Mm-hmm.
plus some extra content, actually. So,
Uh, I guess for me, funnily enough, you were talking about a game sort of in the that this is a spin-off of technically. Uh,
yes.
I'm playing Shinchan, Shiro, and the Coal Town. I always want to say
Which I
Coal Mine, but
which I also bought you.
yes, which you bought me, and you've also played before. You played it last year.
Yeah, I
So
think I bought it at launch actually last year.
this is a follow up to the other Shinchan game that came out, and it's obviously a spin off of my summer vacation, where we are in a town and we walk around, and I don't remember if there's journal entries in this one, but there must be, right? Basically,
There's like some minor entries. I don't think it really has traditional diary entries. Like you can make note of the bugs and the fish and stuff, but I think that's it. You don't like write in your journal at the end of the day or anything.
we'll see it in the video at some point. But yeah, it's basically you're in the town and you're just living your life, doing your little vacation, catching bugs, whatever, and then blah blah blah. Eventually, you somehow end up in this magical town that doesn't exist.
This magical coal town of all places.
Whole town, right? Which they had referenced and talk about. Like I think it was like this what the town used to be or whatever. Basically, and he's sort of imagining a version of it. It's been a while since I played it, right? But that's
Not gonna lie, I don't remember that part. I know that that guy was trying to like they were trying to like make the town better in a way that people didn't like.
Mhm.
They're trying to make the coal town like more prosperous, I guess, in a way that was going to kind of hurt everybody else who was there. You know, they were trying to move forward.
Right. Which I mean, I really think that's a reference to like the past or maybe the future. Like either way, the coal town's not real, right? It's just something he came up with in his head, his imagination or whatever. Just like the dinosaurs were from the first game. Like that's just how he's just, living his summer vacation, right? But the big one of the big things is there's the minecart racing. You remember that?
Yes, I remember it being kind of awkward, honestly.
It is kind of awkward, but that's like one of the big mechanics of the game. Besides just walking around talking to people,
And fishing and catching bugs.
catching bugs, right? Fishing, whatever, right? Like it's this minecart thing that you have to like really like create some decent little carts and race and make sure they don't weigh too much because I think they can like fall off the rails real easy and then it'll slow you down and it's actually a little bit of a pain in the ass. I think this is the better Shinchan game.
Yeah, I agree.
It looks better. It's got better vibes. It's just a better game in general.
I think it has just a better story
Yeah,
overall.
yeah. It's just better. So if you like the last one, you're gonna like this one. You probably don't necessarily even need to play. I was gonna say you don't need to play the last one, but they do reference it pretty hard. They do reference it extremely hard. Like the whole ending sort of suggests that you played the previous game. Characters pop back up, things like that. I think you got playing both. But the general just is still the same, right? The main thing, the reason why we play these games, the vibes, right? The vibes are still there. The backgrounds look beautiful. It is a little bit weird because the last one I played was Natsumon, which is obviously
Stylistically very different.
very different, fully 3D, no painted backgrounds, and has its own aesthetic. But I think these games technically probably look better than Natsumon. They just because they have the painted backgrounds, you just can't like explore them as hard, But that's sort of the trade-off between those two games. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I think it's the better game in the series and totally worth playing.
All right. Looks like next I played through Tinykin, which is supposed to be almost a little bit of a Pikmin style. I think a lot of people kind of treat it as almost like a Pikmin clone, and it's really not. At least I don't feel like it's really. I mean, it's that's the closest thing you can compare it to is Pikmin. But it does have its definitely have its differences. You do got some little guys that you can kind of collect and who will follow behind you. And they do have their own abilities, right? Their abilities are a lot different than Pikmin, though. Like one can, you have sets that can like make a staircase, or the staircase one was so weird to me at first. I was like, "What are these guys doing?" And then you have to hold the button down long enough for them to like continue making the stairs for you. Some can extend across gaps. You know, like that, they're not necessarily like always elemental. You do have ones that can blow up, but in my opinion, it's just a very different feel from Pikmin. Pikmin is a little bit more of a puzzly game, whereas I feel like Tinykin is more of just a fun exploration traversal kind of game.
Right. It looks like a platformer.
Yes, and it feels that way when you play it. And your whole goal is really to just explore the house so that you can get up enough items. There's usually a large item per area that you have to do a bunch of like mini quests to eventually be able to get that item so that you can use it for a rocket ship to potentially go home. Because you're exploring a strange planet, but the planet is actually just a residential home, like on Earth.
Mm-hmm. It looks
So you
crazy.
also, yes, I love the art style of it. It's almost got like a little bit of a Paper Mario kind of thing going on with it, with the 2D characters and on the 3D backgrounds. I really, really like it. It was a lot of fun to play. They give you this bar of soap at the beginning of the game that you can just slide with, but you don't have to be going downhill. Even on like flat ground, you'll still have momentum. And it just makes traversing the areas around the house a lot of fun. And I think the dialogue can be pretty funny at times. And they have a little twist at the end of the game with a story that I thought was cool. Trying to think of if I'm missing anything. Oh, they do have time trials too later. I tried those. I'm not a big time trial person. I had fun for a little while with them, but I ended up giving up. I just am not that skilled with the soap and the tinykins to be able to get across the level that fast. But
I'm not a time trial person either. I mean, I can do them, but I prefer to take my time and explore. And
yeah, and this game just makes exploring so much fun. In a lot of ways, I like this better than Pikmin because it is a more platformer type game. But there's lots of little secrets and stuff to find around each area of the house, and it's just a really good time.
all right. Okay, next game I played, and this one is sort of where we run into the issue, right, of
The
VR,
motion sickness.
the motion
Oh,
sickness, right? That's Batman Arkham Shadow. Batman Arkham Shadow is a just legitimately canonical entry in the Arkham series. Takes place after Arkham Origins Blackgate, oddly enough. Not Arkham Origins, Arkham Origins Blackgate, the Vita 3DS game. Very weird, but that's important to know because they will reference it all the time. I saw it was on Steam. And I was like, man, maybe I should play it. And everyone was like, nah, don't do that. It's bad. So, I'm not going to play it. But yeah, can you imagine playing as Batman gliding around in VR is not easy. And not even just the gliding, just moving. Dual analog, like moving around kills me. Like it actually like put me on the ground, like, and I was like sick and like I've never, honestly, never been motion sick before. I've never had it happen before. But I would play the game, and I was like, I mean, maybe I'm like sick in real life. Like something's wrong with me. And then I had to like take off the headset and just lay my head down. And then I played it again. And basically, I was like, okay, you know what I need to do? I just need to turn on the movement system where I can like throw a token and then like it teleports me, right? And then I was like, no, this just feels dumb. This feels like I'm not playing the game. It feels like I'm like skipping through the game. I don't even like the way it looks. I don't like the way it feels. And then they had a movement option called snap movement, where if I press left or right on the analog, it'll like just snap me 90 degrees. And that was better too. But even then, it was like, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel normal. So I'm just going to force myself to get used to the other movement. And I did. By the time I was playing, like the last time I was playing, I played for like 4 hours and had no issue at all. Unfortunately, I've like haven't. This is the last VR game I'm gonna play for the year. So, and this is way back in I don't know June maybe. So, whoops. I'm gonna have to relearn it again. I'm sure. Whenever I play like a Half-Life Alyx or something, it's probably gonna kill me. Yeah, general idea is you're looking for this guy called the Rat King. I was actually not familiar with this guy, and even within this game, I'm not going to be too familiar because you don't see him a lot. But the idea is after the introduction, you basically get yourself caught as a criminal and put into Blackgate Prison so you can investigate where the Rat King is. So half of it is you're looking for the Rat King in the prison as not Bruce Wayne. You have like a little secret identity, but as a different person. And you're going around talking to people, investigating. And then the second half of the game is nighttime. You go out as Batman and you're trying to, like, you know, you're following up on the clues. So if someone said, hey, I think they're going to be doing this at night, you go up, follow up, do combat, things like that. To me, that's the coolest part of the game. It reminds me of the Chronicles of Riddick Escape from Butcher Bay, where you would have these moments where you're just talking to people in first person and looking around, exploring, but not fighting and not trying to navigate a level. So I thought that was very cool, and I really like Butcher Bay. I think that's an incredible game too. So that was cool vibes. This is definitely the best VR game I've ever played. And it's cool to be back in the Arkham universe. It's actually, to me, very sad that they've sort of moved on from it because I thought there was a lot more to do there. But I guess this is game number 5, so I guess that's kind of all they had in it. There is another Batman VR game that's like a little bit more of a novelty thing. It's only like an hour long, but I might get that too at some point if it works on the Quest 3. VR compatibility shit is all over the place. It's a big mess. I think they really need to fix that, but especially if it's on Steam, like it should tell me if it's compatible. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm just dumb, but yeah. My VR experience was good. That ended with this one. I want to get the other Batman VR game. I'd like to get that Psychonauts game if it will work. Just because I never played the in between game.
And I think it's worth playing. I liked it, even though I played it after. I think I played it after the second game. I really enjoyed it still.
Yeah. So I think that would be good. And then I have some other games. I have like the Walking Dead game that apparently is pretty good. And I have Half-Life Alyx, which is the game, right? But I just haven't had time, haven't wanted to sit in it. And now I'm scared I'm going to be sick again. So I might have to play some like baby bullshit to get back into it. But we'll see how it goes.
Right. Next up, I bought a game and I don't know why I chose. I think there was this summer sale I think was going on at this point. And South Park: The Stick of Truth was like $2. So I've always wanted to play it, and because when it came out, people were like, "Oh my god, it's exactly like an episode of the show. It looks the part." It was like a really for a licensed game, it just became such a big deal.
Right.
Like that was the thing. It was like the first good licensed game in a long while, and for it to be a South Park game was so weird.
And a turn-based RPG, right?
Yeah, it's a turn-based RPG. And people weren't wrong. It is a lot like an episode of the show, especially the episodes from, obviously when this came out, which was like 10 years ago, which kind of oddly put me off guard. I have watched some South Park from more recently within the past couple of years, and it's not quite this fucking gross anymore, I notice. Not so overtly just disgusting constantly. And this game doesn't start off that way. You're like going through the town and the forest and the school, and it's got all the jokes that I expected, and then it just goes so far. It goes so over the top where you're like people are having sex blurred out in the background and you're climbing up people's assholes, and it's just like it just goes so far. And that's when I kind of realized, like, yeah, I'm not the demographic for this game at all. The demographic is 100% teenage boys and young like guys in their 20s. Definitely.
Yeah, but you know what? To their credit, right? Um, they are every section of the game has a different vibe, has a different like that's something that some RPGs like don't know how to do. Like everything feels the same the whole way through. This is like I can talk to you about a section of the game and it does not feel like any other section of the game. If I said, remember the part where you shrink down and fight the gnomes? Versus remember the part when you were in the UFO? Like those are very different, you know?
Yeah, oh god, the UFO is another part. I was just like, as we started hitting all of those parts, I was like, God, this is so much. This is so much more gross than I thought we were gonna get with this whole series.
Like, remember when you were working with Wendy and you got to figure out who's the two-faced lying bitch? You know,
Yeah.
like turns out no one.
And they did an amazing job of the game, and it is funny a lot of the times. And I think this guy, I looked up what rating this game got. Once I got to certain parts, I'm still a little bit surprised they got away with what the stuff that they did in this game with it not getting an adult only rating. Because I know that's a very rare thing to give out for games.
It's not rare. It just doesn't exist.
No, it does.
Well, it doesn't,
absolutely.
right? Because it's an effective ban. Because no console allows you to sell adults only, including Steam. So, in order to,
because I remember Manhunt basically had this issue.
That
was a long time ago.
Manhunt 2 got an AO rating, and they had to take it back to the board and blur out a bunch of stuff so it could get an M rating.
I don't even know that this has an M rating. I think it has a T rating.
No, it has an M.
Does it? Okay, I was like, because that would blow my mind.
Yeah, there's no way to get an AO rating because if you're going to get an AO rating, you might as well just not even bother getting a rating because who cares?
Mm-hmm. But, like, the jokes landed, the combat system was alright. I found that sometimes when they have those abilities that they want you to use outside of battle, I kind of just wish they didn't have those in some places, because there's a couple times where a few abilities just are not used and you forget that you have them, like the healing thing. That guy just kept talking. If that person who was hurt wasn't giving me hints on what the fuck I was supposed to be doing, I would have had no idea, because I think that was the second time in the whole game I'd ever used that on anyone. So, and the first time I'm pretty sure is when they gave it to me and told me the tutorial, and there's been hours between then and now, so it was good. It was a lot of fun. I don't know that I'm gonna play the second game. We'll see. I'm still really happy I got to see this one. I just think the humor would have to calm down a little bit on the gross out factor for me to really want to play more games of this. Like I could just never play this with other people around, ever. I would be so embarrassed to play this with anyone that I knew, or anyone in my family seeing me playing this. I hit that point, I think, in the UFO where I was like, oh my, my husband is the only person who is acceptable to see this, because he's he's gonna just think it's all funny. You
Yep.
know,
I think
like
the second game actually has a better battle system, funnily enough. And the story, like they've used up all their top notch references in the first game.
yeah, and there's I mean
Uh,
everything is a reference. Every item you
yeah,
pick up, like it's just chock full of them. And I haven't even seen a lot of South Park in the past 10 years, so most of that is based on past knowledge
yeah,
combined with a little bit I know about the newer where the series is at now.
right. I think the second game does tone it down quite a bit. Like there's some crude humor, but it's more.
I feel like they thought they were only going to have one shot with this and that they weren't going to be able to do another South Park game. Like, so they were just going to just put it all in there.
I think they were almost right. Right, they had two shots. They got lucky, and then they turned into. Remember, they have a third game. Did you know that?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
It's a weird multiplayer thing.
Yeah, and I only know about it because I was looking at the second game. So,
That's so dumb. Mm-hmm. But whatever.
but it's definitely funny. I love when they just allow you to skip. Oh my God, who is it that's talking? Who does the stutter?
Timmy.
Jimmy?
Yeah,
Timmy.
Jim. No, yeah, Timmy.
It's
No,
he's
or
doing
it could
this.
be Jimmy.
I think
I
it
don't
is
know.
Jimmy. Yeah, yeah, but he's the crutches kid. He's
Yeah.
doing the stutter, and then they just allow they're like skip text, skip dialogue, and I don't know why, just stupid little stuff like that got such a chuckle out of me. I was like, this is so dumb.
I'm sure you've seen like in the second game they're superheroes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
They
he's
really because this whole game is like fantasy. You know, they're playing pretend, fucking like
Lord of the
fighting over
Rings
territory
basically.
here.
Yeah, well in the second game Jimmy is like basically the Flash character. So he moves super fast.
That's amazing. Like I said, this game is great. It's just I don't know. I just hit a point where I was like, oh God, it's just too much. It's too much. But I did really enjoy it. I'm glad I finally got to see the one of the best licensed games to ever come out.
Uh Next game I played and beat. Actually I thought Arkham was the last. I forgot. I did play Vacation Simulator after it. Which is like a follow up to Job Simulator. Vacation Simulator is probably technically a better game because it's more of a game, right? Than just like a funny novelty thing. It's got like a bunch of objectives. It's much bigger, a lot more going on. And there are multiple areas to go through, and you can sort of go back and forth between them. So it'll be like, oh, I need you to deliver a hot dog to the guy on the beach. So you take the hot dog to the guy on the beach. So it's like, oh, you need to deliver it to this guy you've never seen before. Where's that guy? Oh, he's like in the forest. And it's like, okay, so now I got to go in between areas. And to be honest, it's a little annoying sometimes. And I think my thought process was as Vacation Simulator became more of a game, my expectations for it rise a little bit. So with that, it sort of like loses the novelty thing, and I just had to focus on it being a good game. And I think because of that, for whatever reason, I didn't enjoy Vacation Simulator as much as Job Simulator.
I completely get that, what you're saying, though. I completely understand.
Yeah, it's very weird. It was like a little bit more to the point where like I didn't even do everything in the game. I just did enough to beat the game, and I knew what I had to do. It seemed so unfun to do that I was just like, well, I don't want to do all that. So I did do some actually like there's this like sandcastle puzzle thing that was extremely fucking hard. It's basically like, hey, here's a 10 by 10 grid. Make the sandcastle the same way as in the picture, but it's a 3D sandcastle. It can be like 5 blocks high, so they only show you like a couple different angles. And like, man, that shit was like making my fucking brain like that was like they could make a whole game about that, and it would be awesome. Awesome, but also extremely hard. And then I went to a different area and they had the same thing with ice blocks. I said, no, I'm good. I'm okay. I don't want to deal with that bullshit. But to be totally honest, there's not much to say about Vacation Simulator that wasn't said about Job Simulator. I think it's a novel game. I think you probably buy it if you get VR, but I don't know. Wasn't feeling it as much.
All right. And I guess speaking of games you're not feeling much, I wanted to
Oh,
play the first Atelier game. Well, I say the first one. The first one that everybody talks about, which is Atelier Verona on the Vita. It's also released on the PS3, I believe, as well.
I like how you said the
And
first Atelier game, but there's like five before this, right?
yeah, that's why I said the first. That's why I corrected myself. Let's be honest, it really is the first one that people know about. And technically, Atelier Verona Plus is a remake of the original Atelier Verona
Ah,
that came out on like the PlayStation 1. I think it was PlayStation 1?
I
Question mark?
think
Unsure.
PS2 maybe, but
No, no, no. It's a remake of a completely different game. Yeah, Plus was just the Vita release of Atelier Verona. I'm pretty sure. Like there was a PS2 release. They re-released as a Plus on the PS3 and the Vita, but I think there was another version of Atelier Verona aside from the PS2 version. Either that or I'm confusing it with that other weird one that they just remade and put out on the Switch. I don't know. But anyway, you play as Verona, which what a weird name. But you play as her. She's dumb. She's a straight up blonde. She's just portrayed as like a total airhead character, like that stereotypical anime girl who has no idea what's going on, but is very nice. And her master at the atelier that she works at is basically sort of tricked her into taking on everything at the shop and just kind of not being involved with what's going on there. And she has like 3 years to finish all of these missions given to her by the I'm just gonna say the town uh, to prove that she is successful. And what's interesting about the Atelier games, especially the ones before Ryza, is that they are all time based. All the missions have a time limit, and you can fail them. And that time limit is going to be like so many days. It'll be like 82 days or something, right? And every action that you do uses up time, particularly when you're moving around on the map to go collect resources and stuff to make things. Because the missions that they have you do are you uh, making various like equipment or foods or ingredients that the town needs for something, and like so the strategy I guess is that you're trying to move around and do things without wasting too much time but while still exploring quite a bit because you want to explore to try and open up new areas because some of them don't open up unless you do certain things. I kind of don't like that about the game because I got pretty late in the game and there was one area that I really should have opened up earlier, but I didn't know I needed to do a certain quest before it let me do that. Because you can also do little side quests while you're spending time doing the main thing you're supposed to be doing. And eventually they kind of make it easier for you to be able to do more things. You get like an assistant and you can send them out to go get certain ingredients that you might just need in bulk to make certain things, to do the little side quests and stuff like that. You can have a garden outside that I actually didn't use hardly ever. Maybe I should have. But it just is like the concept is interesting, right? But it's just not that interesting to play. It's still an RPG, so you still have battles, and you kind of want to fight all of them because those enemies are going to give you items, and those items might be useful, but you can also only carry so much at once. That's like the other strategy part of the game. You can only carry so many items at a time. So if you fill up your bag, go back home, that takes up a good bit of time going both ways. You spend time when you make things in the atelier and you kind of just repeat that process over and over again. And it gets a little boring because Verona is just kind of a boring character. Everybody's just kind of making fun of her. She's the butt of the joke, and she doesn't realize it. She doesn't take any of it personally, really. But I think that's what kind of makes it not interesting is that she's just such a boring character, and also the gameplay is a little repetitive and a little bit. It starts off really easy and then kind of ramps up in a way I don't think it should, where they like have you fighting a lot more, and you better pray that you prepared ahead of time and made certain items that the game really kind of wanted you to make, but didn't give you any indication that you should make. You know. What is also interesting about this is not the only re-release of this game. There is a completely separate Atelier Verona game that came out only in Japan on the 3DS called New Atelier Verona Plus. That has a completely different art style. It's got a super chibi, bright, colorful art style, and that was one of the reasons I played this, is because I kind of want to play that at some point and just see how it's different, because I'd never heard of it before, and I don't think most people even know that it exists.
I feel like, man, I feel like I'm going crazy because when I was trying to look up this game for the video, right? It was so hard to find the Vita version of the game. It was
Right,
ridiculous.
because there is Atelier Verona Plus, and then there's Atelier Verona DX on Steam.
Right, there's an actual like modern game out there. That was the only one that popped up. There's the PS3 version that popped up, and then there was like a million versions of like, I guess Steam or PC or PS5 or something like that version. So this version was very difficult to find like a footage for.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you're right. It is a wait.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Michelle, come
so
back.
confused.
Don't go down the rabbit hole too much, okay?
I won't. I'll. These are remakes. They're like remakes of a PS3 game. I'm so confused. Anyway, whatever.
Right,
It
there's
was
a
okay. I wish it was a little more interesting, and I kind of hate the like side-scrolling exploration type areas, because that's what everything is. It's always like a mostly straight line through an area, and it's just not super fun to explore for me. I don't know. It was just okay. It didn't feel memorable. Like, I am still interested in playing Atelier Sophie. I do have that on Steam. I just, I don't know. I liked Rise a lot better than this game.
next for me. Last year,
A game we can spend 20 minutes talking about. Yay!
last year I played Persona 3 Fez. I loved it. That was a good game. And you had actually played Persona 4 Golden. And I knew this year I was going to play Persona 4 Golden.
And next year, I'm going to play Persona 3 Reloaded.
And next year I'm going to play Persona 5, I think.
I thought about also buying Persona 5, but I didn't think I could realistically play both of those in the same year.
Yeah, I don't think so. And apparently 5, especially if we're talking about the Royal Edition, seems pretty long. I had heard that Persona 4, the remake, which is called Revival, right, was going to come out. But I just want to play the more classic version. I understand Golden, especially the Steam version, is an updated version of Persona 4, which I do have Persona 4 on PS2. But I really wanted to play this version of the game and experience it kind of as I was meant to experience it a long time ago. So Persona 4, turn-based RPG with the relationship aspects. The setup, if I remember right, was there's a murder in town, right? In this
Yes.
very small town, sort of. It's like I think it's a high school student. No, it's someone else, but eventually becomes high school students.
Yes.
And that shocks sort of the town to the core. Eventually, you find out that this thing called the Midnight Channel seems to be related, right? It seems to be when it rains and this sort of the TV will get staticky at night and you can sort of see the image of someone and like that's who's probably gonna die.
And the fog will move in on the town.
Right, the fog will move in on the town. And you know, through JRPG magic, we end up going in the TV and we get these things called
dungeons and
right. They're randomly generated dungeons, except for a couple floors that are the same, but the floors are randomly generated, and eventually you get to the bosses. Usually there's like 2 or 3 kind of main points in each area. It's not like Persona 3 where the dungeon is 250 floors. They're like 10 floors or 20 floors or whatever. And then you go to a different dungeon, and then there's 10 floors or 20 floors. So those are different. If you play Persona 5, I think they call them palaces there. But it's a really good game, Michelle. Persona 3 I thought was excellent. This one is better. I think the relationship stuff is even more interesting. I do use a guide. I don't use a guide to figure out how to like max out my relationship, but if I'm talking to someone, I use a guide to figure out what's the best answer. I hate wasting my time with like someone who's like, yeah, you did pick the right answer, so now you have to waste your time. So I do just get the best answer. But
the only time I looked up answers was for those fucking quizzes that they give you in class. Like if I didn't immediately know what the answer was, I was like, nah, I'm gonna look it up. I'm not getting this shit wrong.
I also look all those up, even though that is like one of the least necessary things to do because you almost always have enough knowledge and stuff. But whatever, right? That was cool. This one definitely is the first one for me that leans a little bit more into the worlds are representative of your personal issues with yourself, you know? It's like a mental reflection of yourself. Persona 3 does that a little bit, but it's definitely this is where they move fully into that thing.
I like Persona 3 obviously I'll find out more about it later, but it's more edgy. You know, I think everybody knows the imagery of Persona 3 being the people shooting themselves in the head.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and those are just like, obviously that's the image, but those guns are like, they make your power stronger, you know, they're not real guns. So, but anyway, that's silly nonsense, right? This game is way easier than Persona 3. I don't know how hard Reload's gonna be, but the original Persona 3 is fucking stupid, ridiculous hard at certain points. Certain bosses are just like, fuck you, I counter everything, bitch.
I'm sure it's toned it down a lot, but just to make it more playable for people now who just don't, we're not kids. We don't have this kind of time. I can't be just failing this shit over and over again.
Persona 3 was like, I'll just leave these characters home, bring one character with the counter ability, and I can win that way. I just have to wait a long time. And sometimes I was like the only way to win. So, but yeah, I thought Persona 4 was excellent. I did go out of my way to get the golden ending. I looked it up before I started, and it seemed like
I did not, and I kind of regretted it, honestly. But maybe, maybe whenever they re-release the game, maybe I will play it again, actually, at some point. Maybe still probably years after it comes out, but maybe I'll replay it then, and I'm sure they'll have that added in, and I can enjoy it even more.
That's interesting. I wonder if they will add it in, or if they'll just leave it, because I think Persona 3 did add in the Fez stuff as DLC. So, who knows? I don't know. But one thing I'll say, when I beat the game, I thought to myself, like, as far as what the original ending would be, I was like, I think that was satisfactory. I think I got all the answers I wanted. I don't know what the golden part is going to add. And then I played the golden part, and like, oh, yeah, there's no way knowing what I know now based on the golden part, that I could ever go back to the regular ending. How you get it is there's a new character that's added, and you have to build up your relationship with her. She's actually fairly interesting to talk to, but she's inconvenient to talk to. Like, she doesn't come out on rainy days, and she's also like not in your party, and she's the Aeon sign, and the Aeon sign is one you never fucking use until late game. So it's like you don't really care about building it up, but she's pretty important. So I just looked up like, oh, you gotta do this, and you kind of have to get what is essentially the good ending, as well. And then you can move into the golden stuff, and the golden stuff has a bunch of extra bosses, a whole nother level to go through, and all that stuff is super good. Fairly difficult as well. Um,
I
yeah,
think it's very interesting the renaissance that RPGs are having. That like everything ever is getting re-released. I mean, we got Final Fantasy Tactics getting re-released.
yeah, that was crazy.
Lunar, in my opinion, I don't think it's like little re-release looks that good. It's not like it was really remastered. It's kind of like they slapped some filters over the cutscenes to
But that's
make them.
still better than nothing, considering the game is not available at all.
Yeah,
And it's
I
one of
guess
the
so.
rarest games ever made. Suikoden also came out again. Suikoden 1 and 2.
Yes,
That was crazy.
Trails in the Sky.
Yeah.
Bravely, not Bravely Default. Fuck, what is the other one that just came out on the
Octopath
Switch 2?
Traveler.
No, Switch 2. Is it Bravely Default that I'm thinking of?
I mean, Bravely Default 2 did come out on. No, Bravely Default Remake came out on Switch
Yeah, yeah.
2. Yeah.
It's just an amazing renaissance for all this these re-releases and remasters of JRPGs right now.
Yeah. I know, like, that can be, like, attributed to a lot of things, but I actually, like, attribute it to Persona 5 being successful. Like, because it was a turn based RPG, it was very successful. And it seemed like once that happened, everyone was like, oh, we can sort of move forward, People care. And all the successful re-releases, right, that came out, like the Mana collection came out, stuff like that, where it showed like, hey, there's money to be made if you want to make it. I'm waiting for some of the weird ones. Where's my Kadelka or whatever?
Yeah, yeah. Where's Shadow Hearts? When are we gonna remake those?
They remade the weirdo fucking Redao game, the one that never came out in America.
What is it called?
Redao, the Shin Megami Tensei game they just put out.
Oh yeah. I have that on my wish list. I really want to play that actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
how fucking weird. But that's cool. Which also seems to imply they'll probably release the digital Devil Saga games, or maybe even the Devil Summoner games that are on 3DS. I don't know. Maybe they'll find a way to re-release them. But yeah, that's crazy, and it's good that Atlas is like seeing the value in remaking or re-releasing their stuff.
Hopefully they just continue to be successful. Doesn't like run them into the ground.
Yeah, it does. It
Um,
does kind of seem like you know, it's about time for Persona 6 probably.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's starting to feel like that, but since Persona 4 Revival's coming
I,
out, they gotta wait. But
yeah. I guess I'm not surprised that they're doing that. Like when it was announced, I was like, yeah, that was gonna happen.
yeah, it looks cool. We need to see like I want to see like a real trailer for it, not just the 2 seconds of gameplay we got. But
Yeah.
we'll see whenever we get there. Okay, Michelle. So something interesting happened in the year of 2025. Something that only happens every couple years. There was a new console release.
Oh, you said every couple years. Like now it's like every 10 years.
Yeah, or well, I don't know. Between the PS4 and PS5 was like 5 years, but 6 years. But to me, the longer between consoles, the better. Personally,
Yeah. Yeah, same.
some people be like, "Oh, they're so underpowered." Who gives a shit? Let the developers ride. But what we're talking about, Nintendo Switch 2, which interesting, right? They
hmm
made a two console.
Yes, first time ever, I believe.
Right. Like you could make some argument like Super Nintendo was Nintendo but better. But like ever since then it's really been like everything is like a new idea, new iteration,
hmm
new branding. But the Switch 2 brand was so strong, or the Switch brand was so strong, they were like, let's just say, hey, we're making the Switch again, and it'll be the better version. And it's gonna have some
And
exclusive games.
add a couple little new features that some people will love and use a lot, and some people will never use.
Right. Um, so just to bring us back, like they announced, there's some rumblings about the Switch 2, like some real rumblings, and I think they announced like on Twitter, they're like, yeah, we're releasing Switch 2, whatever, who gives a
I
shit.
think what happened is somebody leaked it early, and they actually responded full force this time, and were just like, "Fuck it, we're just gonna announce it." I don't think they actually had planned to announce it when they did. I think they planned to announce it a little later in the year.
Right. At the very least, it probably started that conversation because it seems like they had the Switch 2 made. They were ready, and they were like, there's all this stuff with tariffs and the economy kind of bouncing around, and they were just like, when are we going to release the Switch 2 into a safe like ecosystem, right? But so they kind of pushed their hand a little bit, um, and they announced it, and they were like, hey, basically it was like 2 months later, right? Hey, the Switch 2 is going to be released in 2 months. That was insane. Or no, maybe they announced it and then they did once they announced the date, it was like 2 months later, and that was crazy.
Yeah, I think because they announced it in general and then they did a Nintendo Direct, and I think it was a couple months from that Nintendo Direct
And that was
where they
crazy.
fully showed off the console.
Usually we see like hey, this is the PS6 coming out next November, and you're like, oh, okay, a year from now I got time. This was like, oh, you didn't save up, bitches, on pre-order next week. It's like, holy shit.
And I knew it was going to come out really soon because it was very clear to me that they were pumping out the last of what they had for the Switch, especially when Xenoblade Chronicles X was going to come out. I knew. I was like, they're putting out the last of what they were going to put out. They're done.
Right. So Switch 2 comes out. My idea this time, before they even kind of announced it, I was like, I kind of want to, and I've never done it before. I kind of want to buy it at launch, which is something I've never done with a console. And I want to be on the ride with everyone else doing the launch console thing. I wasn't even necessarily like, ooh, Switch 2's coming out, I want the Switch 2. I was just like, I want to do that for the first time. And I feel like it might be one of the last times I'll be able to do it because consoles are becoming so homogenized and like, does the
Yeah.
PS6 sound interesting when I have a PC? Not really,
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Microsoft is just going to stop making consoles altogether,
Yeah,
which
something like
makes a
that.
lot of sense. I don't know why they were still doing it to begin with.
Yeah, I think they're trying to figure that out still, right? Because
I feel like maybe they'll go into a Steam box sort of thing more.
funnily enough,
Um,
if they just turn it into an app, they probably just make money because Game Pass is a value,
yeah,
right? Um,
yeah.
but you can't have Game Pass on PS5, so it's like, if we cross that bridge, then maybe. But anyway, um, so Switch 2 is announced. They announced a couple games. Let's just talk about the console in general first, right? Because Michelle would also get the Switch 2 a
Yeah, I got it
little bit
about three
later,
months later, though.
a little bit later.
I told myself when it was at my Walmart, I would get it. And it literally was not at my Walmart, like, un until I saw it that day 3 months later. I even had the employee ask me, she said, "Did you know these were in stock?" And I went, "No, I had no idea." And she just kind of smiled at me like, "Oh, you didn't plan to buy this." So I was like, "No." But yeah, I took a picture of it and sent it to my husband, and he was like, "Are you thinking about getting it?" And the next picture I showed him was it in the bag in my cart. So,
Which is kind of crazy because like usually like especially like the last like the PS5 and the last Xbox that came out, it was like a year and a half before those got on the shelf. But we did hear like whenever the Switch 2 was coming out, hey, we're gonna make sure these things are in stock, right?
mhm.
And it's not like they're not selling because we can see the data that it's the best selling console ever. So that kind of shows like if you just have consoles on the shelf, like you actually build enough in time, people will buy it.
Mhm.
Um, so it's good that they actually have it in stock. And if you go to Walmart now, they're gonna be there
Yeah.
everywhere. So what do you think of the console itself, Michelle?
It's fine. Like, I mean, I like it. I feel like I kind of don't like the size of it very much. Like where the minus button is sucks. Like I wish they had moved the sticks down a little bit more because I have a hard time pressing that button.
Mm.
Um, like for child hands, I definitely feel like it's too big of a console, like too long.
Yeah, they
But
definitely seem to be like trying. Oh, like to me, someone said like it looks like they're trying to like be a little bit of a Steam Deck. You know,
I mean, I don't know about that. They literally just made it bigger. If they were trying to be a Steam Deck, they would have actually given you something to grip onto with your hands.
I just mean like they took
Um,
some notes from it and they were like, let's make it try to kind of look like it a little bit,
mhm.
and they just
I
Didn't
think
worry too much about the other stuff.
like the mouse functionality is really cool, even though I haven't played any games that use it yet.
Not once, but
I
it
would
could be
love
cool.
for that to become a thing with like point and click adventure games. I think it'd be so cool on the Switch.
I'm actually debating because I haven't played it yet, but I have Metroid Prime 4. I'm like, I bet
Yeah,
mouse
I know
controls
that
would be
mouse.
super good.
Hmm.
And between me and you, like I actually, funnily enough, I think the thing that it's gonna work good is like Wii games.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
like because there's a lot of pointer control stuff. Like,
Well, I mean, it's not like you can't just use the Joy Cons. They are
oh,
Wiimotes.
right, you're right. Maybe DS
I know. I
games.
thought I've had that exact thought before too, though, and I was like, no, no, they literally have the same functionality. What am I talking
Yeah,
about?
DS games. Then, if they can find a way to emulate DS games, that would be good.
They could, but I think they're just going to re-release them in the kind of same way they've been doing on the Switch. Um, which like I think they're just going to make those two things completely separate, like screens. You know what I mean? Like that you swap back and forth between, because a lot of DS games just have like kind of map on the bottom screen or something like that. They're
Mm,
just going to make that a menu now.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They could do that. My opinion on Switch 2, again, as someone who got it the first day it came out, they shipped it to me. Man, pre-ordering it was crazy. But I say it went smoother than I thought it might because I was like, I'm not gonna get one. I had like four tabs open with all my credit card information saved in it, and I was refreshing hard. Um, one of them I refreshed and it instantly was sold out. Another one I refreshed, I got it in the cart, but it wouldn't go further than that. And I went to Walmart and bought a Pro controller because I was like, oh, I'll get the controller on Walmart and on Best Buy. I think I'll get the Switch because people aren't going to buy the controller first. So I actually got the controller immediately, but then I couldn't get the console, and I just kept refreshing, and uh, finally got that motherfucker in there. It took hours for it to work though.
Oh,
Um, and I got another Pro controller, so I actually have two Pro controllers now. Um, I think the console is good, not exciting.
yeah. Even now, I'm still not excited. I know a lot of people think that it's like the best year, like launch year a console's ever had, and it's just for some people, yeah. For me, no. It's actually probably one of the worst console years I've ever
Well,
experienced.
if I look at it in
Um,
terms of Nintendo games, right? Again, not being the biggest Nintendo person, it's probably pretty good. It is missing like the key players, but they just had games, so um, it is missing the key players. But uh,
and obviously, everybody's very upset because you kept saying the word key. Everybody's really fucking pissed about game key cards, and I feel like that's a little ridiculous. I don't know. I feel like people just need to kind of get over it.
so in some respects, I understand, right? Game key cards suck because they're not really games. You have to
I
go,
mean, yeah, but like nothing you buy is really games. You know what I mean? Like most people buy stuff digitally now anyway.
but let's
Certainly the generations coming up that are buying the Switch, pretty much everything they have is going to be digital.
yeah, but
Like
like
their parents are going to buy them anyway.
sure, but like let's say you go to buy Donkey Kong physically, you can just play that game, right?
Mhm.
If you go to buy, I think Witcher or something, right? Um, that game's not going to work unless you have online connection and you can install the game, and
But at
then
this
you
point,
gotta.
who doesn't have fucking online connection, really? It's not like you have to pay for a service. You literally just have to have internet. And if you don't have internet, you probably don't have enough money to buy a Switch 2. Let's
I
be
don't.
real
I
here.
think it's about the availability of the internet at any given time for a handheld console, right?
But
It's
that's just for
not.
downloading it, though. Once you download it, like, it's fine, just like anything else.
Yeah,
Any
but
other console that you download games on.
I think the idea is like, why would I buy a game key card when I could just, if it's not actually there, I would just buy it digitally.
You know
So,
why? It's for gifting games to people, for one thing,
mm,
because you can't just, it's not like Steam where you can just gift it to your friend,
yeah, but
which is annoying.
I think
And
they should
two,
just fix that. But
for any kind of, uh, not international, games, buying games from other countries. Like, if they're going to have any option available, like, if it's either buy it digital completely or get a game key cart, for me, having a game key cart is still way more useful because it means I can actually just import it still and download it, and I don't have to get buy a Japanese eShop card because that's what you have to do, and
Mm.
then buy it from the Japanese store. I don't have to like go through all that hassle. I can just buy the game key cart.
But it would also be cool if they just had the game on the card.
See, the thing is though, they can't fit the games on the cart. That's the problem.
Right.
Like that's I guess why they're doing that is to compensate for the fact that not all of them will fit, or sometimes not all of the data will fit on the cart. So there's
Right.
sometimes they split it is what I've heard, is that they will have some of the data on the cart, like what they can, and then it'll download the rest of it for you. Which seems like just an issue with like them wanting to make the Switch 2 backwards compatible instead of creating a new type of cartridge media, which, I don't know long term how much of a mistake that'll be, but people are obviously very mad about the game key cards. Like they're
Yeah.
furious.
I will say it wasn't the game key cards, although I think game key cards are stupid personally. And I've always thought that even when they're available on other systems as well, where it's like this comes with only a voucher. It's like, oh, stop selling it on the fucking shelf.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion, but not because of that, but because of just the ecosystem we're in. I finally gave up. Like, I've sort of came to this revelation, like, I'm a physical person. I like physical games, but over the last 5 years or so, I've come to the realization of like, when I buy a physical game, if they shut down online services, that physical game is still not the same
It's yeah.
because they patch the
Patches.
game and stuff like
Mhm.
that. And the realization came in like, there are people in the world creating emulators and creating versions of these games that will have all the patches and stuff
Mm-hmm.
for me. So if I really, really want to replay something that's not available anymore, I can find a way.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it's not available now, it will be eventually. I mean, really.
Right. And there's so many other games to play too. So I finally was like, I don't think there's any reason to buy physical games anymore.
And I see that. For me, it's like if it's going to cost me the same or less money to buy it physical, I'll buy it physical. Like there's two Switch 2 games I want to buy next year that will actually cost me less to import than they will for me to buy digitally from Nintendo. So I'm going to do that. But,
But
it's just inevitable, and it's not like, you can take it with you anyway
right.
one day, right?
Yeah, that's true too. So
Life's just not that serious.
Right. So right now, all Switch 2 games I have are digital, and I don't think I'm ever gonna buy a non-digital version of the game. Don't give
We
me
have
don't give me
one
any
physical game.
don't buy me any physical games for Switch 2, Michelle. Don't. It's over. I don't want him. So my plan is, right, with the Switch 2 is for at least a while, for as long as I can keep it up, to buy every basically major Nintendo release, major in big quotations, because in the first year of a console, certain things may seem major and then they're not, right? We call that the Luigi's Mansion syndrome. I know people like Luigi's Mansion, but that was clearly like we don't have Mario, let's just get this.
Yeah.
Or the Resistance Fall of Man, right? The PS3 game. It's like, yeah, you bought it because what else are you gonna play? So I'm gonna buy I will say this fell apart very quickly because they released a game called Drag Drive, which is the wheelchair Rocket League. You remember that?
Oh,
And that was technically like a Nintendo game released. I was just like, I'm good. So this is not the first game I beat, but I figure it makes sense to do it in this order. I would beat it way later. I think Michelle also beat it way later, but we're going to talk about it now because I think it makes sense. The game launched with Mario Kart World, and we both have played it and beat it. What do you think of Mario Kart World, Michelle?
I mean, it's fine. It's Mario Kart. I'm not like impressed with it. I don't like how wide the tracks are. I think the game also feels really slow, especially compared to. I didn't actually quite beat this game, but I played a bunch of Sonic and All Stars Racing Transformed, and boy, that is a way fucking better game. It just feels better. The tracks are better, and this game just feels too. I don't know.
I want to clarify, because
Just
are you talking about Transform, or are you talking about the new one, Crossworlds?
no, Transformed. I'm not talking about Crossroads.
Okay, that
Worlds.
Crossworlds also looks pretty good though.
It's supposed to be amazing, but to
Yeah.
me, like, I don't know. I just really wasn't impressed. The game didn't feel fast. I don't like how wide the tracks are. I don't really like the theming of some of the tracks. Like, it's all fine, but I'm probably like our nephew Oliver has played Mario Kart World way more than I have, John, and I've seen him twice, twice since I got it.
I think I got that impression that, like, man, if I was a kid, this would definitely be my favorite Mario Kart world, because they've added open world, which is
Yeah, and
kind of like
the open world.
Burnout Paradise, if anyone's ever seen it, or Need for Speed Underground 2. I don't know if I'm dating myself, but like basically it's open world, and then the tracks are like part of that open world.
Yeah, that was Oliver's favorite part. He was going around and getting new like outfits for everybody for me.
And I know what I think about it, but what do you think about the open world part?
It's fine. There's not really a reason to do it. I went into it once and that was it.
Right, who cares?
This is like if there was more stuff to do that was interesting, which I know they have added some stuff. I've seen that since the first time I played and the last time I played with Oliver. They added stuff to it to do, it's just not enough stuff. It's just not interesting enough.
Right. I think we're in the same boat. I look at the open world and I just do not care. And the same, and is like, just to be clear, we're not actually like down on the game. Like, the game is good. Like,
we're just not Mario Kart people, you know?
And it doesn't help that the best Mario Kart game ever was the last one.
Yeah, like even the last one to me, someone who has not played it, looks way better to me.
I mean, I actually really like Mario Kart 8. I thought that was a pretty damn good game.
Like, this made me kind of want to try to play Mario Kart 8 just to see how much better I actually thought it was.
I do
like,
think
that's bad.
I do think some of the track themes on 8 are very good. There's some really cool ones, specifically towards the end, like Rainbow Road in particular was very cool. And there's like this one with like giant plants that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, again, Mario Kart, to me, this is just me. I understand Mario Kart is the best-selling game on the Switch by magnitudes, right? It's not even close. I understand. So you launch with your best-selling game, but I've always felt like it's not so much that people love Mario Kart. It's, if you buy a Switch, you buy Mario Kart.
Well, yes, but also a lot of people who buy Switches are families and they want to play something together, and that's what they play.
So for me personally, when you buy a new console, yes, this is the best-selling game. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the best game to launch with. I think you need some, the Wild or
and
Twilight
the thing is,
Princess,
though, this
or
will
whatever.
continue making the money, as I'm sure they'll do season passes or whatever, just as they did with Mario Kart 8.
Sure.
Where you get all these other tracks and characters and whatever. And so that'll keep making them money throughout the first couple years of the Switch 2's life.
I'm calling it right now, Michelle. First one announced around the time of the release of the movie. It'll be like a little galaxy track. And I'll dabble in it and then I'll never play it again.
Yeah, I haven't played like Mario Kart on my own since I bought it, and I probably won't ever play it again. So
yeah, and even me, like I was talking earlier, like I got this game at launch. I did not beat it at launch. It's actually the third game I go through. I'm not gonna say beat,
I mean, it was still the
game.
first Switch 2 game I beat, but that's only because I only have 2 Switch 2 games. So
right,
and one of them's an upgrade. It's not even like it was made for the Switch 2.
What other game do you have?
Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's it. I literally have bought nothing else because, I mean, there's still games that I would get. It's just like, I can also get them on PC and for cheaper. So
right, and they're gonna run better on PC. That's just
exactly.
Right. That is the case, right? And some people talk about like, why would you have a compromised version on the Switch? Oh, I won't. That won't be me. The only thing I'm playing on the Switch 2 is games that it doesn't matter, right? Or exclusive games. That's it. Nintendo games. That's what I have Nintendo
Yeah, I
consoles
love how
for.
people always say that exclusives don't sell consoles, and I'm like, really? Because Nintendo's been doing it this whole time, and it seems like you're still buying their consoles. So,
Right. It's
just saying.
like in some respects, like when we talk about PS5, that is true because what sells the console is Call of Duty and Madden. But what sells
Also,
me
the
is
problem is with
exclusives.
PS5 is all of its exclusives are just timed exclusives now. They're not really exclusives, you
Right.
know?
And the same thing with Xbox where they have no exclusives at all anymore because they all come to PC. But that kind of shows like if all Nintendo games were on PC, I would never buy a Switch.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're just going to run better somewhere else. So it's true. Exclusives do sell. But yeah, Mario Kart, it's good. I think if you buy a Switch 2, you probably buy it, right? Of course.
Well, you'll get it with the console. If you're
Well,
not a Mario Kart person, do not buy this game outside of it. It's not worth fucking $85 or whatever it's
you know
gonna
what?
be.
That's what we didn't talk about. Game
Yeah,
prices have gotten stupid.
and they're doing variable pricing, which is kind of confusing. And I don't know, Nintendo just makes questionable decisions all the time that I feel like they take a long time to like figure out.
I just wish that it wasn't them, right? Because now, right, there's a lot of games that are coming out for $80 now. Borderlands,
Yeah,
I
but
think, came out, or Borderlands was trying to come out for $80 and stuff like. And when
I
Tears
feel
of the
like some
King,
games are worth that and some games very clearly are not.
you know what? That's my opinion too. I actually think if you want to charge $80 for a game, I can deal with it. Depending, like to be honest, I don't want to pay $80 for any fucking game. But if you have to, right? There are games that are probably worth $80. We're going to talk about some actually in this podcast that to me, like I know length does not determine how good a game is, but some of it has to do with length. Like if
Like
it's
I'm not gonna pay $80 for a 5 hour game. I'm just not gonna do
no
it.
matter how good it is.
Yeah.
But if it's like a really fantastic big RPG, maybe, right? Maybe. But
Or if it's just something that I really want to play that badly.
I don't think that's Mario Kart.
It's not Mario Kart. It's not anything really that's been released on the Switch 2 for me so far. I know everybody is absolutely going crazy over Donkey Kong Bonanza, and I'm like, it's fucking Donkey Kong. I'm not paying $85 for Donkey Kong. This is ridiculous.
I mean, Donkey Kong Bonanza is also good, but
It's like a $60 game at max for me.
but it also doesn't cost $80, right? So
it does? Question mark?
no, it doesn't. It's
How much is it?
It's a 70 boy, which is the normal price for games now, unfortunately. So
Nintendo's normal price is supposedly 80, but I also haven't bought anything else.
Yeah, the only game that's 80 from them is Mario Kart. I don't know why, but
they just realized they immediately made a mistake with that, and they're just hoping they can pretend that Mario Kart is devalued later on to.
maybe Metroid Prime is. I don't remember what I bought Metroid Prime for, to be honest. Maybe that one is, but
I would think so. I mean, also people I guess were upset about Metroid Prime.
Yeah, it seems like people were kind of down. But you know what's funny about that?
They're like, oh wow, they give us more Metroid Prime. How fucking dare they?
It's funny
because it's a $70 game as well. Okay. I think they went back on their $80 thing.
I don't think they have. I think it's just they think they can get away with it with Mario Kart World, basically. I think some of it was just to encourage people to get the bundle. But unfortunately, it fucked up everyone else, and now everyone's like, we can also charge $80. So there's a bunch of AAA bullshit out there that they think they can get away with $80 for. And again, there are games out there that you charge $80 for. I'll be like, that's bullshit. But also, I don't know, it's the next Elder Scrolls game, so I mean, I'm gonna get some time out of it, you know. But people start thinking like their Call of Duty shit is worth $80, or even again games that we care about like. We'll talk about it a little bit later, but like Silent Hill F came out, right? And that was that was $70. But if that was $80, that would be pushing it, you know.
It was $80 for me.
Oh my! Oh, we'll talk about it later. But yeah, Mario Kart World, it was alright. But it wasn't alright enough for me to even, despite it being the very first game I have, for me to play it until like 2 months later. But we'll get back to more Switch 2 stuff later. For now, let's jump into some stuff that you're playing.
Yes, I ended up. I actually own both the My Sims games on the Wii, but the My Sims Cozy Bundle went on sale finally for like $20, and I was willing to pay that for it. So I went ahead and got it on the Switch and played the first My Sims on that. And that's probably the only way to play that, really, because the loading times there's like constant loading in the Wii version. Like it's really bad. Um,
Oh, you
and
said
that's
you have
fixed in
the
this.
Switch version. Is
Yeah,
that
and the Wii versions of the game.
and which one are you playing for this?
The first one.
No, the Wii version or the
Yeah, the Wii version. I last
Oh.
year I played the DS version.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's what
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
confused
yeah,
about.
yeah. And the DS and the Wii versions of the game were completely different games, like entirely. They're not the same at all.
Remember when that was a thing that happened? You know?
Yeah, man. It's kind of nice that it doesn't now, to be honest with you. But
Yeah, that's true.
but it's a very interesting game. You like are in this town and you get requests for people to build furniture for their houses, and they literally like they give you blueprints that you have to have certain pieces, but all the rest of the pieces on the furniture or can just be whatever. So they might have like certain parts of a chair that you have to have that just make up the base of the chair, but all the rest of it can be different, and also the pieces you even use for the base that they want you to have. As long as they fit in those slots, at least generally, they can be any size. Because they'll have little challenges for you where you have to use a certain amount of pieces or a certain amount of what they call essences, which are gotten from items around the world. Like you can shake trees, or you could shake trees with the Wiimote on the Wii version to shake like apples out the tree, and you get apple essence, which would give you patterns and colors that were apple related to use on things. Or you could just straight up put like actual physical apples on your stuff. And there's all sorts of essences in the game, and the game does actually start kind of challenging you after a while to like use 30 grim essences on this chair, and you're like, how the fuck am I going to fit 30 pieces on a chair? Like, and then it's kind of when you realize the game expects you to start just getting kind of crazy with it and really making fun stuff and not following the blueprints, except for what you absolutely have to, what they require you to for the piece of furniture to work and for animations to work with it. And it ended up being a lot more fun than I thought it would be. It's like the whole game is just like doing a certain amount of quests for characters, unlocking new areas of the map, and just making more furniture. Like that's really the whole game. And it's surprisingly addictive, and I really liked how the game pushed me. Like some furniture that I made turned out so cool and creative, and other stuff I made was just really dumb looking. And I kind of liked that. I mean, towards the end of the game, I stopped caring as much about doing a good job with it and just kind of was trying to get through the last bit of the game.
Just trying to meet the objective and
Yeah, I was like, okay, I'm good, because it's definitely a lot longer than you would think it would be. I think this was like probably at least 15 hours. But very enjoyable, much different than what I was kind of expecting it to be. Really, and also the Switch is kind of, in my opinion, the only way to play this now. Really, mostly because of the loading issues. Anytime in the Wii version that you walk in and out of a house, it loads both times. Any menu it goes into, it has to load. And the loading times aren't too bad, but there's just so many of them.
I will say me and Michelle have like a list of like a YouTube playlist of like gameplay. I don't know what version of the game I'm fucking looking at. This could be a totally incorrect game, to be honest, because it is clearly a PC version of the game. And
Why do you say clearly a PC version?
because I'm on a menu that has tab, enter, Q, and E.
Oh, well, yeah, they
prompts.
released this on. No, this is the one that released on the Switch. This is the Cozy Bundle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they came out on PC as well.
Okay, having mouse controls would be kind of nice.
Yes, it would actually. Sometimes it is a little bit cumbersome on the Switch because they don't like. It's weird in the Wii version they have motion controls in the menus. On the Switch version they don't, which kind of is confusing because like it has motion controls. I don't know why they didn't use them. So now when you go to shake a tree, you don't like physically shake the Wiimote around or whatever or the Joy-Con around to get the stuff out of the tree. You just press a button. Kind of confusing to me. It still runs great. This is also reminding me that you do the exteriors of houses and stuff as well. And a lot of times it's based on a theme that they give you. Like each person has like they want a cute house or a spooky house or a smart house. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do with the exterior and interior of the houses. You can redo them whenever you want. But a lot more enjoyable than I thought it was going to be. Very cool game. I did start playing the second game, and a lot of people love the second game, and I'm just really not impressed right now. Kind of feels like a baby game for babies, and they took all the cool stuff out of it. But I guess maybe next year I'll actually finish it. We'll see.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
not
I
that
do.
far in.
I did remember seeing you play it and remember thinking like, don't people like this one better? But
They do, and I was just like, I feel like they took away all the things that made this game unique. Like you don't make furniture, and you barely have stuff to like make the outsides of people's houses or the insides. I feel kind of confused about that. Like maybe I'm just missing something.
in fact, whenever you look up My Sims like gameplay, like Kingdom is the one that's there everywhere. Like it's so hard to find for the regular one.
To me, it just feels so generic for some reason. Like I don't know. Like it feels like it has no soul to me. I don't know why, but we'll see. I haven't played that much of it. I've played like maybe 4 hours of it or something. So
Okay. Cool. My Sim seems good, better than I thought it was.
yeah, way better than I thought it was too. But something about the gameplay loop was just it was good for me.
So next game I played last year, a little game got announced at actually an Xbox showcase called Expedition 30 or excuse me, Clair Obscure Expedition 33.
Which is funny because I didn't even know anything about this game until I saw it added to your backlog at the time.
Oh, so that's what kind of hit me. Like I was watching, one of these Xbox showcases, maybe a Summer Games Fest last year, I don't remember. And like it was like a real quick trailer where they show something that like triggered for me. Oh, it's a turn-based RPG. And it has realistic looking graphics. What I mean by that is not anime, right? Because there's a lot of like in RPG land, a lot of like anime styling, right?
I mean, it's either a JRPG or it's what are they like more like a console RPG D&D type thing like Baldur's Gate or
Right.
yeah.
I would basically say outside of Final Fantasy, we
Yeah.
don't get games that are turn-based RPGs with less anime looking characters. Even though Final Fantasy in a lot of ways is still like anime
Oh, yeah.
proportions in a lot of ways, but it's going for a realistic look, and a lot of them don't have that. So when I saw Clair Obscure, I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck is this all about?" Like, and I remember thinking, "No one's gonna buy this game, and that sucks." But I'm gonna fucking be there.
I think that's what Happy Console Gamer thought too, and then the internet happened.
Yeah, somehow it's the biggest game of the year. Won the game of the year at the Game Awards and was a big
And
deal,
most of the
right?
other awards too.
Yeah, the most awarded game ever, which I did not expect it to win all of them. But for me, right? And I actually didn't even buy this game. It was on Game Pass. What is this game? Turn-based RPG. You are in this world where every year there's a monolith across the ocean. You're like in like a almost like post-apocalyptic like France. It's like weirdly like in
I
a
think it really is post-apocalyptic because they had something
Yeah.
happen called the fracture.
right. There's something weird that's happened, and you'll figure that out kind of in the story about what's all behind that. But like basically, you're like cut off in this weird sort of way, like almost like in a little bubble, and you sort of live there.
Yeah, like on an island now.
Yeah, and over the course of history, in on the monolith there'll be a number. Let's say it says like 99. So when the number pops up, I think this is how it works. Everyone that age or higher just dies.
I don't think there's anybody that will be higher. Like once they reach that age, they die that year.
Right.
It's something called the gamage.
Right. They'll die, right?
They'll just turn to dust.
Right. Right. That's the thing. They don't just fall over dead. They
turn to dust and just disappear.
Right. So what they've decided, right, is okay, if you're going to die next year, like we know every year a new number pops up. If you're gonna die, you have the option of joining a team. You can also just join the team if you're younger, but for the most part, it's the people that are gonna die next year because you're gonna die anyway, right? You go on an expedition.
Because this number keeps counting down.
Right.
It's not just a random number. So they only have so much time effectively to kind of save humanity.
Yeah, and some people have just made peace with it. Like this is just the way it is. But for a lot of people, they're fighting. So they'll go out to this monolith. And I didn't mention, like, the monolith is painted on, essentially, by something they call the paintress, which is this sort of giant woman who's putting the number up there. So they're like, we have to go defeat the paintress, basically. So they go on the expeditions to stop the paintress. And they all go extremely poorly. No one's ever returned. So this game is about you being on Expedition 33, and not to spoil too much, but basically the second you get there, it goes extremely poorly for you too, like extremely poorly. And like for someone who was like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're gonna fix this shit. We're gonna be the expedition that finally fixes it. They get humbled real quick.
And literally almost give up immediately.
Right. And then things go on from there, and it becomes like and I think one of the big things was, it's not just turn-based combat. It is very much like, hey, we would like to make a JRPG. We want key things, like we want a world map. We want towns to go to. There's like your normal transportation stuff in the game. Like you can get a boat later on, to traverse oceans and things. Like it's very much like typical JRPG coding.
And also mixed with a little bit of different gameplay with like you can parry and
very
and jump and stuff during battle.
Very Mario RPG ish. That's what a lot of people compared it to. Like you can dodge or block or whatever. A little bit more intense than Mario RPG, but yeah, that's the general idea. Like you have defensive options.
Yes.
Which is super cool, right? It gives you a little bit more to do. I know some people are gonna not be a fan of that, but I promise you, one, you can get used to it.
Takes a little bit of getting used to it. Yeah.
And it's okay to get hit a couple times, It's not...
and also the game, you realize they actually do signal you with more than enough time to dodge things. Like you just have to go slower. That was my problem.
Right. I think
because I'm playing it right now, but I have not beaten the game.
Right. I think that's the thing, right? Is it's not that you don't have enough time to parry or block. It's that for the most part,
learn each enemy.
And for the most part, we mess up because we go too early. I'm a too early kind of person. I'm like, fuck, I fucking missed it. Dodging.
Once I kind of realized they were going to give me enough time for me to read the signal, I stopped panicking as much.
Yeah. Now later on, they get fucking absurd, where it's like, hey, it'll be like, this enemy's about to start a short combo, and you're like, okay, short combo, and it'll be like 15 hits in a fucking row, and it's like, okay, well, that was ridiculous. And there are enemies later on that like if like there's a parry and a dodge. Dodge has way more time.
Don't forget about the jump. There's also a jump.
There's also you'll see.
Which I forgot about. I forgot what the signal was for the jump several times, and I was like, "What am I supposed to do here?" And I was like, "Oh, is that the jump one?" Shit.
I know Michelle's like not all the way through the game, but I'll just say there's more than the jump too. You're not done with tutorials yet, so there'll be some other things come up. In fact, I actually think you might have seen it. There's the Oh man, we don't want to get into it too much, but gradient, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
There's
yeah.
that part too where you have to like,
I feel like sometimes I do feel like there's almost too many mechanics to fighting. Like they really wanted to put everything that they wanted in there, and that's great. But it also means you have to learn like every single character that you're playing as, and learn all the buttons for dodging and jumping and parrying, which are all
yeah,
different buttons.
yeah. But
Um,
to
you
me,
you get used to
you
it
get
though.
used to it, and the characters, like Michelle said, do all play different. Like it's still just RPG, but everyone has their own thing, and you have to learn it and be good at it. Um, our main character Gustav, he has like a charging mechanic, right, where he like charges up damage after getting hit or whatever, and then he can like release a powerful attack. That's one of the most basic ones, but other people will have different things like later on we meet
Different
a
stances.
right, we'll meet a character that can use cards and like, oh, it'll do
Hmm.
a dark card or a light card, and you how you get those and determines what attacks you can do, and you're like, man, that's a lot to keep up with, right? But once you learn how to use them, you're like, damn, like I'm setting this up, and the whole time you're thinking like, man, once I release like all my you're fucked. Wait until I get this shit set up and you're done. um so I was surprised that the game became as popular as it did. But I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of it
Yeah.
because not only is it in the genre that I love, that I think is somewhat lost to time a little bit now, outside of our personas and things like that. Um, but it's actually a really well done game and it has a very good story. Um, I'm not going to get into because Michelle's currently playing, but it goes
Hmm.
places. I will say, I thought towards the end it went some places, right? And I was like, I don't know about that. Um, but okay, whatever. Like it kind of like lost a little bit for me, just because it was kind of weird. Also, I believe there's some side content that if it were me, I probably would have made it part of the main game. But I don't know how you would have incorporated it. But I think
Hmm.
I would have made it part of the main game because it tells backstories of characters that are introduced, but you don't learn enough about to have a conclusion on. Um, so like to me, like I would have found a way to incorporate that and maybe made those boss fights in those areas less fucking ridiculously hard. So that way normal people could do them. Um,
And you played this on the PS5, right?
I played it on PC.
Oh, how did it run for you on PC? Because
Good, but I
uh,
also had just built a brand new PC. So
see, my PC is pretty beefy, and I had to turn down stuff a lot, like a lot. Like it still looks great. It looks great. It does, but it's just
what resolution do you play at?
it feels not what now.
What resolution do you play at?
At the 4K one, like 3000 by
Oh,
2000
well,
something, whatever.
that's my opinion. No PC game runs good at 4K. It's just a especially
Yeah,
not
it's.
AAA games. No game is designed to run good settings at 4K. It just doesn't
I mean,
work.
it's not like I have it set up to like display things in 4K. I don't like because it just my PC can't handle that apparently. But I feel like this game not the best optimized for PC. Like I feel like it was made for PS5 again.
Well, it's
I felt like I'm having that problem a lot lately with games that are like I'm kind of worried about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and how that's going to run on PC.
it's hard to say.
Um,
Like I said, I ran
and I was not the only person with this complaint. When I was
yeah,
looking up stuff about trying to, because the textures are the game is messed up. If you have a 4K monitor, you have to download a fix for it. There are a lot of people complaining about how the game, like the settings that they had to put it on to get it to consistently run well.
yeah, like I said, it's
Um,
hard because I run at 1080. I have 1080 monitors. I'm not going to upgrade to 4K. 1440 maybe, but 4K to me until we have better graphics cards it just doesn't it's not realistic.
mhm.
Um but I ran all ultra settings as I maxed out everything
Oh
except for
wow, I definitely couldn't do that. Jesus Christ.
yeah, I'm running a 4070 now.
I
Which I
also
think
have
is
a
pretty
4070.
yeah, so I think we should be pretty comparable. Um I don't know.
Yeah, I had to run on like medium,
So I
pretty
guess it's
much.
that 1080 thing. I will say
I think
on
so.
every game, basically, I will turn down some settings that I feel like are totally worthless. Um,
Mhm.
there are some settings like sometimes shadows where like I turn them all the way up and I turn them all the way down, or not all the way off, but down. And I'm like, well, this makes no difference. And I know that
Oh yeah.
shadows are some of the things that create the biggest problem. Important to know, it is an indie game. Um,
Yes, yes, and it is made in Unreal Engine 5, which a
and
lot of
it
people also said tends to have problems
Yeah, it's a
anyway.
piece of
So,
shit. And 30 people make it. 30 people in big quotations. Uh, but yeah, it might have some issues if you're running it on PC, so be careful. Mine did it, but some people might. They also just released a huge update with a lot of stuff, so I don't know what that all entails.
when did that happen? Do you have a date
It,
on that for me?
the Game Awards. They
Oh,
basically knew
okay.
they were gonna take away some awards. They released some big update with a bunch of optional bosses and stuff. So that
Oh,
are like
okay.
stupid, like hard. So just for fun, just for the people who want to go back in. Um, but yeah, Claire Obscure, pretty fucking great. And I feel like if you are the type of person that likes turn-based RPGs, if you don't like turn-based RPGs, it's honestly still a hard sell. But if you do, um, this is probably must own, right? Especially because it's
Hmm.
popular. Like we want to show like games like this and Persona, like, hey, Square Enix, you can make Final Fantasy back into a turn-based RPG, and we'd appreciate it.
Hmm.
It will sell well. Just do it, please. Um, but yeah, it's just honestly, it's utterly fantastic game. I have a couple issues with it, but we can go over that next time we do a podcast and Michelle's beating the game and we can sort of break down those issues that we had. But like, man, what a fantastic game and definitely worth playing. Maybe grab it on console.
All right. See, next up, John got like this is the only footage you can find of this game.
Yes,
It's like
this is.
5 minutes of footage,
Be
and it's
quick.
like weirdly squished.
Be quick.
All right. I played a Japanese game that I've had for a couple years. It's very I think it's obscure even to Japanese people. It's called Kokoro no Kokoron, which is Heart of Kokoron. And in this game, you play as this girl who's like moved to a new place and she's going to be starting school soon. And one thing, one thing leads to another, and you get sucked into another world through the inside of your hat. Don't question, okay? Just no questions, just anime.
Okay,
That's
got it. Understood.
I guess it's an Isekai. And in this other world, you're at this place called Kokoron, and the whole game is you basically end up helping these people reconnect together, like form friendships and bonds and stuff to kind of become their savior in a way. Like, I guess once everybody's connected together again, they're supposed to have this big festival, and everybody wants this festival to happen. But there does end up actually being a conflict and a villain towards the end of the game. Because before there was just like you were just trying to connect people together, but there wasn't like a big bad evil in the world necessarily. More like people had just sort of lost their way and kind of weren't speaking anymore or weren't connected like they were previously. I guess I don't know.
Oh, it's a Stranding game. A Strand
Um,
type game.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, like Death Stranding is all about connecting the people.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So it's a
yeah.
Strand type game. First, beat Death Stranding to the punch. It's just a baby's game, Michelle.
I don't know that I would necessarily say that.
Okay.
Um, it's not like it's. I would describe this kind of game, and Japan likes to make these as an errand game. You're kind of running around doing errands for people. You're talking to people and getting items that they need. You're like doing. It's like a non-violent quest and exploration based kind of game. You're exploring around the area, picking up some items. Some of them are just generic items that people want, like fruits that might be on trees. And other stuff are like you have to go through a chain of quests to get the items that you need to get back to the original person, to kind of progress the story along. And the main thing that caught my eye about this game, and I first like saw a random screenshot of it, was that it looks really cool. It's got a really cool art style to it. I don't know how you would necessarily even describe this. They don't. This video shows you so little of the actual game. It shows you
Right.
basically nothing of the world.
This is
They
all I
never
can
make it.
find. All I can
They,
find.
they never like make it out into the world. But if you look up screenshots of this game, it's very, very bright and colorful, and they use patterns everywhere, like patterns on the ground in each area to kind of like, I don't know, just give it this whole funky style to the whole thing. Looks very, very cool. And I still stand by this being like one of my favorite looking DS games I've played. The reason I say it's not a baby game is it definitely is a little bit harder language wise. I mean, I would expect you to be like maybe an older elementary age child, but not necessarily like a little kid. Because the language is just too hard for that. And Japan surprises me a lot with that, actually, because I'm playing Hello Kitty as well right now, just to go off on a little side thing for a split second. And that game is definitely not made for children, and you would really think it would be. Like, in Japan, I guess it's aimed at, like, teenage girls and young adults, which is so weird to me. But, there's not a whole lot to say about this game. I felt like this was kind of a big victory for me, because I had tried to start this game a couple years ago, and then I just didn't finish it. It was a little too hard. I was taking too long with it. And this time, the language was not that bad for me. I think I finished the game in maybe like 12-ish hours, which is probably about what it would be anyway. Maybe a little, like, give or take a couple hours at most. So, it was a good game. I enjoyed it. I thought the story was actually pretty good. I enjoyed the quests and the theming of all the areas that you go to, because you kind of got your generic, like, the seasonal themes. Like, it's the summer area, spring, fall, and winter. But their designs are just really cool. And there's a few little mini games in there, because Japan actually really likes mini games. I don't know why. Those were kind of funny, because sometimes the directions would come up on screen pretty fast, and then they would just go away, and I was like, oh shit, did I read that right? And most of the time I was able to figure it out fast enough, but there was one time when I just felt like an idiot, and I was so confused about what I was doing, and I had to take a picture of the text before it went away, and then look at the picture on my phone and take time to like figure out what it was telling me to do. Yeah, a good game. I'd say it's a little hidden gem on the console if you are into errand games, which I think they're a good way to learn. I felt like I learned a lot when I played this. Like, there's still gameplay. Like, it's not just like a visual novel that, in theory, you could just click through all the text and still technically, quote unquote, beat the game. Like, you do actually have to be able to understand what people are telling you to do and what we're talking about and what the stories are to be able to progress. So, yeah, I felt like it was a big win. This was the second Japanese game I beat this year, and I can't see right now if I actually beat any more than this. I'm not entirely sure that I did.
I think you did. I think you, because the first one is.
Oh yeah, no, fucking never mind. There's that other one. Yeah, I
First
guess
one
I
was
just
just
blacked that out.
Yokai
I guess I
Watch.
just blacked this one out of my fucking memory over here.
Yeah. But we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, Heart of Kokoron is a good little hidden gem for people who like weird games like I do. So,
All right. Well, next thing for me, we're headed back into Nintendo Switch 2 land. And we're actually going to cover the first game I actually beat on the Nintendo Switch 2.
that's unfortunate.
I will say on my backlog, I did not label this game as beat. I just did the little arrow, which we usually set for DLC or non-games or replays, right? Basically, like, this doesn't count as a beaten game. So to go back, Switch 2's announced. They show off this tech demo thing where basically you're a little person and you explore the console, right? You like, oh, I'm going to be on a Switch 2 and I'm going to explore the area and sort of look at the console, and they'll have little like tech demo things spread around to show you kind of what the console can do, right? And I went, okay, this kind of looks like shit, to be honest. Especially compared to like Wii Sports, right? Or Nintendo Land, right? That was the Wii U one, right? You know what I'm talking about, Michelle?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, so this one looks like shit. But I was like, okay, whatever, it's free, it's not a big deal. Psych. It's not free.
It's $10.
It's 10. That I will say that is why I bought it though. I got my Switch 2. I have Mario Kart. Mario Kart is Mario Kart, right? I saw this, like I went to the eShop. I was just like, let's see what's available, and I actually was debating on buying Bravely Default HD, but I have not bought it yet, and probably won't. But that's kind of like the launch game you get if you're a normal gamer. But I saw this, and I actually thought this game was going to be full price, like $70. But when I saw it for $10, I was like, $10, right? How bad can it be? It'll probably be worth it. Just again to have that experience of I'm a Switch 2 owner at launch. This is the kind of stuff that we have to deal with. So I bought it for $10. I want my $10 back. I want interest too. This is like the worst shit to experience. If this was like some free download that they didn't advertise and just threw it up and was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool to explore? Maybe, right? But even then, it's so boring. And it's kind of long because you have to go through every like Joy-Con, every accessory. And the main thing is finding these little hidden pop-ups that give you information. They'll be like, this is the L button. This is the thumbstick. This is where we keep the magnets in the side of the Joy-Con. This is the microphone that you didn't buy. And those will come with there are tech demos around. That's kind of the main thing that you want to do, even though they don't really amount to anything. And you sort of can check those out, right? And it'll be like, hey, here's a little tech demo on how mouse controls work. And you're like, okay, neat, right? But none of them are really anything. Like, they're not even like fun. Like Wii Sports is kind of fun to do every now and then. It's just like some real dog shit, kind of like flash game shit. And the other thing are these quizzes around. You have to like literally like read information tutorials, and then you could take a quiz. And then if you pass the quiz, you get a token. The whole goal, get enough tokens, and then you can access the next part of the Switch too and explore that area. For the first Joy-Con, I did everything. After that, I just did as much as I as I could, and then I just moved on. One weird thing, in order to access all the content on this game, you do have to have all the accessories. So when you go to the Pro Controller part, everything related to the Pro Controller, like the mini games and stuff, is going to require you to have a Pro Controller. It won't even let you in without it. Anything, and like no big deal, I have a Pro Controller, but I don't have a microphone, and the microphone has this whole section, and I don't have
The webcam.
the webcam, so that whole part is lost. I don't have a 4K TV, so a 4K 60 TV, because that was one of the big things. Hey, you can run 60 frames, and there's like a thing with Super Mario Brothers, the original, where you can play a 4K version of that and see like what it would look like on the screen. Like basically, it looks all small. I can't even access that because I don't have that. Now, if you're just trying to quote unquote complete the game, there's a person you can talk to, which there's a million people you can talk to, but somehow I got lucky and just talked to this random guy, and he's like, hey, if you just press, I think the minus button or something 4 times in a row, you'll hear a bell. And then once you talk to someone, it'll just give you it's like a platinum medal or silver medal, which is basically like, I didn't beat it, but it's going to count it as complete. Mm-hmm. Which, if you're a completionist, I think is kind of nice because you can still 100% the game without worrying about owning everything. That's actually just irrelevant to me. I considered it complete in my mind anyway when I just walked past a guy and didn't do it.
Yeah, yeah.
But whatever, right? I guess it's nice for people who have like an issue with that. But yeah, I finished the game, beat it, went down to the core of the console, and was like, they were like, "Hey, congratulations, you did this, and you reached here. That is the game beaten, right?" And I went to backlog and was like, "This isn't a real game. This doesn't count as beat to me because it's not. It's almost like it's not even worth it. Like to call it a game is not even worth it.
Yeah, yeah.
If you buy a Switch 2 and you're thinking it's just $10, no big deal. Don't buy it. It's
Yeah,
not
I
worth
didn't.
it.
I was never gonna buy it.
It's not worth it. It's not fun. It's not good. It's not even cute. Where you're like, "Ooh, Switch 2, like who cares?" Total pass. Anyone gonna Switch 2, especially now because there's enough games to sort of fill the void. But if you were there day one with just Mario Kart, that's a tough world. You're looking for a lot of stuff to play. Just go outside, maybe. I guess the next thing we're gonna talk about.
It's the end of September.
The end of September. Silent Hill F came out, and this is weird. Silent Hill was dead 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then Silent Hill 2 Remake came out and sort of reinvigorated the series. Bloober came out. Bloober, who we're all very cautious about, came out and made a stellar game with Silent Hill 2 Remake. That game was awesome. They did it right. They did it with respect. Everything felt great. But always on the back of my mind was they also announced Silent Hill F, and that game looked weird. Not even bad. I was interested, but it looked weird because it doesn't take place in Silent Hill, which is weird.
Yeah.
But I had watched a video.
It's a Japanese themed Silent Hill game.
And it is very Japanese.
Yes.
It
is. What does this? What year does this take place?
I think it's like in the
Japan.
60s or 70s.
That's what I think. That's what I was gonna say too.
And it's like in a rural town. So automatically, like, what does this have to do with Silent Hill? But I was watching a video, someone was talking about the issue Silent Hill ran into as a franchise was, what the fuck makes a game Silent Hill, right? Because is it, it's Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 3, like, is it the story of the cult? Or then Silent Hill 2 happened and it's not about the cult, it's just some weird fucking thing. And I think the way he talked about was the thing is Silent Hill 2 is sort of like a concept and a way of telling a story. You don't necessarily need to focus so much on the lore. Have it, but that's not the focus, right? The focus is sort of how you tell the story about characters and their mental whatever is going on with them sort of coming to life and being a part of their world, right? And how they deal with that.
And kind of their own purgatories in a way, I guess.
Right. So I came into Silent Hill F with that understanding. And you know what? I think they did a pretty good job.
Yeah, and I haven't even seen the extra content because this game is made to be replayed several times.
Right.
But even just the main game, I really enjoyed. Except maybe like one part of the game that kind of irritated the shit out of me, but that's about it.
Let's talk a little weird. No guns.
Yes, no guns, only melee weapons.
Only melee, and the most I think this is a bad way of talking about games, but to put it in perspective for people, it's Dark Souls combat. It has a stamina meter, there's dodging, there's, like, it is kind of like, in the most basic sense, controls kind of like a Dark Souls game. I feel
like you're describing literally any generic gameplay right now. I feel like Dark Souls is Dark Souls because it's hard and you have to parry or dodge, and you don't have to do that in this game.
Stamina
this is
management.
Just basic, like, smacking the shit out of people, and
I don't know. I think you have to dodge. especially regular enemies, depending on what difficulty in particular. Regular enemies and the bosses, like, I mean, parrying's like helpful, but
I don't
and
know
you
that
can
I
get
ever
pretty
parried. I can't remember.
you can get pretty good at it. Anyway, that's why I said it's. I don't want to explain it that way, but I think that's the simplest way where people are like, oh,
Yeah.
stamina management, dodging around enemies, and like it's that.
You also have different weight classes of weapons as well.
Yeah,
You
and
have light, medium, and heavy, pretty much.
yeah, and there's a light attack and a heavy attack like that are like that is very like Dark Souls in itself, right?
And your weapons can break.
Yep, that's also true. So story like actually starts very vague, right? You're at home, your parents are arguing with you about something, and what that something is kind of just depends on which playthrough you're in.
And it's very clear your father is abusive in general towards you and your mother.
Yes. So you bail out of there, and you're just like, it's actually kind of weird because she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go talk to my friends," right? And it's like, you seem like you had a little situation there, but you're just gonna go like see your friends like at the local shop. First friend you see, they're up on their balcony of their house. You hear them say, "You traitor," and then you're like, "Bitch, what'd you say?"
But
And
did
then
they really say that?
I don't know.
You know?
That's what's weird because they act like they did it, and your character kind of doesn't respond to them saying it in the first place. So you're already like something's weird. You meet this guy who clearly there's something going on there, a little weird. You also meet another girl, Rinko. She clearly likes that guy. There's some weirdness there, some weird scenes, like kind of like I will say like you're not introduced to these characters very well. They just sort of pop up, and then
even though they're your friends.
right, and very quickly the world starts getting covered with these. The fog rolls in first.
The fog rolls in, and all these spider lilies start coming up.
Right, and actually, first someone gets hurt. Right, spider lilies start coming out of someone.
Yes, they start blooming out of somebody. And spider lilies, for people who don't know, are like a death flower. They symbolize death in Japan.
Right. So that's bad. You bail. There's clearly something in the fog that's chasing you. You escape, and then we're in a Silent Hill game. We are in an open world. It's actually pretty linear for a lot of it, but there are times when it opens up and you can just explore the town, and then you go into like I guess mini dungeons and stuff. And then
you go into Otherworld is pretty much what you do. Yeah.
That's what I was about to bring up. Like every now and then she'll get knocked out and you go into I forget what they call it exactly, the Dark Sanctuary or something like that.
I don't remember.
Dark Shrine.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you go to this other world, which is kind of like I guess the Silent Hill version of the other world, but it actually like is a totally different section of the game where it's actually, funnily enough, more combat focused.
Yes.
And you head over there and traverse a actually pretty linear level a lot of times.
Yeah.
So what did you think overall of this take on Silent Hill?
I really liked it, and I kind of hope they keep exploring other concepts. Not even just necessarily Japan. I mean, I would be totally fine with them doing another one like this. I think there were a couple little rough edges for me who didn't like see everything. And a couple of the puzzles were confusing. I saw a YouTube short of John Wolfe going through the Scarecrow area, and he had the same problem I did, where he was just like, "Is it this one? Is it this one? No." And he just like triggered all of them. And I was like, yes, this puzzle made no fucking sense. They have got to fix these hints because they sucked.
I will say, as someone who would end up beating the game 5 times, some of those scarecrows, I still don't know what the fucking hint means. I still don't understand how.
I would not be astonished if they didn't fix this at some point. I feel like maybe in Japanese the hints made more sense, and something happened when they translated the hints where it just didn't make sense.
I think so too. Like I actually get a couple of them. It's like you're looking at me and not at her, and like, okay, I can see how those scarecrows are lined
Yeah.
up. Like, especially on repeat playthroughs, I was like, oh, I was dumb. But then like the last couple, and there are different riddle difficulties. I've seen the highest difficulty one for that scarecrow puzzle is absurdly fucking ridiculous. There's like one scarecrow on the ground, and you have to like follow where they're pointed, and they go off into the abyss, and then suddenly, boom, there it is out in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, what the fuck? How were you supposed to figure that shit out? I didn't actually play on the highest difficulties because I just didn't care about that. But yeah, so that puzzle was a little weird, and that section of the game is a little weird because it just takes time. But
Most of the other puzzles are fine. They're honestly like too easy most of the time, but I kind of expect that nowadays.
there was a puzzle with a box with like different shapes on it, and you had to like pull in and out slots and like reveal different shapes and be like, oh,
I'm trying to remember that.
It'd be like there's a letter associated with it. It's like in order. It's like, oh, the fruit, and you find the ones that are fruit, or oh, it's the flowers, and you find the ones with flowers. But some of them are like kind of like, is that a flower? Is that a tree branch? Like, what the fuck is that? So I found that one a little annoying.
But mostly they were fine, and the combat was mostly good. There was only one section of the game I didn't like it, and that's when they gave you that fucking spear in Otherworld, and that was really annoying because they actually had like hit detection for the walls. And
Yeah.
God help you if you tried. The spear was the stronger weapon. You had like a weak weapon too, but it took so many hits to kill stuff with it
Right.
that you really needed to use the spear. But the spear would hit the hallway walls, and then you bounced off and recoil. When you're recoiling, the enemies just start beating your ass. And I was like, God, I hate this. I hope they get rid of this fucking spear. That was the only part of the game I had a hard time with.
Yeah, it's one of the times
they-
where you have to use like light attacks because they go just poke. But also the parries don't take into account walls, so it's kind of like you just wait for them to attack and you do your parry and then blah blah blah. And I'm saying this again as someone who beat the game 5 times, right? So I had to Michelle beat it once, right? So she just suffered through it one time. I went through a bunch of times and was like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. This is how I'm supposed to do it, you know? And that becomes later on, because later on there actually are some real dickhead enemies. Michelle, that guy who crawls around on all 4 with the tongue, fuck him, you know? He sucks every time. And you can get good at it, but he still sucks to me. He's annoying.
And the enemy designs in this game are great. We can talk about that. I think they're actually some of the best the franchises you had ever.
Yeah.
They're very cool. They're very disturbing. The pregnant one just oh.
Yeah. And you know, go. I was gonna say some people kind of disliked how she wrote in her notebook, and she kind of basically gave like what the meaning is of each monster. She'd be like, this guy kind of reminds me of that creepy uncle, blah blah blah. And it's like, no, I think that's cool. I think
that's fine. You know, I like it. At least they do give that to you, because sometimes I don't want to have to try to read into every little thing and fucking psychoanalyze this whole game. You know, sometimes I want to know for sure what you're talking about.
And,
you know,
and admittedly, sometimes I wouldn't actually see the prompt that says, "Hey, she wrote in the journal," so I wouldn't read it.
Oh
always.
yeah.
But like in my last playthrough, I actually like spent a good amount of time just reading through the journal and all the notes that I've accumulated over 5 playthroughs, so that way I could get a good grasp on what was going on. And like, yeah, I was like really into like, oh man, this represents this represents that, and like I thought it was very interesting.
Even and I actually did find the game scary at times, which is funny. Like at the very beginning of the game, the first enemy that you see, I hate those fucking knife girls. I hate I hate fast enemies that run at you. And there's one point in the early game, like right in the beginning, where they put you in a tiny house with one of them. And I have never had such a visceral reaction in my life.
It's so funny. I'm watching that part right now.
For some reason, she got too close to me, and my response was to violently shake the controller as I ran away. I was like, I was like, what was that? What was all of that? And they trick you sometimes with enemies that they kind of like, you know, you'll go down an area to see if there's an item, and you'll be like, ooh, they're gonna have something jump out at me right here. And then they don't, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. And you grab the item, and on your way back, something jumps out at you, and you're like, I should have seen this coming. But it still scared the shit out of me every time. I was like, oh my God. I feel like they did that kind of stuff really well. and the enemy design was great. Um, and just so funny how I reacted sometimes that I just haven't experienced in other games. Towards the end of the game, when you're in the house, there was an enemy that I heard coming up, and as it ran up on me, for some reason, my first instinct was to just pause the game. I was like, "Why did I act like this is going to help me?"
Speaking of the house,
As he ran up behind me.
speaking of the house, like even without enemies, right? This is a good example. There are parts of the game that are just unnerving and scary in general.
Mm-hmm.
In the house, there's a hallway you can go down, and I swear there's not a single item there anytime you ever go down there. But there's like a bunch of bottles on the floor, right? Sort of talking about your
Yes,
dad
yeah.
and you go down and there's this like, I don't know the exact word for it. It's like a very Japanese, like almost like a totem looking thing,
Mm-hmm.
that has an eyeball on it that sort of follows you. And basically it's supposed to like represent like your drunk ass dad, right? And when you interact with it, all your character says is, "I should leave." Like,
Oh,
and in that moment, I'm like, God, you're right. I need to get the fuck out of here. I don't know what this is, but like, I don't like it, and it makes me uncomfortable, and I want to leave too.
and I'll say I really liked that whole house area, all the puzzles in it. I really liked it. I thought it was one of the best parts of the game in terms of the puzzles.
Yeah,
For me, one of the most enjoyable parts to go through. And a lot of stuff that happens in Otherworld with the main story is just really disturbing.
yes,
The face thing, I was like, oh
yeah.
no, uh,
The
this is
game.
not okay.
What I also really like is very high concept story. Like it's clearly trying to
Yes.
say something. Um, but it's also living in its metaphor. But is it? I don't, and it doesn't actually say, right? There's some things where it's like this is happening in real life and it's affecting a bunch of other people. But like how much of it is just in her head? How much of it is really happening? How much of it has historical context
Uh,
that,
and
you know?
uh, and I know, obviously I'll see this more later because I really do want to replay and get the rest of the endings for this one. I don't always want to do that with games, but the pills. We don't have to talk about that too much, but I found that very interesting.
Right, because
Um,
the pill, the first healing item you get kind of heals a little bit, so it takes like 4 or 5 of them to
it's like
full
your
heal,
your weak healing item, and then you have your stronger ones and
but
whatever
you get
later.
hundreds of them.
But the fact that that's even like how that plays into the game and the story, I found very interesting. I didn't actually expect that.
Right, because you don't even
So
think about it. You're like, oh yeah,
yeah. Oh
and
yeah, it's healing items, whatever.
then I think the time where it really started to hit, I looked up like how do I get other endings, and it's like go through the game without taking any pills, and it's like
What? You're
what?
like, whoa. And then obviously they tell you, even when you're just doing the basic ending, that there's stuff going on with that.
Right, and it actually tells you kind of like how to achieve the other endings, which is nice. You can go
Yes,
to the
yeah.
endings menu, and it'll tell you kind of exactly what you need to do, and I think that's nice.
I kind of
Um,
hate that you can't get the sword on your first playthrough. I understood the hints that they were giving me on how to get this, and then they don't let you, and that kind of annoyed me. Um,
right, I guess they
I was
just
like,
want you to see that first ending.
yeah, yeah, which is fine. And you said that the game, like the playthroughs get faster as you go, right?
Well, so one, you just know what to do, right? So there's no issue anymore, of like figuring out where the fuck to go. So that obviously helps. Like I went from like I think 15-hour playthrough for the first
Mm-hmm.
playthrough. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I think that
To
sounds about right.
being able to beat the game the last time in like a couple hours, like maybe 4, 5 hours. And granted, I'm skipping cutscenes. It does the good thing where if you press a button, it'll say hold it down to skip. But now on the new game plus playthroughs, it says hold it down to skip, or it'll say hold down to skip the new cutscene. Oh, okay. So this cutscene is gonna have new information.
Mm-hmm.
Let me watch it. And also it streamlines a lot of things. Like a door that wasn't open before will just be open. A good example of this is there's the middle school you go to. The main sort of way to finish that game is to get some keys to unlock a gate to leave, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
there's a locker room.
Yes.
There's two locker rooms, right? The second locker room is kind of where you unlock a bunch of lockers and ultimately get you the keys to get out of there, right? That door is locked in the original playthrough. In the next playthrough, it's just open. So whenever you get there, you can just go in there, and if you remember, and by remember I mean look up the combinations again, you could just open the combination and literally be done with the middle school in like 2 seconds. The middle school is interesting though, because you can also, if you play through it, there is a new cutscene hidden in there and new areas. So I think on your second playthrough, you play through the whole middle school again, get those new cutscenes and explore those new areas, because that's another thing. They're just because you have a item that you get at the end. It's like a thing that opens seals, and there's some doors that are sealed on your playthrough, and you'll just be able to open them. So that's kind of neat. Yeah, and they just streamline a lot of stuff, like especially in the other world. Some things will happen where you'll have abilities before you normally would, because you recognize your ability to have them, I guess, sort of. That's my assumption. You just sort of get into the other world and you have them already. And they make reference to it, and like it's not hidden or anything, but like, so basically, like there's a thing where you can get rid of walls, right? You remember that power up?
Yes.
Well, if you entered the level with that power up already, there's a wall immediately right in front of you, and you could just boom, 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 and you're out of the zone. Now, of course, you could always explore around, find the Omawari that you missed, which are like power ups that we didn't talk about. But yeah, so they streamline a lot of stuff to make it faster. There are a couple areas where you still have to like go through the whole area, and it's like those can be a little tedious. But it's whatever. Some of the puzzles do change, right? They're a little bit randomized. So that's kind of nice. And depending on which ending you're going through, it'll actually change some of the puzzles. So that's kind of cool too. Yeah, I played through the game 5 times. I played
So
through.
clearly you liked it.
Yeah, I played through once. On the second playthrough, I was like, I just want to get this, because you got to get 3 endings to get the true ending out of 5. So I was like, okay, I'm at least going to get 1 ending, and we'll see if I go for the other ones. But mainly I'm trying to get the true ending at least, because when I finished the game, I went, that's interesting. I don't understand fully.
Yeah.
And the second I started kind of the next playthrough, the opening cutscene changes a little bit. And I actually didn't realize. I was like, is that what they said the last time? What the fuck? Well, they were not talking about that. And it fascinated me. And when I got to the end of the first ending, some stuff happened, which I'm not going to talk about in case Michelle ever wants to go through. But like, it was like clear to me, oh, I should, and not just from a cutscene perspective, from a game perspective. I was like, I have to play the other endings, all of them. I even did the UFO ending, which is, the joke ending, which is a little annoying to get, honestly. I did the joke ending, and it gets you like a cool optional weapon. And also, you get a powerful weapon when you go through the other endings too. And that weapon makes the whole game pretty easy, right? That's the main weapon you're going to be using the whole time. But yeah, I think for me, getting all the endings was worth it for me. I'm not saying the game changes so dramatically that it's going to be worth it to everyone, but I especially think the context I got from the story, from playing through it every time for every ending, was so incredibly worth it. Like each time, these characters that I met the whole time, all of them, your friends, Fox Mask, whatever, all of them, like gained a lot of context. I learned a lot. Your parents, you learn a lot about them, and it really yourself, and it really like changed the way I was thinking about everything. And to be honest, it wasn't as simple as I thought it was, and it's not as simple as our main character thought it was. And I found that very fascinating. And to me, it's probably one of the best stories and most complicated stories I've ever experienced.
That's really saying something.
Yeah, because because it's really saying something, and it's not as basic as you think, right? I think that's kind of the thing. When I left the first playthrough, I went with, Um, hmm. Abusive parents bad, and
Hmm.
maybe also a little tinge of like men bad. Um,
Hmm.
but it's not that. The more you play, the more you peel back, the more it it actually gets to like a much more adult like comprehension, like a much
Yeah.
more like reasonable, like reflective. And I thought that was
Like not
fascinating.
so black and white.
Right. And not like, ooh, maybe they're bad for this reason, but like literally like let's take a minute and think about this, you know? Um does this game connect to Silent Hill, Michelle?
I actually don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you because
I mean, there's fog.
um that was I think this was their best choice was you were like, does it connect? It does in a way they never talk about ever. Um and but like when I read about it, it was like, oh okay, like that makes sense. There's an area when you go up in the mountains late in the game. There's Shoe's house. You go to Shoe's house,
Yeah.
and you kind of go in the backyard, and there's like a shed, and that's where you sort of learn about the pills that he had uh, made for her to help her out, right?
Hmm.
But also right next to it, there's like a pond that you can like walk all the way up to, get real close to it, and like it kind of looks like there should be something there, right? But there's
Hmm.
just not. There's nothing there. And I went there every playthrough and was like, why is it like this one spot isn't cut off? I can walk all the way to this pond. Like, what is fucking up with that? But if you read the documents, there's talk about like certain flowers that only grow specific places and blah blah blah.
Hmm.
And that is the only place where there are these white flowers. And the white flowers are like very similar to a type of flower that is in the original Silent Hill and is utilized for White Claudia, I think it's called, um, which is like a thing. You've played Silent Hill 3, right?
I've played three, but I haven't played the first game, so it's kind of like
Okay. Well,
I don't have a lot of I really need to go back and replay three after I play one.
remember there's like a thing with that she eats at the end and makes her like spit up the baby or whatever. I think it like ties into that, but it's not specifically said. But if you read the notes, you're like, oh, like it sort of implies that somewhere along the way, someone came over and brought some stuff, which led to the creation of some of the stuff, right? And sort of, and
Hmm.
it's like, did you bring the curse basically to this land, you know? Um, but that's never really talked about, and they never go like Silent Hill, or they never, but like read between the lines. It's like, so on your next playthrough, walk over there, and you'd be like, this is a weird area. Like, why can I
Hmm.
walk all the way over here, and like, why are there only flowers here? Um,
Why does it seem like they want me to see this?
right. So anyway, it's just pretty interesting. Um, but yeah, I thought this was an excellent game, and I'm like good on them. They did good, and I would be okay with. I know the next game. Well, they're making like Townsend, right, or whatever that weird one is.
I don't actually know what it's called, and I haven't seen anything of it, but I knew there were three that were talked about at the same time a couple
Right.
years ago.
Yeah. Four technically, but let's not talk about that other weird one. The live stream one. That one was actually the first one that came
Oh,
out. Um,
yeah.
but yeah, Townsend, which is supposed to be like I think like a more story driven one, like kind of like a Telltale type of situation. We'll see how that one is. I think it's called Townsend. Could be wrong, but they're also remaking.
Sorry if you're hearing a bass in the background.
I,
That's our
I'm not.
lovely neighbors. Okay,
Um,
good.
Silent Hill One remake is coming out. Bloober Team announced it, so that's also happening. So that'll be cool. So you'll actually be able to play Silent Hill One.
I don't think originally that they intended to have Bloober make more, and then they were like, "Oh,
No,
you're on it now."
yeah, I think so.
They did too well, and now they just want him to do Silent Hill.
Yeah, I think that's the case as well. And Bluebird should, you know,
I
it'll
think
be
they're a little scared, though. You know, they were. I mean, I guess though with remakes, you're going off of what's already there. So
right, but you know what? Silent Hill Two, a little bit more defined than Silent Hill One. Silent Hill One is old, PS1. So we'll
Yes,
see how they
yes.
do. They actually get to decide like what does Harry Mason look like, because on the PS1,
Yeah.
it's just a bunch of fucking pixels, So
Yeah.
what does he look like? And you get to decide all that. And to be honest, like I love Silent Hill 1. I think that's an incredible game. Some of the late game stuff gets a little shit, to be honest. Like no dungeons, just running around aimlessly in the dark. And I know that's supposed to have a vibe, but I don't know. They could expand upon that and sort of clean it up a bit, and it might be even better.
Yeah.
I also maybe like more weapons. I don't know. We'll see. Uh, but yeah, Silent Hill, pretty cool. Um, I guess it's my turn again.
Yeah.
I don't know why I set this up this way, but that's okay, right? Um, Switch 2, we're back. Uh, to me, for whatever reason, Nintendo decided to launch with, Mario Kart World. But I think, as I said earlier, like a strong single player game would have been the right choice. For whatever reason, a month later after release, they released Donkey Kong Bonanza, made by the Mario Odyssey team. So we're not going to see Mario for a while. Um, Donkey Kong Bonanza is about smashing, Michelle. It's about smashing. It's about terraforming a world to look for uh, MacGuffins. Pauline is there, which is interesting from Mario Odyssey.
Mhm.
She's a younger version of herself, which I know brings a lot of people into question about the timeline of the series. I just want to remind everyone that it's Donkey Kong. So, you don't have to think about it that much if you don't want
Yeah,
to.
I was like, who cares?
A lot of people, for some reason.
God.
But I didn't think about it. I just thought it was cool to have cute Pauline hanging out for me. Um, I think Mario Odyssey had a similar thing where it was all about the dopamine hits of getting the moons. There were 1,000 moons in the game, and every step you took, you get a moon. Sometimes they're more interesting than others. Sometimes you just jump up a certain platform and they're there. Uh, Donkey Kong Bonanza has a similar thing. There are clear paths to achieve or to get some of the gold bananas. And sometimes you just see one with like your radar, which you get by like clapping your hands, and you're like, oh, there it is, and let me just smash through the world until I get to it. Um, but I don't know, it's pretty damn fun to do that. And the worlds are obviously extremely well designed with lots of different theming. You have simple stuff like here's a jungle, here's an ice world, but then you have like here's a food world, here's a music world, here's a
Hmm.
so they get pretty creative with the themes. The levels are pretty big and they are just wide ass open. You can go kind of wherever you want, explore however you want, and really, like, if you want, like, just move on to the next area very quickly. Collecting the golden bananas for the most part only kind of gets you costumes, which are cool,
Hmm.
and they do have stats attached to them. So I did like getting them, but you don't have to if you don't want to. You can just move on with the game. I ended up collecting like almost 700 of them throughout the game.
Wow.
Yeah, just because I was having fun. I would just go to a world and be like, I'm just gonna get as much as I can until I stop having fun and just want to move on. Until I can't see anymore. Then I move on. Um, Towards the end, I think for the whole time I was playing, I was like, this game is super good. I'm gonna give it like 4 stars. Towards the end, it really started to go a little bit crazy, went a little bit nutso, and anyone who's played it knows what I'm talking about. And I'm talking as someone who does not give a shit about Donkey Kong, to be honest. In fact, I think Returns and Tropical Freeze are technically both better games than this. That's just my opinion. But I don't really give a shit. But like when it got to the end, it went fucking nuts and like had some real like kick ass last 2 or 3 levels, and was like, well, and had some story beats, and I was like, well, now it's 4.5. This is the game that if you buy a Switch to me, this is the game you're supposed to get, right?
Hmm.
Like this is the game that is really going to make that purchase worth it. Not Mario Kart World, not Welcome Tour or whatever. This is the game that's going to make it worth it. So, highly, highly, highly recommended. Super good game. I think it's actually Oh, I was gonna say it's the last Switch 2 game I played for the year, but no, it's not. But we'll talk about that a little bit
Oh
later.
yeah.
But yeah, top notch game, definitely worth it. They did a great job on it. It's good to see Donkey Kong back in some prevalence, you know.
All right. So around this time, for whatever reason, I got Emu Deck running on my Steam Deck, and I was testing out some PS2 games with it to kind of see if they worked. And I started playing Rogue Galaxy, just to see. It's a game I've had in my backlog for a very long time, probably close to 10 years now. And I've only tried to play it once, and I just haven't touched it. And I started testing it out on the Steam Deck, and then I just kind of was like, this is going well. I'm just gonna play it. I'm just gonna keep going until I don't want to play it anymore, and
And
see if I can actually beat it this time.
it turns out that's what happened.
Yeah, I did beat it. I put a whole like 45 hours into it. This is one of Level Five's famous games. A quote unquote hidden gem on the PlayStation 2, which I really don't think is hidden anymore. I'm pretty sure most people know about Rogue Galaxy at this point.
I think kind of, right, but it's like weird because people don't talk about it that much. It kind of came out at a weird time, and it's sort of just like when you say Rogue Galaxy, people are like, oh yeah, Rogue Galaxy, that's right. But like, I guess what I'm trying to say, it doesn't seem like it gets respected.
Yeah. I don't. I feel like there was a time when, it was popular to talk about PS2 hidden gems, that it got talked about a lot. But now that we've kind of gotten past that, people don't really bring it up as much.
Right.
But I knew of it. I got it super cheap at Second and Charles like a million years ago, when that was a good place to actually buy video games. It's such a weird game for me. I did not expect it. I forget that the PlayStation 2's lifespan was actually very short. I mean, It was
Yes.
like 5 years, maybe four, honestly.
Especially compared to like the PS3 that lasted 9 to 11 years or whatever.
Yeah. But the reason it's interesting is because it kind of borrows elements from other games, or just has an eerie similarity to another game already on the PlayStation 2. And a game it definitely took inspiration from was Dark Cloud 2. There's a mechanic of combining weapons to make stronger weapons, and that is a big mechanic in Dark Cloud 2. And even just graphically, it's like a cell shaded game, and they just remind me of each other. But that was like a very clear inspiration. Like, most people who play Rogue Galaxy bring up its similarities to Dark Cloud 2. What I didn't expect is that the main story was going to share a lot of parallels with Final Fantasy 12, of all things. I actually looked up to see what came first, and it was Rogue Galaxy, so it's got to be just sheer coincidence.
Right, because they came out similar times, though, right? Like
They
late
came out. Final
PS2.
Fantasy 12 came out like a year later, because it was towards more the end of the PS2's life.
Yes.
But I mean, like, very similar setups in some ways, just in that you're just this kid who wants to leave the planet that they're on, and you basically want to go be a sky pirate, and that's exactly what happens in Final Fantasy 12. Like, literally, like, exactly. It is the same story. Except here, it's more like intergalactic shenanigans ensue. The whole reason you even end up kind of becoming a sky pirate is because these two little robot guys mistake you for someone named Desert Claw, who is like this master hunter, hunting down these marks. You end up with his sword, so then they think you're Desert Claw and want to bring you back to their ship to speak with their captain. Their captain who wanted to recruit you to be on his team to go search for this treasure. And you're like, yeah, I am Desert Claw. Sure. I'll go with you guys and have adventures. And then obviously it turns into a much...
I'm gonna take a guess at some point, maybe down the road, you see Desert Claw. I've never played this game. You see, do they even look close?
Yes.
Do they even look close at all?
No.
Okay.
But you have his sword, so you must be him, because his Desert Claw's sword is one of the legendary galactic swords or whatever. And there
Right.
are actually, they say like it's like 7 legendary swords or something. You can actually get all of those swords in the game. There's like a
That's
whole,
cool.
they're each like a legendary weapon kind of a situation. I'm pretty sure you can get all 7 and like combine them later somehow, but I only ever got like 3. It was just too much work to go for the others. Like, when I beat the game, it like I was able to do it pretty reasonably. So it just didn't seem necessary to go after these swords. But what a game. For one thing, at first I was playing the game at normal speed. Actually, it was kind of having some slowdown on the Steam Deck, but I fixed my settings, and then I was actually able to. I found the shortcut for how to speed up the game, and strongly recommended. Rogue Galaxy is long. There is quite a bit of grinding, and areas are big. As a matter of fact, there's one area that reminds me, also once again, of Final Fantasy 12 of the. I don't know if you remember. There's like a. Oh, maybe you don't. I don't know how far you got in the game. There's a big tower that they have
Yes.
you going up.
With
This
like
game has
99
something similar.
It's like the Pantheon or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
And
do
this game
remember.
actually is something very similar. So having the ability to speed up was just great. I don't know if I could actually make it through this game today fully without that. Because really, the thing is, I don't know how the in-game clock and the time for this actually works. Because there's one time when I played 2 hours, and my time went up 2 hours. It's almost like me speeding up didn't actually speed up the game clock, and that the game clock was based on like real life time
Interesting. So
that it was counting.
it makes me wonder how long the game actually would be.
Yes, it made me wonder too. I was like a little scared for myself. I was like, did I just play a 60-hour long game in 45? Because there, like I said, there's a lot of grinding. Is you have to grind up your weapon to a certain level before you can combine it with another weapon. A weapon that also has to be a certain level.
You know what I think? I think I've sort of spoke out before about how much like I don't like speed up because it's just looks weird and sort of immersion breaking or whatever. But I will say when I'm grinding, absolutely. Absolutely. Like when I go into the main stuff, I might turn it down, just to get the immersion back in. But in the main,
Really,
like
it's just
when
for
I'm
grinding and when I
yeah,
want to move somewhere faster.
yeah, that's very helpful. I'm playing
If I just need to get across the map, you know.
I'm playing Digimon right now, and if I'm grinding, just to get Digivolutions or whatever, not only will I just put on auto battle, but in the game there's a built-in speed up. You can put up to 5x, and it actually just skips a bunch of animation. I'll have it on the whole time and just boom, 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 boom. So it's very nice. But when I get to the main stuff, I just turn it down and do it normal.
I feel like this would honestly be a little hard for me to play nowadays without that. Like pretty much I've decided any PS2 RPGs I play, I'm just gonna anytime I'm fighting or going out of my way to grind, like I'm just gonna use it. I mean, you obviously don't want it on all the time because you will get fucking destroyed if you're not careful. Because this game doesn't have like a turn-based system. You literally, it's like an action-based system. You literally just walk up and smack the shit out of people. So
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. Pretty cool looking, actually.
yeah, it's pretty good. I will say the first part of the game feels very slow to me. Like the whole jungle area that you're in at the beginning felt like it was fucking forever. It took me like 5 hours to get through that part of the game, which to me felt kind of long for what it was. But you're going to all these beginning planets and you're getting your party together. You're meeting all the cast of characters. You're recruiting these people, and the villains are slowly coming into play, and they're also trying to get the treasure, and the treasure is actually something that you can use to like rule the world or whatever. It was better than I thought it was going to be. Every character has their own little arc, kind of. Usually on their planet that you meet them on, you like go through a whole thing, and then they like come with you. And another really interesting thing about this game, I felt like, was the final boss. I will not spoil anything in case you ever play it necessarily, but it is a lot. You better be you need to keep up with all your characters. As the rule of thumb, if an RPG gives you a character, you better be fucking playing that character. Uh, People even who aren't in your party do get experience. They don't get quite as much as the people who are out, but they do get it, so they will level up. But you obviously need to keep up with their weapons and combining their weapons to make stronger stuff. Because you do play as every single character during the final boss fight, and it is a very long, like 45-minute long final boss fight with a bunch of different phases. I actually failed it the first time, and I was pretty fucking mad. I almost wanted to just give up and just look up the ending. But then I found out how to do save states on MU Deck, and I just save stated during the last part in case that happened again, because I was not about to go through that whole section all over again, just for time's sake, not even because it was bad. It just took a long time.
I'm guessing based on what you just said, that didn't happen. You didn't need to utilize the save state, but
I mean, I did once. There's just certain things that you can get very unlucky in the very last part of the boss fight. It's not even a skill issue. You can literally just end up just super unlucky in how you're hit and end up dead, like instantly. Like something that was probably not really meant to happen and maybe just wasn't. Maybe the boss wasn't quite as well thought out as it should have been. It was still good. It was very epic, though. That's the one thing I did like about it, is it really felt like a final boss. You do a boss fight, and I was like, oh, that was easy. And then they come at you with that, and you're like, Jesus Christ, this is going to take forever. But I enjoyed it. The game really becomes a lot more endearing as you go along, especially certain characters and their arcs. There's like one story arc with a character that basically spans over the course of the entire game. And it's just really good. That was like my favorite part of the whole game, of the whole main story. All right, and I'm looking at my review right now too. This game does do some other weird stuff, like mechanically. There's a factory in the game. You can get blueprints, and it's like a puzzle to determine which factory pieces need to go together. And then once you get the puzzle right, somebody in the world will be selling the item that you manufactured. It's weird and very cumbersome, and I used it like 4 times, and then I was like, this is not worth it, and just never touched it again. Like, I don't know who that was for. Like, maybe Kid Me would have gotten super into that and like trying to like make all the items and stuff, but it's just like, if I can beat the game without them, I'm probably not going to go for it.
right.
But yes, it was great. At first, there was a point where I was a little bit tired of playing because, like I said, it kind of has a slow wind up at the start as you're getting all the characters and everything. But then once you really get into it, it gets into like all of the main story, the villains, their motivations, and everything, and it just gets really good.
Okay. Now I have to adjust my top 10 again, maybe. Because I really feel like while I was watching you play, like there was a part in the middle where you were kind of soured on it a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, it's a long game,
Sure.
That's the thing.
All right. So the next game I played, in a weird turn of events, we talked earlier about Apollo Justice and how they had released the trilogy, but out of nowhere, they also announced the Ace Attorney Investigation Collection.
I almost thought about buying this, even though I have a fan translated DS copy of the original game that can only be played on a DS, an original DS or a DS Lite. You can't even put it in a 3DS for whatever reason.
You talking about the first game or the second game?
The second game, because the first game was released here.
Released here. Okay. So I haven't played the second game yet, but I have played the first game.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So this is Ace Attorney Investigation, Miles Edgeworth. You play as Miles Edgeworth, a good friend and buddy of Phoenix, right? Prosecution side. But in this game, you don't actually do a lot of prosecution. You're doing investigations. So it actually takes a different stance. Like you can now control the character like in, I guess, third person isometric sort of. And you walk around crime scenes and sort of investigate and figure out what the problem is, kind of like you would as Phoenix Wright, but a little bit more to it.
In like a third person kind of view, walking
Yeah.
around.
Yep. And there's the story beats, and they all come to conclusion while you're in the field. No trial, sort of. Although you do talk to people still, and basically have what are little mini trials while you're there. So it's actually, outside of the third person, it's actually almost like just a remixed version of what the regular Ace Attorney games are. You know, instead of having like a big investigation phase and then a big trial phase, it's kind of like they cut up the trial, the gameplay sort of the trial, and sort of intermingled it with the investigation part. So you have these conversations and you're like, where were you? What did you do? Blah, 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 blah. And that all sort of happens while you're investigating. And of course, sometimes they even reference it heavily. Like he'll be like, I'm going into prosecution mode, basically. And he'll have like a real trial sort of moment. Starts off small, like every Ace Attorney game. Everything ties into one another. There's a reason for everything. And I thought it was pretty good. This is the first investigation game I've played. So I was kind of like interested in this one. Particularly because everyone says the second one is one of the best games in the series. We'll see about
I agree.
that.
And say they're personally my favorite games in the series.
We'll see about that because I do know, and I trust your judgment, but I do also feel like import games sort of get overrated a lot of times because you can't get it. You know, we call that Final Fantasy Type Zero syndrome. But we'll see. I'll play that one eventually. I haven't played it yet this year. I thought this game was good. It's not my favorite in the series by any means, but I do enjoy it, and I do especially like the characters you run into, and how they tie into other characters you've met in the series. I thought it was pretty well done. And again, the overlapping story and like just the way you connect clues tripped me up a couple times even. And even though it's not like a hard game, like, but there was stuff I actually had to think about and piece together myself. Like, oh, this goes with this. There were a couple times, like every time in the Ace Attorney series, we were like, okay, I know the answer, but I need to build the staircase to the answer, I guess. And sometimes it's a little annoying. You're like, yeah, there's clearly blood right there, but I guess we're just not going to address it until my guy finds it in the game. Okay, that's fine. So there's some of that, but I thought it was really good. And it's a really interesting take on it. And you obviously play as Miles is pretty interesting instead of Phoenix, because Miles is a much more serious person for the most part.
Yeah, he's not as much of like a bumbling fool as Phoenix is.
Right. Although he does bleed into it a little bit here because he has to. He's the main character, and but man, he can be kind of mean to Gumshoe still. And I think I don't know if this was remade at some point for mobile or something, but the remade graphics are pretty fancy. They do have old graphics that you can turn to.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, but I actually don't think it's like the DS version. It's like we've made an old looking version of the characters you can walk around. And it's weird. You have to start the game in that. You can't switch back and forth. So
that kind of sucks.
Yeah, I would have liked to be able to switch back and forth. So basically I stayed in the high res, better looking mode the whole time. Which makes sense for me because that's the way I've played the series the whole time. I've played the HD mobile port versions that were made for PC. So I think after this one, I move on to Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and then I move on to back into the main live series with Dual Destiny. So that'll be interesting because, it's like that's the 3D one. But I'm making progress. I'm getting through the series slowly but surely. I wanted to do a little bit more, but just didn't get around to it this year.
So we didn't mention it earlier, but when we were playing Silent Hill F, because that was the end of September, that's when I started what I've started calling Spookfest. which is a grouping of spooky games I wanted to play between October and November.
I would say
And
I also typically partake. I just did not this year.
and I mean, I put way too many games on here this year. I really kind of went a little nuts with it. I didn't finish quite all of them, but
You
I
said
wanted to
you literally just didn't finish one of them. Oh no, one of them you stopped playing too, right?
well, one of them I also couldn't finish because it ran like hot fucking garbage.
Right. So you did
Alone
really
in the
good.
dark.
Yeah, you got really good actually.
And the first ones I really just burned right through them. I really wanted to start off with some bucket list games, games that I've always wanted to play, what it feels like my entire life, and that I've just never played because they're extremely expensive and I was never going to own them. But, you know, now that I had MU Deck running on the Steam Deck, I felt like it was time. So I wanted to start off with the PS2 game I want to play the most, and that is Rule of Rose. A very divisive game that released on the PS2. Probably objectively not even a very good game, technically, I guess, but one I really loved. I don't think we would call it a survival horror game. I almost wouldn't call it a horror game in general. It's not really scary. It's more disturbing. Because you play as a girl named Jennifer, who is 19 years old, and you're on a bus, and some boy approaches you while you're on the bus, and he tries to give you this, he gives you like this handmade like picture book, and asks you to read him the rest of the story. And then the bus stops at a bus stop, and the kid just runs off. And you're like, for some reason, you feel like you have to go after this kid. And he ends up leading you into an orphanage. And you find him like I think you find him in the attic. And that's when you meet a group of kids that calls themselves the Aristocrat Club. And I think oh my gosh, what did they do? I know the Aristocrat Club. Oh, I can't say that at all. Like, they knock you out, and you wake up, and you're on a Zeppelin, and you're not 19 years old anymore. Fun fact, I did not realize that at first. I did not realize my character was younger until several hours into the game when we had another cutscene where she was older again, and I was like, oh, this makes sense. But you wake up on a Zeppelin and you're younger. So you're kind of trying to figure out what is the connection between the orphanage and this Zeppelin that you're on, and what does the Aristocrat Club actually have to do with any of this? And it's a very interesting story. It's clear like what happened on the Zeppelin is not what's currently happening. Like when you were at the orphanage, that was the present day real life when you're 19. So clearly the Zeppelin stuff is something that happened before in the past that you were either part of or that you know about. And I think the reason this is considered a horror game is you do fight some enemies and stuff, like creepy enemies. Sort of. Really, fighting is really not the best option. The best option is just to run away because the combat is worse than Silent Hill 2's combat. So,
I mean, Silent Hill 2 is pretty simple, right? You just keep your distance, whack, 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 whack. But
you know what I mean? It's not like it feels really fluid. You know, it doesn't feel like really good to play.
Right. I think that's the thing that makes a survival horror game difficult or good or not good in combat is how lenient they kind of are with spacing and stuff. Like,
and Rule Roses, they overwhelm you with enemies sometimes.
Yeah.
They really want you to run away most of the time. There's sometimes when they do put you in little arenas, which is weird. It's like only in one certain part of the game. And they expect you to fight. And those can be a little bit annoying. Mm-hmm. I did use save states in those parts because I really did not feel like walking all the way back again. Because it was just a long area. You had to walk down a long way. You ended up in an arena. You had to walk down a long way again. End up in another arena. That was probably my least favorite part of the game overall. But I think the parts where they just have you running around are actually kind of. They definitely have a little bit of tenseness to it and a little bit of atmosphere because I think you're instinct in the game when they give you combat and enemies is that you should fight the enemies, but they overwhelm you really fast. These are small enemies, they're pretty quick, and they can gang up on you really fast and just pretty much stun lock you to death. And I feel like that was intentional to make them almost more of a set piece or a background element and something for you to just avoid. So I didn't mind it very much at all. You do go back and forth between the orphanage and the Zeppelin several times throughout the game. In the orphanage, there's never any combat. There are some light puzzles in the orphanage and on the Zeppelin. None of them are too hard. A lot of them use the dog. We haven't talked about the dog. This is one of them games on the PS2 that has a dog.
It's a couple.
Yeah, we're gonna play the other one next. In this game, you have Brown. Brown is a dog you save on the Zeppelin. And he has a much, much bigger gameplay mechanic than I thought he was. Brown can sniff out items for you. And how you do that is you have him sniff one thing in your inventory, and then he will lead you to another item. And these items are not visible unless he finds them, right? And a lot of them, though, are story items that you need. And at first I didn't realize that, so I had to look up a guide like kind of earlier on in the game. And then once I realized after like following a few more steps in the guide, I was like, oh, so this is just what we're doing. You let him guide you to one item, you pick up that item, you have him sniff the new item, and he leads you on to the next items, like continually, and you'll repeat that quite a few times. He can also attack enemies for you and is very helpful. What I didn't know until like the end of the game is he can actually die. I didn't know that. He died on accident once, and there's very limited healing items for him and for you in the game. But for him, I think there's like, I don't know, 3 or 4. So if he dies, he dies. I don't even know how you would finish the game. I don't think you can. But I was just like, oh my.
You just have to reload a save? Or
Yeah.
What happens if you save afterwards? Like, are you just screwed?
I don't know. He only died once for me in that arena section I was talking about. And at first I was like, all right, Brown, get up. Because I thought he was just knocked unconscious or something. And then I saw he was like bleeding. And I was like, is he dead? And that's when I looked it up. And I was like, oh my God, I was supposed to be paying attention to this the whole time? It's a miracle he didn't die before now. You can give him... Oh, wait, maybe you can't give him treats. I don't know. I don't know if I'm confusing this with the other dog game. But yeah, I thought it was interesting just how heavily they relied on him for your progression in the game and the puzzles. The parts of this game that are disturbing, by the way, are just things that the Aristocrat Club does. They're just fucking weirdos. And oh my God, what is that girl's name? I'm trying to look at my review and see if I mentioned what her name is.
The bigger girl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a fucking weirdo. God, she's so weird.
But in a good way.
I don't know. Not in a good way.
Well, what I mean is she's an interesting character. Like, she's
interesting, all right. I think she's probably the only person in this game who's like actually just a fucking psycho. Yeah, because there's one other girl, because you guys are trying to get in the Aristocrats Club. You're trying to become part of it for whatever reason. Even though basically it looks like they're just a bunch of bullies and, like, I don't know, just have mental problems, really, but you're trying to get in there anyway. And throughout, you kind of figure out what the Aristocrats Club is, what was happening on the Zeppelin, and that, I don't know how to explain. The story is a little bit confusing towards the end. I looked. What's weird is Nitrorad misses some things in his reviews like that are really obvious to me, but then he like just got so much more from the story than I did. I was a little bit confused. There's a relationship between you and another girl in the game, and I didn't really understand exactly how that worked out and how it works with the final boss, because there is a final boss. And there is a bad ending and a good ending that you can get. And it's one of those games where the good ending is more like you just learn about what happened and why those things happened. This is not really a happy game. It doesn't necessarily have a happy ending, but it does have closure. That's kind of the thing. And I have a lot of respect for that. I kind of don't like that every game always feels like it has to have a happy ending or like has to bring back a character that they fucking killed off or something, you know? I think there's just a lot of respect to be had in things being bittersweet or just understanding a trauma, which is what Jennifer experienced throughout her childhood because she was a child who was at this orphanage, like as a little kid. And you find out why that was and everything. But I just loved it.
I heard you mention bosses.
There's one boss. That's it.
Um,
Just well, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
There's
No,
definitely
there's not.
There's
No,
definitely a lot.
There's like no, there's not that many. There's like three.
There's at least
or four.
three.
Yeah, I think there's three, and then there's the final boss.
Because I remember there's a guy that's like his arms kind of tied up or something.
That's the only one that's really annoying. He's like in a straitjacket.
And there's like a mermaid person or something.
Yeah, and I feel like Nitrad bitched a lot about these bosses, and they're really not that bad at all. The first one is bad. The first one kind of sucks. He's very fast sometimes, and the hitboxes in this game are terrible.
Yeah.
They are, and the only time that's really a problem, though, is in that first boss fight. He can literally not even touch you and still hit you.
I hear they're
very annoying.
They're a little healthy, too, you know? A little spongy.
The first, yeah, your weapons don't do a lot of damage. However, I realized in Nitrad's footage that he was also using the fucking pipe the whole game like a dumbass. The weapons do have different damage levels. You get knives and stuff. The knife is clearly going to do more damage than the pipe, but it has a very short range. He definitely just made the game a lot harder for himself than he had to, and he tends to do that without realizing it, especially in those older videos. Yeah, I remember seeing him go after the mermaid with the pipe, and I was like, well, no fucking wonder. No wonder you had such a hard time with these bosses.
That's a Silent Hill logic. Pipe, strongest weapon. Knife, weakest weapon.
Like, they're not just giving you other weapons for no reason, you know? I think that's important to pay attention to in games. Like, there's always going to be a reason there's multiple types of weapons. And they're not going to just start off giving you the strongest weapon almost ever.
Right. If they are giving you weapons it'll be like the next weapon you get is just better than the previous weapon, right? That's the way it usually works.
And in this case, it's usually a trade-off of range and damage. And I know he probably just liked the range on the pipe, but it's not a good weapon to use, especially not on bosses. They take it, like the bosses take a little bit. I wouldn't say that they're super hard. The first guy's annoying until you kind of realize where the hitboxes actually are for you and where he can hit you from. And then it's just a time game. That boss fight I feel like took me at least 15 minutes, and that's just way too long, apparently. But yeah, I think this one is just a classic for me on the PlayStation 2. It's just my jam. It's just weird and different enough, with the gameplay not being bad enough for me to actually care. I think having the dog go around is super cool, and the whole aristocrat club, and the other girl just as a character is very interesting, and she does actually have some backstory that you can find in the game that is totally optional. It kind of shows how she feels about Jennifer throughout the whole experience that they're having and all the things that they're trying to do to prove themselves, and it's very interesting. I think it's kind of a shame that more people didn't like this game. But also, people were really... There's a couple weird little moments in the game, because these are obviously children. Like, I don't even think they're middle school age. But there's a guy who's kind of getting a little too close to one of the girls and clearly being creepy and, like, is clearly, like, a pedophile. But they never actually show anything bad happening to her or anything, and she's very aware of how he acts towards her, and she's not scared of it. She's very kind of like annoyed and defiant about it. But there's no like, nobody's trying to touch the little girls in the game. Nobody's like up on the children. There is some violence towards animals in this game. I don't know if I want to say spoilers or not, because I guess it's spoilers to me. But they have that website where you can like look up like, does the dog die
Right.
for like movies to stop people, so people, if there's like an animal that dies in a movie, people don't have to like, they won't watch it or
That's
whatever.
so funny to me. Or a fake game, fake movie. But whatever.
But just know the game might make you sad. So, but yeah, I don't know. I think it was just a little overblown at the time that it came out. The next game that we're going to talk about, though, I kind of feel like I see why it hasn't come out again. I do get it. And that is Haunting Ground.
Okay, I'm listening. Why do you think it hasn't came out again? Other than Capcom being dickheads?
I mean, there's just inappropriate. The whole game is just sexist. Literally, the main character that you play as is viewed as a sex object by every character in the game, or I guess, an object of desire in some way by every other character in the game in a kind of creepy way. If you don't know,
I'll tell you why I think it hasn't been released. And you're talking about Haunting Ground, correct?
Yes.
I think it hasn't been because they actually have to do a real port. This is the type of game that you emulated, right? So
yes.
PS2 games in general emulate are challenging to emulate. So you actually have to like get that fog, and get all that shit like well done. So they'd actually have to put in some effort, and I don't think they want to.
I don't think so. I think that they would have to cut out a whole ending from the game completely. I don't think they could release it with one of the endings that it has. The kind of more true-ish ending was a very, very big problem because it implies that some very bad things happen to the main character against their will, and was just considered in really poor taste, I think, even when the game came out. And at first I wondered too, I was like, I feel like the stuff in there is kind of like a little bit problematic, right? But also can just be part of the world and the storytelling, and that's fine. But then I heard about that ending, and I was like, oh, no, I see why this hasn't been re-released. They would have to cut it entirely and then kind of nudge some things around a little bit in the main game. Just because they intentionally make you play as a character, as a woman, so that to make you feel helpless. Mm-hmm. And that just sounds so bad now. Even though that's very realistic, unfortunately, it's the whole mindset behind the creation of the game and why the characters react to what's her face the way that they do. I can't remember her name right now.
The maid lady, or
yeah, what is her name?
I don't know.
Fiona. Yeah.
I just think that Capcom just recently sort of like had a realization that they existed during the PS2, PS1 era. Like it's like they were like, let's release Mega Man like 100 times, but like they were like, oh, Onimusha, oh yeah,
right. Like, people played that,
so they kind of got to get through their more marketable, popular games first, and then
I feel like at this point, Haunting Ground is a very marketable like everybody knows about. I feel like not everybody knows about Rule of Rose still, maybe. Right. Haunting Grounds, like the second you talk about hidden, quote unquote, hidden gem horror games, Haunting Ground is literally the first game you're going to hear about. Yeah, immediately.
Capcom hasn't got to hidden gems yet. They just got to let's re-release the popular game. That was popular back when it came out. So maybe they'll get the hidden gems in a couple years or so, and we'll see Haunting Ground re-released, or maybe they'll get someone else to re-release it.
Yeah, I feel like this is best known as the other game with the dog. Yeah. The dog is a main mechanic, a very, very main mechanic, actually. The dog determines what ending you get, which I didn't even know that, and I got the best ending. So
that's good.
So you play as Fiona. You are in a car crash with your parents. You wake up and you're in a cage in like some crazy murderer's dungeon, and immediately he's like sizing you up like he wants to have sex with you. He's also like basically mentally retarded. Once again, problems with this game that are probably keeping it from getting released. Because like he's literally meant to be that way for a reason. He's like he's a failure in a certain way. But you escape the cage, find some clothes, because you start off in not even like it's not a towel, it's like a silk bed sheet, which implies that he already undressed you, which is weird. I don't know. I thought about that too much at the beginning, and I went, wait a minute, why did I start off naked? I was like, where did my clothes go? Who did this?
I've only played the beginning of this game. I think there's some thing with the doll, right? Sort of implies that he plays with dolls, right?
Well, yeah, he sees her as a plaything,
right? So he's
as a doll, but also there's
dressing her up and stuff.
Well, there's very, very clearly a sexual attraction to her too. He definitely wants to have sex with her. There's times when you're in a boss fight with him later, and if he knocks you down, when you go to get back up, he gets on the ground and looks under your skirt. And that was the only part of the game I was just absolutely appalled by, because I didn't expect it. I went to get up and I went, oh! I was like, oh, no. I was like, we're going to kill this guy.
Yeah, he's a bad guy, right? So.
And then Nitro Ad interview is just like, he's harmless. I'm like, no, he's not. He wants to rape me. What are you talking about? I was just like, this is such a big miss on your part. Like, I mean, we kind of give him a pass because, you know, he is literally mentally disabled and probably physically disabled to some extent. I mean, you just look at the dude.
He's like a giant. He's like a giant ogre, basically. He's like the guy from the Goonies.
Yes, yeah, that's a very good way to put it. It's literally like exactly like that. But yeah, each section of the game, you're kind of in one area of a mansion. I was going to say the mansion. There's more than one mansion. This is Capcom. Of course there's more than one mansion. You know, why would we expect anything else? But each area has its own stalker. And the first stalker is obviously the big ogre guy. And by the end of each area, while you're going through and doing your Resident Evil style puzzles and everything to try and get through each area and learn more about where you're at and what happened to your parents, you will fight a boss fight with the stalker and move to the next area. Mm-hmm. And the stalkers get harder as you go. Like the second area, I did not like the person who's stalking you. She made me she would just walk at you, which sounds like it wouldn't be scary, but she just comes at you so calmly with a knife. And it's very, very unnerving. You know, you just walk through a doorway and don't realize that she's there. And it's like the music kicks up once the stalker has seen you. Sometimes even before you see them. And that's when you know to run. But one thing I found interesting is that the stalkers don't just like poof around the map. They literally walk around the map. Like they are walking around all at the same time that you're walking around. I feel like, once again, Nitro Rad kind of made it out like they were hard to avoid. The thing is, you just don't walk back where they are for a while and then try to circle back around to that area after a little bit to see if they're gone, see if they've walked off, to avoid them. Like like I said, they don't just poof around the map. They are literally just actively walking around just like you the whole time. And if you run into them, usually it's by sheer accident, or at least it always was pretty much by sheer accident with me. And the only stalker that I think really, really is hard to avoid is the last one. The last guy has a gun, so obviously a little bit harder to avoid. Even if he sees you, you can't just run away that easily because he has a ranged attack. But man, this game is it's so well designed. The way each stalker is designed, their motivations for trying to hurt you. Like the second woman, pretty sure she wants my uterus. 100, actually, no, I'm 100% positive she wants my uterus. She wants to be a quote unquote real woman. And it was so creepy, so unnerving, especially being a woman. And I'm like, oh, she's like, this woman like is almost has this lesbian love for you because she wants to rip out your uterus and take it for herself. Like, God.
I've heard, and this is pretty relevant considering you played it earlier in the year. This is kind of what people want from a modern clock tower. Do you get those vibes as well?
Oh yeah, and I mean, and it's known for being inspired by Clock Tower. Um,
Weird because they also made Clock Tower 3 during this time.
oh, I didn't realize the same. They actually made both of them because I'm pretty sure
Well,
Clock Tower 3 was kind of.
they're
Oh,
both
do you mean?
Capcom at the very least, right?
Because
Capcom
man,
bought Clock Tower.
people really feel like Clock Tower 3 is kind of a joke. So
It is a silly game, right?
yeah. And this game was just so well designed though. The puzzles are like they're good puzzles. They're puzzles that make you think most of the time. It can be very unnerving trying to finish puzzles before a stalker finds you or just happens to run into the area where you're at. There's even times where you can trigger stalkers in a certain way. The second one, you can trigger her at a certain point, and she will end up with a stronger weapon if you do that. And I only found that out afterwards because I ended up having to reload a save, and then I looked something up really quickly, and they were like, yeah, don't talk to her when she's just hanging out over there ignoring you because she's gonna beat the shit out of you. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize I didn't have to examine her in the room. But it's great puzzles. The dog, right? The dog can attack stuff for you. You can also train him to be better at listening to you and helping you with puzzles and attacking enemies. And it's kind of cool how they do this because they don't like really explicitly tell you. There's a point early on though where I found a little doggy training course with a ball. And you can keep the ball in your inventory and you can throw it and have him bring it back to you and then praise him for bringing the ball back to you. And I was like, I feel like this is going to be important. So I'm going to like play with him and stuff. And, anytime he doesn't do what I say, I'm going to make sure I tell him that he was bad or whatever. Because honestly, sometimes he takes a few times to listen to you. A lot of people found this really annoying. I really didn't think he was that bad. I mostly just needed him to actually follow me because you can get separated from him. Which is very annoying sometimes, especially if you're like running from an enemy and he stops to attack the enemy and you're like, no, just come on. We're not attacking anything right now. We just need to get the fuck out of here. Because the dog can get hurt. He has his own set of healing items that you have to use on him. There are treats you can give him and stuff. And that is actually important. Interacting with Huey is a very big part of the game and apparently part of the ending that you get. And I didn't even know that until I finished it and I looked it up and I found out there's like 4 or 5 endings or something. They're not all that different from each other apparently. I feel like really if you get the best ending, that's what I did. It looks like I got the best ending and I considered it complete because the other endings don't offer you anything else really except for the worst ending, which is that ending that I mentioned that they would have to cut out of the game if they ever re-released it.
So are you there?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're just done.
Yeah, I'm just done
Okay.
with that one. I feel
Okay.
like we've talked about it just enough.
Okay, it's
It's
still
an
your
excellent-
turn.
Oh, dang it. It's an excellent game though. But anyway,
Okay.
after this, I played what I kind of feel like was the weakest, not the weakest, one of the weaker games out of the lineup that I picked. A while back, everybody went apeshit about Crow Country. I feel like it got a lot of popularity, and I don't 100% understand why. Like, it's a good game.
Aesthetic.
The aesthetic is very like not actually PlayStation 1, but very PS1 core, I guess.
Yeah. Kind of designed
and-
like almost like a little bit like Final Fantasy 7 characters, a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Like almost like if Final Fantasy 7 aesthetic was on the Dreamcast, kind of. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see that. You play as this woman who's going to Crow Country, which is an amusement park. And there's a story that happens. I'm trying to remember exactly what your goal. You're looking for somebody at Crow Country who disappeared. I think it was like the owner of the park disappeared, and you're trying to find out, like investigate his disappearance or something. And it's almost plays more like a point and click adventure game with some optional shooting stuff, in my mind. Because you're trying to find items to use in areas to unlock other items that you need for progression and all that stuff. There's technically kind of limited ammo, but not really. Like the game definitely gives you enough ammo to kill like practically everything in the game if you want to. Not all at once, but they do. I feel like enemy placement, because I'm gonna shit on the game for a second. Enemy placement, like as you go along throughout the game and make more progress in the main story, more enemies show up in areas, and that's fine. I like that mechanic, especially if you've already cleared out an area, that more enemies show back up later on when you come back through again. Do you not like that mechanic?
If I've completed story beats, I don't like it if I've completed nothing and they just respawn to respawn.
Oh, no, they don't respawn.
Okay.
No.
Or,
there's only a set amount that's going to ever show up in that area throughout the whole game. It's just
okay.
specific triggers that cause them to spawn.
That is fine.
For sure.
I actually like that, but I don't like some games are like, oh, are you bored? It's like, this is a survival horror game. I have limited ammo. Obviously, if I can't find out where I need to go, I'm bad at the game. Stop making it harder, But anyway, so that's not this.
Yeah, that's not this. However, I think the aiming with the gun is actually pretty fucking shit. I think it's bad outright. I don't know. I even rewatched Nitro Red's review after this. I was like, does he actually comment on this? Because like it feels terrible. It really feels awful with a controller.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think it's a controller thing. I think that's the main consensus. You got to play with mouse and keyboard.
The thing is, well, here's the thing. For one, it shouldn't be that way. It literally just shouldn't. Your game should just function correctly in both mouse and keyboard and regular. Sure. Two, I watched Nitro Red's footage, and his was exactly the same as mine. You literally start off, when you bring out the gun is pointing up. Like slightly up all the time. It is not pointing directly in front of you. Why this is done, I have no fucking idea. It's bad. You always have to recenter the gun. And the gun is hard to aim. It doesn't feel good. It just, to me, all the gunplay in the game just feels bad. It's like passable, right? But it's like, this really could just have been good, and I don't understand why it's not.
Yeah, I think they need some updates on the port to fix some of that. Hopefully they will. I know they're a small team, but hopefully they will fix it at some point.
I kind of doubt it. I mean, it's been out for like a couple years now. I'm pretty sure they're done.
It's an indie game, right? So as fast as they can do
it. Which like, I mean, it's fine. I don't know. Like I said, it feels more like a point-and-click adventure game anyway. I don't really feel like they needed there to be gun combat a whole lot in it. One issue I do have, like the new enemies coming up is fine. They have these like bear traps and shit, and these like weird little guys who like spit like acid at you, but it's like a trap. Those are stupid, and they just need to be taken out of the game entirely. It's just a bunch of visual clutter bullshit that I can't see half the time that I walk into, and it's just annoying. I feel like there's just no real reason to have it. The enemies by themselves were fine. The enemy designs are cool. I do like the variety of enemies in the game. So I don't understand why we had to just throw a bunch of fucking random bear traps on the ground and stuff. Like, it's really giving me like PTSD flashbacks to the Glass and Corpse Party. Oh god, the last one that I played. Oh my god, where they had glass on the ground that you could only see if you had the flashlight on, but if you had the flashlight on, the fucking like frame rate was terrible.
Was it Blood Drive?
Yes. Oh my god. Like the bear traps reminded me exactly of that Glass. Like they just piss me off every time I hit them. Like I pay attention to what's in front of me, like actually in front of me, not like right under my character's feet a lot. And also the bear traps are close in color to the ground. There's no reason for it. I don't know, but the actual like story and the gameplay was good. they do kind of make a little bit of an odd choice, or at first I thought it was weird because I didn't like quite understand what they were doing. Where like near any save points, for one, the save points are fire. They don't ever tell you that. I feel like they really should tell you that. Like if you go up to a fireplace, you can save. If you go up to a burning barrel, you can save. I found that on an accident. Obviously, I found it perfectly fine though, without having to look it up. So I guess they don't have to tell you how to save, but I did kind of feel like I found out on accident. But the gameplay itself of just going around and gathering items and everything and doing the puzzles, that part is all fun. They have secrets that you can find that will like increase your ammo or even give you new weapons and stuff. And I really that's the part of the game I liked the most was going around and getting all of those secrets and just completing the game. Like and the story was good and I liked where it went. And I was talking about a weird thing that they did in the game. Was near the save points, they have like memos that you can look through that have all the notes that you found in the game. So that you can refer back to it if you don't remember what was going on, or maybe a gameplay mechanic that was talked about, or some information you might need for a puzzle later. But at first, I just felt confused because I felt like there was just these fucking files everywhere that all said the same stuff at first. I was like, what? Why are these here? Why do they feel like they have to tell me this again? And I was like, oh, I understand. They are everywhere, but it's literally everywhere that there's a save point. They have the files so that you can look back at them so you don't have to find where the files were originally.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's fine. But I just didn't understand at first. I just felt like they were throwing the same notes at me all over the map, and I didn't know why. So that I felt a little bit silly about that. But it was fun. I just feel like it's a little overrated for what it was, and that people mostly really like it for its visual style, and maybe not as much for the shooting gameplay and stuff.
Sure, sure. And it's also, a survival horror game in our revival right now. We're going through the revival phase,
Yes.
and the last couple of years have been very generous to us. I'm actually sad that whatchamacallit came out and I missed it entirely. Tormented Souls 2, like it's just
Oh
out,
yeah,
and
yeah.
I just
I've
haven't had
seen
time.
I've seen some of that played before. I thought I have it like on my wish list, but I haven't. I'm probably not going to buy it for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm kind of under the impression at this point it'll probably just come to me for free somehow. So I'm just I'm not saying like, oh, I'm gonna steal, like literally like at some point Humble will drop it off in my library or something. So
It's hilarious. So I actually thought about getting it for you for Christmas, like before I ended up doing what I did for Christmas.
yeah, it would have been surprised.
I
I'd be like,
literally
this game
checked.
came out? What the fuck?
I checked to see if it was in your Steam library at one point. I was like, oh, yes, he actually hasn't bought it yet.
Yeah, but that's all right. We'll both play it probably at some point. Maybe this year, who knows, or maybe the coming year, who knows.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so next game I played. So actually, this sort of started a series of, there's a period kind of in the middle of the year where I didn't play a lot of games, and like basically took 2 months off, and but a bunch of games started coming out that I wanted to buy and I wanted to buy for the whole year. And one of those games was Metal Gear Solid Delta, which is the remake of Snake Eater. So I did buy that, but once I got it, I was like, it just doesn't feel right to play just Metal Gear Solid 3 again. And Metal Gear Solid 3 is technically the first game in the series chronologically, but the story makes no sense if you play it like that. Now, granted, I remember what happened, but, I should play through all of them. So I had bought Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 1 that came out last year. It comes with Metal Gear 1 and 2, and it comes with Solid 1, 2, and 3. So I decided I didn't play Metal Gear 1 and 2. That's just, you gotta be in the mood for that. Even though I think Metal Gear 2 is an incredible game. But I did start with Metal Gear Solid, played through that game again. That game is still perfect, basically, in my mind. just an incredible game. I will say the final boss when you fight Rex, I did way better at that for some reason. I had a lot of trouble the first time I played it. Like I thought this was fucking ridiculously hard. But I actually had no trouble this time. So I'm not sure what my problem was before. um, People complain about the collection, saying that it's not upraised enough, blah 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 blah. That is true. But basically they took the PS3 ports of the games and just ported it pretty like straight to the PS5 and the PC and all that. So things run at a lower resolution. I don't know. It doesn't really make a difference. It's still
You know,
this.
it's funny. I've always wanted to play Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, and then I realized after I saw you play them, I modded my Steam Deck. I can just do that now. I can just play the original versions of the game as I always wanted to as a child.
Yeah. Metal Gear Solid 1 great. Yes, I did go on right after that and played Metal Gear Solid 2. Metal Gear Solid 2 is an interesting game, right?
Mhm.
It does
All I remember, which one has Ape Escape in it? Is that 2 or 3?
3. Metal Gear Solid 2 is, I don't know, how much do you know about Metal Gear Solid 2?
Honestly, not a whole lot. You know, unless I saw it on XPlay, I don't remember stuff about it.
Okay.
Just honestly, on G4 rather in general.
Then it's probably in our best interest not to talk about it too much because it basically
Yeah.
the start of the game is spoiler. So like it basically goes really fast. So
Yeah, like a lot of this stuff now I just don't remember anything about, like like how earlier you were like, you know that Final Phase 2 is a black sheep, right? Fuck no, I didn't. I probably heard it at some point. Fuck if I remember that far back.
gotcha. So Metal Gear Solid 2, I don't like as much because I don't like the Big Shell, which is the main place that you.
Mhm.
I don't like that as much as Shadow Moses. I don't like the main team. Like there's Foxhound in the first game, and the second game has Dead Cell. Dead Cell's not as cool as Foxhound. They have like Fat Man and Vamp and Fortune, and some of them are okay. Some of them are very interesting from story perspective. Some of them are just goofy. The highs of Metal Gear Solid 2, the things that it does, are probably the highest in the series, but the lowest are probably some of the lowest in the series for me. Like there's some codec conversations you have with her name is Rose. She calls you a lot. And it just comes across as so dumb. In a series that admittedly is very melodramatic, it's like
Yeah.
and can go on tangents sometimes about, you know, war blooming on the battlefield, you know, stuff like that. Something about talking with Rose and her being like, oh, do you know what today is? Oh, you don't remember? And it's like, we are on a fucking top secret mission right now. Shut the fuck up. So she's a little annoying to me. But yeah, and I don't like Big Shell quite as much. From the gameplay mechanics, this is when they really started ramping up. Metal Gear Solid 1 already had a lot of like just goofy stuff you could do. Metal Gear Solid 2 starts ramping it up pretty hard as well. Like, hey, you could do this, you could do that. And there's also first person aiming. So basically you tranquilize every single person every time you enter a room. It's all good, and I really like it. Now Metal Gear Solid Delta, I didn't play it. I ran out of time. I played these two, and actually this is when Silent Hill F would come out. And I would play that. That was another game that was like, oh, I want to play this. But yeah, I just ran out of time entirely and did not even get to it. And I consider Metal Gear Solid 3 like one of the best games in the series, so that's unfortunate. I have some questions about the Delta reboot. I'm also questioning like I don't think I am. I think I'm gonna add that as a replay. Even though it's remade, but it's using the same animations and underlying engine, so everything moves exactly the same. It feels exactly the same. So I don't know. We'll see. If you play Metal Gear Solid Michelle 2, play the Substance version. That's the better version of the game.
Yeah.
I know there's the original Sons of Liberty version, but Substance is just better. And especially if you play 3, I mean, there's the remake, but also there's Subsistence. That's the one to play for that one, just so you know.
Yes, yes.
And that one
Yeah, I
actually,
remember I looked that up, but at the time when I was like picking stuff to go ahead and put on the Steam Deck, because I like to just have my little library ready or whatever.
right.
And I was like, what are all these? I was so confused.
Yeah, Subsistence is actually crazy because for the third game, because there's a totally different camera. Like instead of the top-down view that most Metal Gear games have, it's third person behind the camera, which makes so much more sense in the jungle setting, where there's not a bunch of walls to hide behind. So that's just my opinion. But eventually, at some point, once things slow down, which that doesn't seem like it's happening anytime soon, but once it does, I will play Metal Gear Solid Delta. And I really, really hope they put out a Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2, because that's the one that matters. This one, we've had these games for a while, but Metal Gear Solid 4 is trapped on the PS3, and it's very PS3 designed, with its mechanics and like, oh, here's the 6-axis controller, hey, here's this, and blah, 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 Blu-ray. And so they have a lot of work to do. To make that work on other consoles. I remember they talked about, they had tried to make an Xbox 360 version when it came out. They're like, it's not even possible because of how integrated it is with the core chip. So we'll see if they can pull that off. And of course, it'd be nice to have Peace Walker and whatever else. I kind of hope they put some of the more weird side games like Portable Ops. I never played on the PSP. And the Acid games, the card games. Like that would be cool if they threw those in there as a bone. You don't really need to put Metal Gear Solid 5 in there because it's so available, but they can do that too if they want. Yeah. Metal Gear and Metal Gear Solid 2. Duh, right? The games of all time.
Yeah.
And they were good.
All right. I am still in Halloween, and this is not even one that was on my fucking list of stuff I was going to play. I just happened to have already been playing this. This was my play at work when I have time game, because it's a visual novel. And that is Spirit Hunter NG, which is the sequel to Spirit Hunter. I think NG was also, like, I believe the original Spirit Hunter was a Vita exclusive for a while. I think NG released on multiple consoles, though, when it released. And I've always wanted to play it to see how it was different than the original game. I don't know if you remember the original Spirit Hunter when we talked about it, John, that weird one that, like, sexualized dead bodies.
Yeah, I remember.
So this game doesn't do that. It doesn't sexualize dead bodies. It definitely has the same artist. His art style is very iconic. I've actually seen it several other places now. What's crazy is when I started this game, I kind of like missed it, which I thought was really weird. But I was just like, I feel like this was such an iconic, weird thing about the first game that it seems weird now that they took it out.
Doesn't feel right that they're playing it straight now.
Yeah, like, why did you guys like, clearly somebody had a problem with the first game.
Yeah.
But anyway, Spirit Hunter NG, it's really just more Spirit Hunter. It follows a very similar setup to the first game in a way. The first game, you had, like, a curse mark on you, and you were trying to take out spirits to keep the curse mark from destroying you. In this game, your niece, Amy, has been kidnapped by a spirit, and now she wants you to play her game to keep your niece alive. And ideally, in your mind, you're trying to save your niece. The spirit, whose name is Kakuya, she just, in her mind, she's going to kill your niece no matter what. She's going to play with you until she's tired, and then she's just going to kill your niece. And she tells you that outright, like, when she does this. So basically you're trying to find a spirit and destroy it in every chapter to kind of temporarily like subdue the curse that has been placed upon you and Amy, because they're gonna kill Amy, but you're also, like, gonna die if you don't keep up with what she's telling you to do. If you don't find the clues to figure out which spirit to, like, exorcise or purify and do that. So it works similar to the first game. You have a different person who's with you each chapter, or that you can take with you each chapter, who will help you with the puzzles and finding information about the spirit that you're trying to find. You can, like I said earlier, either exorcise or purify a spirit. Purifying the spirit is the correct answer. If you exorcise the spirit, your companion who is in the chapter with you will be murdered by that spirit. Of course, you know what's funny? At first, I really thought they lied to me. And the first time I exorcised the spirit, even though I knew what was going to happen, and I was like, and they let you go a while. Like, I mean, a solid 30 minutes of dialogue before they kill your partner. And I was like, well, I don't have another save. I'm just going to restart from the beginning of the game and skip all the text. So that's what I did. And I went back and got the item I needed to do it correctly, because you can miss certain items and stuff that are necessary to purify a spirit. Just like the first game, you go into kind of a quote-unquote boss fight with the spirit at the end, and you have to use certain items that you gathered on them in a certain order in order to purify or exorcise them. So, and that's the whole game, really. Is each chapter you find the spirits and do that, right? So it felt really samey. It didn't feel like they're quite as mysterious as the first game. You know, the first game, you're starting off in this mansion with this, like, doll basically talking to you, which is really creepy. I think by the end, the story came together enough as a whole to still be very interesting. One thing that kind of sucks, though, is if you don't let your partners die, you actually don't really see a lot of the sort of scarier, more gruesome part of the game. Because in the first game, you kind of were doing like murder investigations in a way, and seeing like these dead bodies that you were trying to find out which spirit killed them and stuff. And this game is not like that. You kind of just have a backstory for what's going on without really seeing anything bad going on. It's still a very cool game. I really liked some of the stories of the spirits. The first one, that you do of there's like a pregnant mother spirit. Her whole story is really creepy and cool. And another one who like murdered a little girl who happens to be a ballerina. Like, there's a reason for it, but as a ballerina, I guess like every so many years one got murdered. And they made it this whole big interesting story, and eventually they tie these stories back to you yourself. And you find out that Kaguya didn't just pick you at random, like you were picked for a reason. And it is cool. The art's, just as good as the first game.
Am I hearing that you like the first game better?
A little bit, but I think it's because the concept was really fresh with the first game. You know what I mean? It's like there's nothing wrong with what they did here. It's all good. It's a very good game. But I've done it before. Whereas the first game, it was just a really cool new concept to me to have these weird boss fights with these spirits where you're not actually attacking anybody, Mm-hmm. Still very much worth playing, especially for me. I played it on the Vita, so, it was free.
Right.
There is a third game. I do have it on my wishlist on Steam, but it's just kind of expensive, and it seems to be much less played than these two games. I don't know why that actually is. Yeah, like it's still $25 on Steam, and I don't know. That might be a little steep. It's also like kind of a Ace Attorney investigation situation a little bit with that one. There's like it's like in third person, you like run around and stuff. It's kind of interesting.
Weird.
Yeah. So one day, I'm not sure when I'll get to it, but I don't know. I'm still on the fence. I'm still thinking about it. But some of the screenshots look awesome, but we'll see. But yeah, that was just a little side quest I went on. It just so happened that I actually beat this during the middle of this, because I was playing this for a couple of months on and off, because obviously I'm playing it at work. I don't just have all the time in the world. But yeah, so it took a couple months to beat it. It's not that long of a game. It's maybe like 12 hours, maybe? Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, and next up, it looks like I played the scariest game of the whole year. Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse. boy, this game was a fucking nightmare for me.
I do want to say
I
that I am gonna play this game, so be careful.
It's okay. Most of my conversation about it is just going to be how I own the Japanese version, and I really thought I could play this and it was going to be okay. And
Mhm.
oh my god, the Japanese in this is the hardest game I've tried to play in Japanese by a mile. Just so much archaic language, and the font is actually kind of hard to read. Not even because the font itself is hard to read; it's because it's actually not that clear. Because this is a fucking Wii game or whatever
Right.
that's just been kind of revamped for the PS4 or whatever it was. All right, now this was a game that really killed my momentum during my little marathon because it's just so hard to understand. And eventually, I started just using a software called Kamui, and not even like using that so I could look up words myself. I just ended up using the translate function in that app because it made my life easier. I own the next game too in Japanese, and I will definitely not be playing it that way.
Yeah,
Also,
let's
why can I
see.
not find this game on my backlog? Oh, because it's in Japanese. Duh. Oh, I'm trying to look it up in English.
Yeah, the full name Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, right? And
Yes.
yeah, Japanese only. Thought it was never. It's weird because they put out 5 over here, and I'm happy they went back, and put out 4.
Yes. And it is a very interesting game in the franchise, I think. It really takes you out of the Japanese setting that the games normally have and kind of puts you in a more almost Resident Evil-esque, more like European looking hospital kind of area that has these really interesting, like, it's got this really beautiful garden in it that has like a pool and stuff. And I know it sounds like really random and just, it's such a different setting for a Fatal Frame game because you're pretty much always in spooky Japanese village in every single fucking game. Or like Fatal Frame 3 in spooky Japanese temple village and a house. Like, and a modern house. But for the most part, they're always the same. Now, I did not understand the whole story, even using Google Translate, essentially, with this. So we're gonna have to bear with me here. We might just not talk about the story a whole lot because it hurts my brain to think about again.
Fair enough.
You play as multiple different characters this time. You swap. Each chapter you'll play either Ruka, Misaki, or Choshiro. And Ruka and Misaki use the camera obscura. Choshiro uses a flashlight though, which kind of acts like the camera obscura in that like you can charge it up and then it'll like put out this blinding light that hurts the ghost. His sections were actually a lot more fun than I thought they would be because he gets attacked usually by multiple ghosts at a time, which sounds like it'd be really annoying, but the flashlight has a pretty wide range. So it feels like he plays a little bit differently. You're getting more barraged with ghosts trying to attack you rather than just 1 or 2 at a time like the girls will have. He might have 5. There's one point in the game where I'm sure they don't actually expect you to fight all the ghosts because I think they just are endlessly spawning. But some people in that area will just fight the ghosts to get as much money or whatever as they want so that they can buy things from the shop later. Just because his character lends itself so well to that. And you do, there is a shop in the game. Like every time you go to a save point, you can buy things with the points that you've stored up from using the camera or the flashlight. One interesting thing to note is that the money is shared universally among all the characters, as well are the little gems and stuff you get to upgrade the camera with. Important to know, that way you maybe wait and don't just like use them all up on one character. You know, like Choshiro, I never upgraded any of his stuff because he's just super OP anyway, like throughout all of his chapters, so it felt really pointless. So once I realized that all of that was shared and like it wasn't just what you earned in those chapters with that character, I was a lot more conservative about who I gave stuff to and whose stuff I upgraded.
Sure.
Because at first I didn't notice. So what you're doing with these three characters, you're on this island called Rogetsu. And 10 years ago, a bunch of girls were kidnapped, including Ruka and Misaki, including two of the characters that you play as. And basically what it comes down to is there were these rituals, and obviously things went wrong. That's like, there was some kind of sickness, moon sickness, that they were researching at this hospital, that the hospital that you're now in on Rogetsu. And you kind of are learning about the moon sickness, what's caused it, why they're doing the rituals. Spoilers, it's to like try to suppress the moon sickness, or like
spoil.
no, I don't think that's spoilers. Or like did I say spoilers? I did, didn't I?
Yeah.
It's not. They're trying to suppress the moon sickness or whatever by, you know, doing the ritual to appease the gods or whatever. I thought the story, like from what I actually understood of it, was pretty good. One of the better stories Fatal Frame has had. I feel like saying that, though, I don't remember a lot of the story of the second game, and the first game I don't think anybody knows the story of because the audio mixing is so bad that you can't tell what anyone is saying.
It's so bad.
So, I mean, really, like, I felt like I was straining the whole time. So that's kind of the main thing about this game, is the main story. You're trying to figure out what's happened. And also, like I said, that the girls went missing. Well, clearly you're playing two of the girls that, quote unquote, went missing. So, like, what's up with that, you know? Let me think. Oh, like, I like the story. I like the setting. Your characters move so fucking slow in this game, though. God, they move so slow, John. I feel like you were at the lightest of jogs the whole goddamn game. And that really takes some getting used to. Initially, I thought that there was going to be like more of like a sprint button, because, you know, the other games, you, like in 3, you can really break into a run, you know? And this is just not like that. It's very, very tanky feeling. The controls are very tanky in how you move around. And
which makes sense, I guess, considering it was on the Wii, right? So it's probably designed a specific way.
Yes, and areas are very small. Usually they're not really big open areas very often. And the camera is actually pretty close to your character most of the time. One thing I really did like about the game, though, is because I guess part of the reason they put the camera so close to your character is a lot of times you'll see a ghost and the camera will sort of pan around you to where the ghost is so that you can see it and then point your camera at it and take a picture. And also the second you pull your camera out, it will snap to that ghost that they just showed you, which is great. As long as you're close enough anyway, it'll snap to the ghost. So you can take the picture. They have tons and tons of ghosts in this game like that. And they're really just for you to gain points so that you can spend it in the shop or whatever on healing items or upgrades or whatever. Nitrorad pointed out in his review that they kind of lead you with the ghosts a little too much, and I can definitely see that. But with how fucking slow you run in this game, I want them to tell me every step of the way where I'm supposed to be going. Like, every single step. I do not want to backtrack in this game. Not to say that you won't end up backtracking around places, but I don't want to unnecessarily backtrack, you know? Just for my own sake, I did have a guide up the whole time I played this because I didn't want to get lost. Like, I was really trying at first to, like, you know, understand and translate things myself. So I really wanted the guide as like a just in case I did not understand something well enough. And then it just became a fallback later on. Once I kind of just gave up on the translating and stuff, I was like, yeah, we're just gonna use the guide for the whole game because I can't do this. Which I thought would ruin the experience a little bit. It didn't, because the game was so hard to read. It actually just made my life feel like I think it really increased my enjoyment of the game that would have been lost because of how hard of a time I was having with the reading. Like I said, needless to say, I will definitely not be playing my Japanese copy of the next game. I am very hesitant to actually purchase it in English, though, after I've already purchased it in Japanese. Because those copies of the game were not cheap. They weren't super expensive, but they weren't cheap either, And from what I hear, Fatal Frame 5 is like widely considered the worst in the franchise. So I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want to spend like $80 on this one game, pretty much.
$80?
Because I already bought it once.
Oh, I see what you're
sale.
saying.
On sale, it's like 30 still,
right?
Or pretty close.
Right.
So, we will see. My initial plan was to play that this year, just in English this time. Like this game was good and worth playing. Obviously, not that anybody listening to this is gonna play it in Japanese, but don't. It's gonna be too hard. Like I read a lot of books. I mean, I read I read what, like, 30 books this year in Japanese, John. Like, this game was just so far out of my league, it was ridiculous. So, I guess I should have known better. Maybe I should have read more books about, I don't know, rituals and ghosts or something beforehand.
Right.
Maybe that would have helped me, but... yeah, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, interesting game. I can kind of see why people don't... I do get why people don't like it. The slow moving, the kind of departure from the Japanese like landscape and stuff. Like, I get it, but I do like it, and I do think it's an interesting entry in the series. That changes things up a little bit. All right, so John's trying to kill me here with all these fucking games I played. Is this the last one?
I just want to point out that's not my fault. Michelle, and I think we'll give the maybe full count later, but like Michelle just happened to beat 10 more games than me this year.
Yeah. Which is the first in a while. So the last game I ended up playing from Spookfest, because I did not make it to Resident Evil 4 and Alone in the Dark 2024 just doesn't run well on my computer, or probably anyone's computer from what I can tell, was Gregory Horror Show. Another one that is like this is a hidden gem, but at the same time, I feel like I've heard about it so much now that it's just not a hidden gem to me anymore, in my mind. Mm-hmm. And this is that game where it's like everybody looks like all boxy. All the characters look all boxy. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, definitely. Like
yeah.
Minecraft.
Yeah. Yes. And in this game, you're in this hotel. I believe it's a hotel. And you are trying to escape. Like, you can't get out. The doors won't open. And somebody else there tells you that you have to find and collect all of the souls of the people staying at the hotel. And this is really cool. You can, you basically have to go around and gather information about each guest, because they'll kind of come in groups. Like, you'll have a group of 3 at the beginning of the game, and you have to get all 3 of those souls before new guests will show up, and then, so on and so forth. But you have to gather information about each guest, and you can do that by peeking through keyholes and listening to their conversations, and also just asking other characters about them. And sometimes they'll kind of divulge information to you about the weakness of that guest, and how that'll kind of let you know how you might be able to get their soul, because they carry their soul on them all the time. But sometimes they'll set it down somewhere and you can pick it up, or you can force them to set it down so that you can pick it up. Some of them are really easy. Like, one character, I happened to peek in the room at night when they were sleeping, because on the map they will show you where they're at all times. And I peeked in the room and I happened to notice the soul was just sitting on the nightstand. And I was able to literally just walk in while they were sleeping and grab it. And I was like, that's it?
Hmm.
Really? I was really surprised that they just let me do that. But a lot of other souls are not that easy to get. Usually you have to trick the guest in some way, or just outright like one guy you have to anger him so much that he like comes after you and attacks you, and you have to kind of like wear him down basically to get him to drop his soul and just snatch it real fast and run. Lots of cool, like each of them has like their own puzzle essentially you have to do usually to get their soul. And as you go along, the people whose souls you've already taken, if they see you, they will attack you. And I don't think there's really a huge penalty to people attacking you. There is a sanity mechanic in the game, where your sanity will get worse, and that does have actual effects on how things in the game look. Like the game will get darker, or even it can reverse your controls based on how your person is feeling. So it's more of an annoyance than anything. Like you really like want to make sure you're keeping your sanity up. Anytime you sleep at night, your sanity will go up. And that's also when you can give the souls to the person who you're supposed to be giving them to escape, which is like the Grim Reaper. I guess you see him in your dreams and you give him the souls. You can also read books to I think it's to permanently increase your sanity. And if you read, like they have little series of books, and if you collect them all at once and you read them all at once, you get like a bigger advantage from it. Very, very interesting. I didn't know about a lot of those mechanics until I played it for myself. Also, I forgot until I looked it up. I forgot this game is based on a show,
Right.
like which I forgot about completely. So this is technically a licensed game.
I haven't seen it in
I'm
a while, but I'm not wrong. The whole show is not a horror show, right? Like, am I wrong?
I do not know. I don't know. I don't know anything about the show. I just know it is based on a show, and obviously this is like a UK, European thing. We don't have this show in the US, or we didn't get this game in the US either.
Right.
So, but it's always been this oddity I've wanted to look into. It's not a terribly long game, and like I said, some of the souls are not hard to get, but they're all interesting. Like I really love some of the characters that you get to interact with, and just listening in on the conversations and stuff. Like it is definitely aimed a little at a like slightly younger audience. But man, a very memorable game. I'm really glad I added that into like sort of the grouping of PS2 horror games that I've wanted to play. I feel like for me, Rivalry's Haunting Ground and Gregory Horror Show were kind of the three I've heard about the most that are not just mainstream horror games for the PS2.
Yeah, there's like one more, right? It's the Japanese one.
Kuon?
Kuon, right? That's kind of like the last bastion.
Yeah, maybe that'll be for 2026
Yeah.
when we shall see. But I really enjoyed it. Much shorter than I thought it was going to be, but also I had a lot of trial and error with the game at first before I understood that it was a little bit easier than I was making it out to be. Yeah, I really liked it though.
All right. So for the next thing we're going to talk about, it actually kind of, again, is going a little bit out of order, just because of we played at different times. But for Christmas, and she got it a little bit early, but I got Michelle a play date, which if you didn't,
John really won Christmas with that one.
well, I don't think so. I got super cool stuff for Christmas that was special made, but I kind of wanted you to get this, but I know it's expensive kind of for what you get. So
it was more expensive than I even realized it was, and I only know that because you have to go to the website to purchase like season 2, and I was like, oh my god. Like I remembered it being expensive when I watched Metal Jesus review it.
it's also went up in price since it
Okay.
came out.
But God, I've always thought it was really cool.
So if y'all don't know, it's the handheld game that Panic put out, the people who made Goose Game. They put out a handheld console, and the most obvious thing that's unique about it is it has a crank.
And that crank is used for the games, not
Correct.
for cranking up the console, As some people, I'm pretty sure, have actually just thought that's what it's
Right.
for.
It's not like a crankable flashlight type situation. It is actually for games and use it. The thing it reminds me of kind of like a Wii, right? Where
Yes.
everything revolves around this unique setup.
Yes, except apparently there's a lot of Playdate games that just don't even actually use the crank. They just use the 1-bit style that the Playdate uses.
Right. It's black and white, no backlight.
Yeah, which has not been as bad as I thought it would be. That screen that it has reflects light very well. So if
Yes.
you're in an even remotely lit area, it is very bright. So
what do you think of it?
I love it. I love it. I haven't played it quite as much the past couple of days, but like every day I enjoy going to Playdate, and I've got a couple games that for one, they're just taking me a little while because they're made to be played in bite-sized chunks. I think most Playdate games are.
Yeah.
And some are made to be played over a certain span of days. I'm just playing through the season 1 and season 2 stuff that's coming up. But also I bought one game, I went out of my way to get one game called Bloom. And that's supposed to take place over several in-game days, not in-game days, I'm sorry, several days in real life and in-game days. So it's kind of something to look forward to, just pulling up every day and doing a little bit in and getting some story and then, moving on.
Yeah,
but it's just what a cool concept for a console. I really want to see how many more, what other things that games will use the crank for.
I'm admittedly a little shocked that they're still making games for it. And I think it just comes down to how like entry level development is for it, because people like make games like indie games and they're like, I just want to try making a little Playdate thing. Screw it, let me try it. And it seems like it works.
And I didn't realize that they actually they have a Windows app that you can play your Playdate games on your computer with so that you can record them.
Yes.
And I was like, that sounds so cool. And I also feel like maybe some of the games I've played maybe were made when the developers were looking at them on their bigger screen, because some games are really little.
Yes, and the text is very little.
Yeah, I noticed, and we'll talk about one of them in a minute, but one of the games that we both played, I noticed the sprites and stuff are very thin and kind of a little bit hard to make out, but the text is like crystal clear on that game, which I find interesting. So,
but let's get into it. The games, you can just buy them or download them, but there's also 2 seasons that come out. Well, first season comes free with the Playdate. It's 24
games.
That's a lot of
yes.
games. And then there's
2 games a week for like 12 weeks or something.
Right. Would you think, I want it all at once? No, you don't. It's always fun to pop up in the Playdate and be like, new games. Cool. And then there's also season 2, which I think is less games. But they've had many years to figure out how to make games, and I feel like I've been enjoying the games on season 2 a lot more. But one of the games that came it technically isn't a part of season 2, but it came free if you buy season 2, so it's kind of a weird thing. That we both played this year was Fulcrum Defender.
Yes, what a weirdly addictive little game this is.
Right. It's just like there's a circle, you are like a little tower in the center, you use the crank to rotate where you're shooting, and little shapes come at you and you shoot them. It's kind of like I guess asteroids if you couldn't move, kind of.
And your goal is just to stay alive for like 15 minutes or
Right.
10 minutes. It might only be 10.
And
I don't remember. I played it for like 20 minutes. So
technically a roguelike, because you get different upgrades that you pick, and it's like a choice, and like you get this or you don't get the other one. And there is like a limit, so you can't actually technically get everything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was just playing, like sitting in my car, just playing, and I would actually it'll be when I go to pick up my son from his practice, I pop it in, play it, and I just would turn it off, turn it back on, start playing it, and somehow it was like, you win on the screen. I was like, what?
Yeah, then it just keeps going as that you win text is coming up too.
I went as long as I could. It actually does get absurd later on. It does get stupid. A little bit hard to keep up with. But I thought it was pretty fun. Thought it was pretty neat. It lends itself well to being a playdate game because it's so small and simple.
It's almost like somebody's kind of test of like what you can do with the crank in the Playdate.
Right. I think the first game you get on season 1 is that surfing game, right? And that was that's also very similar. Like, hey, here's how a crank can be used type of game because you play for like five minutes, maybe 5 seconds, maybe, and you're like, yep, that's it. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm also just really bad at that game too. Like, I got better. Like, I made a number of attempts, but boy, and they make fun of you too. You'll mess up, and then you'll mess up again, and it'll just come and say, "Yeah, do that exact same thing over."
Yeah,
and you're like, "Wow, it's fucking rude."
Yeah, I was actually under the impression that Fulcrum Defender would be the type of game that you can't beat. It just goes on forever and whatever. But I guess it could be beat. So it's kind of neat that we both beat it. And then you actually were able to beat another Playdate game, which is crazy because I think you got this thing on the 23rd and you beat 2 games technically, which I know they're short, but still, yeah, you beat Casual Birder as well.
Yeah, which I was really into actually. It's a very cool little like adventure game where you're playing as this guy who just moved into town and you take pictures of birds with your phone and your whole goal is to like take down these people who are keeping this legendary bird hostage. Which is so weird. But it's such a funny little game. You use the crank to like adjust the focus of your camera so that you focus on the bird when you take the picture. If it's not in focus, it doesn't know what bird it is. And there's like little puzzles and stuff with it. There's a couple at one point who jumps out of a pond. It doesn't have any clothes on. And you can take a picture of them, and the caption for the picture just says, "How dare you?" And I was like, I don't know why it caught me so off guard. I thought it was hilarious.
I think I did that as well.
Mm-hmm.
I have not beaten this game yet. I got caught up in other things.
Yeah, I was like, you should. You don't have to actually take pictures of every single bird in the game. I did not, and I think one of the birds in particular is very annoying to try and get a picture of, and the developer knows this, but I don't think they've fixed it, and at this point I don't know that they will. They were responding to criticism about the game and did change things about it, but that one thing has not been fixed. I thought it was a really cool little game. I thought it was really funny, and this was one of those games that I was talking about earlier, where I feel like the sprite work and stuff can be a little hard to see, but the text they made very nice and big and easy to read for you, and the character portraits when they talk are everything's very easy to see. So it comes across as a game with a lot of personality.
Yeah, I think that was some of my struggle, just how small the screen is and how kind of tight the sprites are. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I struggled a little bit.
And the day you gave this to me, I'm having some issues with one of my eyes, where I get double vision in my eye. So the day you gave it to me, I was like not having a good eye day, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And I'm like getting so close to the screen. I'm trying to like squint to see if I can make my vision better. I'm like, it would just be so great if I could see anything.
Right.
On this tiny little screen. I thought this was a really fun little game, though. I did enjoy it. It embarrassingly took me a little bit longer to actually finish than I think it's intended to be. I think this probably took me like an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours. I don't know. I got stuck a few times, and I did end up having to look up like one thing I needed to progress. So most of it, though, I figured out by myself, which I was pretty happy about. So, Casual Birder, fun game, comes with season 1. Definitely worth going through.
I think it's like one of the first games you get too. So
that is it's in week 1. So I'm only 2 weeks in, obviously. So.
Oh right, that's right. You have a lot more to go.
Yeah, I do.
And it's so interesting that you're getting season 2 and season 1 at the same time.
And what's weird is I already got the second group of season 2 games like at the end of last week. I have no idea what that was about. Because I didn't get the second week of season 1 until Monday. So that made sense. But I got the second part of season 2 like in the same week that I bought it. So confusing. But
Weird, but oh well, cool.
yeah.
And then I actually beat a game on the Playdate because I got season 2 as well. I was actually like, I had not played the Playdate in basically a year, and then I saw season 2, and I was like, you know what, I got support. So I think it was like $35, right? For the season, something like that.
Yes.
And,
Well, actually, I think it's closer to 40. Hold on, it's $31 right now. Yeah, it's $39 normally.
Okay, so I decided I would actually pre-ordered it and everything, and I actually haven't even played all the games, but I did play a game called Dig Dig Dino, which
I was actually playing that. We took a little break during this podcast, and I was actually playing that right before John came back just now.
So I don't have footage. I don't know if I'll go out of my way to record my own Playdate footage. Usually I actually do for the podcast, but this podcast is going to be a little lazily edited. Dig Dig Dino is, if you have ever played Pokemon Diamond and Pearl and went in the underground, there's like a mining section you can do where you like tap the screen and break different rocks, and they have different, and you're looking for in the game, you're looking for like fossils and treasures and stuff you can use for your base. This one, you're also looking for fossils and mystery stuff, right?
Oh, and dinosaur bones.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The dinosaur bones, the fossils, and then there's something else. Artifacts, right? And you have to collect them all to beat the game.
Yeah, I'm in the third. I unlocked the third dig site this morning.
Well, you're done then.
Well, I haven't found all the things yet. I just unlocked the third dig site.
But you know
there is a little story with it too.
Yes, there is.
That's kind of neat.
Which I thought was cute and pretty cool because it's all told through like the item descriptions that you get. And it's like, like what was happening? Why? Because you sort of find that other things were digging as well before you. So pretty fascinating. Fun little game. Like, and so far my favorite game I've played from season 2. Again, I think it's another type of game that doesn't use the crank at all. Except for story things. Like I think you can rotate through the story, like a comic book kind of, I think. But that's mainly it. But yeah,
I feel like you got to look into season 2 more. I don't think you have hardly anything from season 2 on your backlog.
I don't have anything at all except for the games I played.
And there was an interesting game that comes out in week 2 called The Whiteout that you should look into.
I actually have played that a little tiny bit. It's kind of like an adventure game, but I just didn't have time to. I also know Shadowgate is in there, but I'm
really excited about that. Actually, that was one I did see on accident, and I think that's week 4. And I'm just gonna be looking forward to that. I love Shadowgate.
I haven't played regular Shadowgate, so I think it'd be tough for me to jump into Playdate Shadowgate, but it's just kind of a neat thing that exists. But yeah, Playdate been pretty cool. Season 2, as I have time, right? I think I need to switch kind of my mindset because it's always been like as I go pick up my son, I play a little bit, and that doesn't work for all the games.
Yeah, for me, there's times when I've just been playing it for like hours at a time, just with Casual Birder and the Whiteout, and I actually do have a couple little games that I bought, one of which I already beat for this year. But yeah, some games are a little bit longer. Yeah.
But yeah, that's the Playdate.
Yeah, very, very cool. We will definitely be talking about a bunch more Playdate games next year.
Yes.
So I'm going to probably buy way too many later. I've kind of restrained myself for now. All right, so speaking of restraining yourself with buying games, so I kind of forgot that CD keys was like a thing, aka loaded is what it is called now, where you can buy Steam keys for games, and it's a very well-known site. And I was actually looking up Little Kitty Big City because I've always wanted that game, right? But it's even on sale. I felt like it was too much, and they had it for like $6. And then I looked around and I found like 20 other games I wanted that were all like $1.50 a piece. So we're gonna go through some of those now. And one of the first ones I played was Beacon Pines. And this is a really talked about game in the cozy gaming community. It is like a sort of a Twin Peaks-esque mystery type of game, small town mystery kind of a game. You have a narrator who's narrating the story to you as you play, like coming in occasionally as you play. It's kind of breaking the fourth wall, and you and the narrator are trying to help guide the characters through the story. A story which you get like words in. You can collect these special words that you can use during critical choices in the game that will change the flow of the story. And really, you're going to end up like seeing all the branching pathways. Like you'll get a word, and then you'll come to an end that is not a good end, and then it will bring you back to like the story tree, and you'll select back where you can make an answer again and choose a different word if you have collected it. And eventually you'll see everything. This game really surprised me. It's kind of a weird game. Like you play as like an animal, like, and the whole town is animal people. So I wasn't entirely sure how I was going to feel about that. I don't know why. The art style to me just is very distinct, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And each of the areas that you're in is almost like a diorama in a way. It's like a very small section where like the sides are usually faded out in some way or painted out in some way.
Kind of like
and most of it is
like a children's book almost.
Yes. And you'll go around and talk to people. It's mostly just talking to people and getting to know everybody and getting into the story and finding out about the secrets of this small town and what's going on with it, because your dad died several years ago and your mom disappeared. And so obviously something's going on there. Because your dad was like a scientist for this place, and how did he die, and like was there foul play involved, and why did your mom disappear, and where is she now? It really ties into what's going on with the town, and that it's basically getting colder and colder. So I don't know what else I can really say about the main story without it spoiling anything, but it was very good. It ended a little bit more quickly than I would have liked. There were some loose ends, and that was kind of a shame. Like it didn't ruin the game or anything. It still ended pretty strong, but I just wanted it to be even longer. I wanted to get even more involved in the lore of this story and what was happening in this town. But I definitely see why people love the game. I really could not put it down when I first started playing. I mean, I think the first day I played it for probably at least 3 or 4 hours in one sitting, and this is not that long of a game. It's maybe 10 hours at most. So, highly recommended though, if you like really adventure games in general, or just like a mystery story like this, a small town mystery story. Great game. Oh, it looks like I'm still up.
Mm-hmm.
Another game that I bought on the cheap that I saw Gab playing is Escape from Mistwood Mansion. This game also really got my attention for quite a while. I beat this game almost in one sitting, and I think it took like 4 or 5 hours in total, at least. Maybe, let me see. Oh, 3 hours and 28 minutes, apparently. But it's a room escape game, effectively. You walk in this mansion. Why? I don't know. I don't think they tell you that. I don't think it's important. You walk in there, you get locked in. So now you have to look around the area and get items and solve puzzles in each sort of section of the mansion to eventually get out. And these puzzles were so good. They were just enough to really make you think and make you look at your surroundings very carefully without being dumbed down. Because I feel like nowadays, especially depending on who the game is targeted towards, sometimes puzzles are really dumbed down in games nowadays. And that's kind of unfortunate for me. Like, I don't need them to be like, it doesn't have to be as hard as Professor Layton gets, but like, I want it to take some time. I want to and sit on this for a little, sit on a puzzle for a few minutes, and it take a little bit of time for me to figure out, and for me to have that like aha moment of figuring it out on my own and being excited about it. And that's exactly what this game is. I loved it. I just got sucked in. Like I said, I finished it almost in one sitting, and for me, that's just so hard nowadays. It really depends on the game. Like an RPG, I can sit and sink a bunch of time into at once, but sometimes other games I can only play in like shorter bursts. I don't know why, but this was an excellent game. If you like room escape games, this is the best one I've played in a while. This sent me down a rabbit hole of looking into other games that I may purchase at some point because they're like this one. Towards the end, the puzzles do get a little bit repetitive because they do reuse similar concepts for several of them. But thankfully, the game doesn't really overstay its welcome. Like right as it's starting to get a little bit repetitive, it's starting to wear on you just a little bit. The game ends. So, and you get out, and then it just rolls credits. So. Cool game. There are little nods throughout as to like that this house was actually like made this way by somebody. Because we just think of it as a game, but they did some cute little nods of like things being hidden that were used to make the puzzles in a couple areas. I don't know if that's really meant to be looked into more necessarily, but I did think it was kind of interesting that they did that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks super good actually.
Yeah, definitely worth it. And it's probably like a fucking $1.50 unloaded. I paid like nothing for this game, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm not trying to call you. Is CD Keys the Stolen Keys website, or is that a different one?
No, I think CD Keys has been around for a really long time.
Well,
John.
I know, but I'm thinking which one is the Stolen Keys website that we.
I don't think it's Stolen Keys. Sometimes actually their keys are more expensive than Steam, which is kind of weird. I don't know how they go about like getting keys and pricing, but it's pretty clear when they get a lot of one in that they're trying to get rid of, then that's when they start putting them really cheap. And I guess games like Escape from Mistwood Mansion and Beacon Pines aren't necessarily like, I mean, they're not like Call of Duty or anything, So I guess if they have a lot of keys, they're going to just want to get rid of them. As far as I can tell, it's a very legitimate site, though. Probably one of the only other legitimate places I know to get keys. It's not like some random person on eBay.
Oh, well, I mean, there's like Green Man Gaming and all that too. I can't remember if CD Keys was. There's like one that's like super not legit, and they just, keys fall off the back of a truck, and a lot of people use it, but it's weird to use, right? Unethical, I would say. But I don't know if that's clearly not the one you're talking about. So
I'm sure it's not. I mean, this seems very professional from what I can tell. But I also don't really buy keys from other places a whole lot or anything. So
right, true, right? Me neither. Even the popular sources to buy it from, it's just I don't think about it a lot of times. All right. So next, technically, I've bought Digimon Story Time Stranger. I'm actually playing that. I haven't finished it yet. But during a couple weeks after that, Pokemon Legends ZA came out. And I was like, I think I want to play Digimon more. So let me go ahead and play Pokemon Legends ZA and get it out the way. Which is a weird way to think about it, but in my mind it made sense, right? Digimon is a lot of menuing and a lot of like thinking about how do I want to Digivolve, and a lot of like brain power. Pokemon just, you just do it. So when this game was announced, I want to say Pokemon Legends Arceus, I think, is an incredible game. Like, incredible. And I love the atmosphere, location, and the time that it takes place. I think that does a lot of heavy lifting. So when Pokemon Legends ZA was announced, I was like, whoa, another Legends game. And the first trailer was like almost no game. There was no gameplay. It was just a teaser trailer. So it was like, okay, when's it going to take place? And it's going to take place in the Kalos region. Oh, that's cool, because like there was a lot of his story stuff. There was all Pokemon Wars and stuff. This game doesn't. This game takes place like 6 years after X and Y. There's no historical stuff. Them calling it Pokemon Legends Z. I know it says ZA, but Pokemon Legends Z, that is also crazy because there was always talk about Pokemon Z whenever X and Y were out and never came out, right? So guess technically kind of a follow-up to Pokemon X and Y. 6 years later, you show up in town. Just so we know, I said Kalos region. What that actually means is Lumio City, and that's it. That's a little weird too.
This feels like a tech demo for the next Pokemon game is really what it feels like.
You know what I think? I think they had an idea, right? The Legends game is like their time to do ideas, right? And their idea was like, what if like Pokemon in Tokyo, Pokemon in New York, you know? Like, what if you were just totally urban? Pokemon exist in the city, so like, how do we make that work and turn it into a game? And I think that on paper sounds pretty cool, actually. But in practice, it's a little vanilla. It's a little bland, right? The city itself, a lot of it looks the same. Pokemon aren't free roaming around the city. There are a couple that are free roaming, but for the most part, they exist in these wild zones, which are very small little areas where a bunch of Pokemon will be. And that's a little disappointing because one of the things about Legends Arceus that was so fun was exploring and being like, whoa, here's this cave over here. Whoa, here's this thing over here. Oh, whoa, if I go up this area, there's a super strong Pokemon I can just catch.
That's what I mean. I feel like they picked this specifically to be a small scope game to test out this new battle system that they have, which is kind of the battle system that we have all wanted for Pokemon for a while. I feel like, in my opinion.
I don't think we're gonna see this battle system again.
Really? Because I feel like this is definitely the future of Pokemon. This is where we should be at. If you tell me we're not going to do this battle system again, I'm going to be upset.
We're definitely not. It was definitely just made for this game because the mainline games use like the battle system for tournaments and stuff. So, but they're never going to change from that. Speaking of which, yes, the battle system is different. It is a real-time battle system, and the moves have charges and cooldowns. So when you use tackle, it'll take like 5 seconds to recharge, and then you can use it again. It kind of lends itself to having some weaker moves as well as your strong moves, because in the regular Pokemon, you're like, well, why would I have Bite?
Why would I keep Tail Whip, you know?
Right. Why would I have Bite when I could have something much stronger? But
I was like, you say that Bite's a pretty good move, though.
Well, it's 40,
like a 40
power
Bite's
move.
I think Bite's a 60 power move in some games.
Might be
and it's a dark move in some games too, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But might be thinking Crunch, which is like the better
version
of that.
I am.
But,
yeah, sorry.
But Bite can flinch, right? And if Bite is fast, you can see them about to do a strong move, bite them real quick, flinch them, because your Bite's going to come out faster than their fast move. So that's kind of the benefit. Moving around, you don't move the Pokemon, you move yourself, and they sort of follow you a little bit. And the idea is like, oh, you can dodge. To be honest, the dodging thing is like fucking barely there. It's really weird to wrangle them because they really won't follow you that well. And sometimes you're just trying to move out the way of an attack yourself because your trainer, just like Legends Arceus, can die and get hit themselves. Sometimes you're trying to move out the way and you just see Greninja running to a giant attack. And you're like, okay, dumbass. Okay, whatever, dude. The story here is there's rogue mega evolution going on. These mega evolved Pokemon, but they're like super big as well. You have to go have boss fights with them. And they, along the way, AZ from the original X and Y, the big tall guy, he is there and he's like, I'm looking for the strongest mega evolution user so that way you can help me save Lumiose from this stuff. So you're also doing the Battle Royale, which is when it turns nighttime, there are sections of the city blocked off that are just battle zones, and you just go in there and you battle people. And you can collect these little cards that will give you like little tasks to do. So it's like, oh, I'm going to use electric moves in this battle. I'm going to use super effective moves. I'm going to kill them before they even see me, because that is the thing you can also do in the battle zones. Everyone's sort of under the same rules of like, we're all fighting, and once we get in here, so you can actually basically sneak attack people and murder them before they even see you coming. So you'll do that, then you'll fight a boss, and then you'll be able to rank up. So you go from Z to Y to W, you know.
I've heard sometimes you skip a massive amount of letters.
Not sometimes, just once. But that does happen. You skip from like V to H, or F, something like that.
God, that's really, really far.
Yeah, you basically skip the majority of it. Which on one hand was like, that's weird. Like, a lot of the game's just missing out. But I did think about the idea of like going through it all. That also sounds like kind of whatever. So I don't know. Maybe it was for the best. It's a weird thing, right? The Rogue Mega Evolution is kind of the cool thing. There are new Mega Evolutions. Some of them are bad. Some of them are amazing, incredible. Just kind of varies, just like regular Mega Evolution was. Like, some of them are whatever. I think I liked the game overall. I think the new battle system is fun, and it's kind of a nice little like take on the old battle system. It's a little bit more chaotic, right? Like, very little strategy going on. You're just sort of like ramming like two action figures together and seeing what happens. That kind of mindset, which is why I don't think it'll ever replace the regular battle system. Plus, there's the whole Pokemon Champions thing coming out, which is obviously using the regular battle system. So that'll probably be the new way tournaments take place. I think the story is interesting, goes places, and has a like very like good ending. That's something Pokemon kind of, in my opinion, struggles with sometimes a little bit, like having actual like climactic boss fights and stuff, because well, I know I have the super effective move. I can just kill you in 2 hits, right? But it really pushes your abilities, as and you have to use Mega Evolution, and it has these souped up bosses that aren't regular Pokemon, so I think it's helpful. I think it's good. I don't think it's close to Legends Arceus, and I actually don't even think it's as good as Scarlet and Violet. It's just kind of a neat game, but a little bland, and
definitely not worth the full price.
Yeah, I don't know. As far as a game though, it's just kind of, it's okay. It's good. I had a good time with it. I didn't love it. I did also buy the Mega Dimension DLC, because why not? Mega Dimension DLC is $30 by itself, but one thing that's interesting, there's a heavy advertising about Mega Raichu X and Y in the advertising for it. He's totally not part of the story. I don't know why they talk about him so much. He's just like a side quest. You can just get him. Like, not even a side quest like with cutscenes, just literally just some random thing. You go fight them in a 2-on-1 battle and you win, and that's the end of it. The main thing is about Hoopa. Hoopa can jump through dimensions. So Lumiose is like on the brink of being taken over by these hyperspace things, hyperspace portals. They're sort of merging. So you're worried about the repercussions of that. You jump in there. You make these donuts for Hoopa. The donuts depend on how you've created them. Will give you 2 different things. One, how long can you stay within the hyperspace dimension, which is usually between 3 to 8 minutes. So you have to move fast once you're in there. And then how many levels you increase when you go in there. So basically you need to be max level 100 when you start the DLC with everything. And then based on the donut you give it, you can get all the way up to level 200. And you will need to. Final boss of the DLC is level 200. So you'll need to make some decent donuts. I think I like the story of this DLC, but I think the flow of it is a little repetitive, right? And going inside the hyperspace dimensions is annoying because there's a time limit for one, so you can't really explore. But once you're in there, it's just like a little subsection of the city cut out, and you can't gain experience in there, which doesn't matter because you're probably level 100 anyway. But also, like, your whole goal is to kind of complete 3 objectives. It's kind of like um the battle royale stuff, where your whole goal is to finish objectives, right? And once you finish those objectives, you're kind of done. The only other thing is to collect items. Like, you could get Gimme Ghoul coins to evolve a Gimme Ghoul that you can get. They do also add 130 new Pokemon, but you have to get them in the hyperspace dimension for the most part. And again, it's just like annoying to have to go in there, and which ones spawn are random, so you might have to sleep a couple days for which ones to spawn. Honestly, I just was like, I just don't care. I think I usually, for the last couple games, I've completed the Pokédex every time. For this DLC, I was just like, I think I'm okay. I think I'm ready to move back into Digimon, actually, which I'm finding to be a far superior game, and start working on that. It's like, it's not bad, and I think if you have the game, you might as well get it because it does have a cool ending with a super cool boss, and the megas that they add in are also pretty cool in my opinion.
How much is this DLC?
$30.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
It did add
paying $100 for Pokemon, like probably the worst Pokemon game that's come out in the past like 10 years.
I don't know about 10 years. It's better than shit like Sword and Shield, but
oh no, get out of here. No, absolutely not.
But it's fine. It's fine. That's it, right? I think I just have a lot to play right now. So I think I just don't want to stay stuck on this for too long, especially if I'm just grinding. And I think something about my Pokemon already being max level for most of it made it less exciting because I couldn't level up and evolve, and unless I was just grinding out the Pokédex, which a lot of that's done with experience candies now because you have so many. It's like, I don't know. It's not terrible, and if you get the game, you might as well buy the DLC with it. That's my opinion, but just be prepared for it to be kind of whatever. And there's also a lot of Pokemon added, right? I know I mentioned that, but like a lot of cool stuff from Paldea and for Galar. So it's kind of cool seeing them again. But whatever.
I probably won't. I say I won't buy it, but somehow I've also ended up with every other Pokemon game like in the past good while now. I think there's on accident.
There's something about that where it's like Pokemon games also get super expensive for some reason, so I kind of want to make sure I get it. But
all right, next up, I played a game that I put way more time into than I ever thought I would. I thought this was going to be kind of a short game, and that's Garden Life, a cozy simulator, by those people who make all them simulator games. They make a lot of stuff, and some of it's bad. So this was another one of those games I was always interested in that I'd heard about that looked like visually looked very pretty, but I just wasn't going to spend the money on it, and I got it for $1. So you literally just have a small garden that you've kind of like taken over this garden from somebody who passed away. For some reason, you can like see their ghost though, and you're kind of just trying to help them finish out the last of what they wanted to do before they move on, I guess. So you go into this little garden, and your only goal is to take on requests from townspeople, and expand the garden, unlock the greenhouse, because I guess the greenhouse is locked, and you have to eventually do a series of like quests for people where you give them certain flowers or bouquets of flowers that you've made, and they'll unlock the greenhouse for you. There's a tiny town area that you can sell your flowers in, buy things for the garden that are just decorative or tool upgrades, though there are not really very many tool upgrades. And there's one other small part of the town where there's like flower sculptures that you will get flowers for to eventually complete them and get a special looking tool, but it's not like an upgraded tool necessarily. It just looks different than your current tool. And maybe like a rainbow rhinestone shovel or something like that. Something weird. And that all sounds like there's really not a lot to this game, and in a way there's not. You do have to kind of sort of, you don't really breed the flowers together necessarily, but you can get variants of the flowers. You can get different colors of them over time as you just have them in your garden. And the variants are a very big part of the game. You need to get all of them to even be able to beat the game. Some of flowers are climbing flowers, so you have to have trellises, or I was really surprised at the amount of things that they will climb up. Like if you put them next to a wall, they may just start climbing up the wall, which is, I didn't think that they would do that. I thought they would only climb up stuff that like were things that were placeable in your garden or whatever. But it held my attention so aggressively for weeks. I would play this game for like hours at a time. Just at first I was just trying to make a nice garden and stuff and unlock the rest of the flowers and plants and whatever. And then it just became like this weird variant farming situation where I planted like 40 hydrangeas in order to get purple hydrangea seeds or whatever it was I needed for the main story to unlock the greenhouse. And I don't know, it was a lot of fun, especially for what I paid for it. I mean, I put 20 hours into this game, which is absolutely crazy to me. I was a bit sick of it by the time I finally finished it. I think maybe some of the RNG for the variants that you get needs to be a little higher. But I had a lot of fun with it. And I really wish there were more games like this that were just sheerly like flower gardening types of games and not so much like farming gardening types of games, you know? Something that was just for fun and for looks and not necessarily for a story purpose, for a farming story purpose. I don't know.
Right.
It felt very unique though. I don't really think there's anything else out like this that I know about or have seen. The production quality of the game is pretty good. It performs mostly well on PC. I think I had to change a couple settings down and it really didn't make any difference in how the game actually looked, but it did run better. And I didn't notice any frame rate problems. I've heard it runs really terrible on the Switch. Like absolutely a broken mess on the Switch, but runs good on PC anyway. And it's kind of one of those things where if you look at it and it looks fun to you, you're gonna enjoy it. So, all right. Oh yeah, and earlier I said that I got Little Kitty Big City onloaded, which I did. This was the main game I had went there to look for. And man, I feel a little bad now because, you know, I paid $6 for it and I wouldn't pay for it while it was on sale on Steam because it's never on sale for quite enough. I feel like I thought I heard it was only like 2 hours long. And I was like, $15 for a 2 hour long game just seems like kind of a lot. For one, the game definitely took me longer than 2 hours to beat. As a matter of fact, I think I spent 6 hours on it. I didn't even complete it, and I did do a lot of stuff, but I didn't complete it. You're a black cat, and you were sleeping on the windowsill of your owner's apartment, and you slide off the windowsill and fall down to the ground, and now you're going on a journey to figure out how you can get back home. And to do that, you end up having to, like, get your stamina up. Like Zelda style, like you do quests and get fish, and if you eat a fish, your stamina goes up, your climbing stamina. Because obviously you have to climb all the way back up this gigantic building to get back home. And on the way, there's like a ton of side quests and stuff, and just fun little nonsense for you to do. You meet a duck who's looking for all of her children at one point, and you find them in all these weird places, be like way on top of a building, pretending to fly by using like a ventilation shaft and the air coming out of it to pretend to fly and stuff. I don't know, just really silly little stuff like that. It reminds me a lot of A Short Hike and the kind of side quests you have in that, and how in that game, you use feathers to upgrade your amount of time you can fly. That's very much this with the climbing mechanic. Oh, and another big thing is the hats. You can get so many hats for Kitty. It is ridiculous. They added, I think, since the game has been made, they added more hats to the game that you can find or obtain through completing special quests and stuff. It's just a really fun time. Like, all around, very enjoyable game. Really cool art style that I really like. Um, just I way better than I expected. I mean, it's literally a variation of A Short Hike, which is one of my favorite indie games probably. Or and Untitled Goose Game. It's kind of like that too, because you can irritate all the humans around you. You can like trip them up and like steal their stuff in their hands, like their phones, or if they like have like a donut or something in their hand, you can just steal it and run away with it. And you get achievements for that stuff too. Like, you literally will get an achievement for tripping so many people in the game. It's just a really good time. But yeah, I would still like to go back and complete this game. I thought the ending was actually very sweet and endearing. They did add the ability later on for you to change the way Kitty looks and kind of make them look like your own cat, which I thought was very cool and played into the ending well for me. So, very good game. If you like cats, buy it. If you like Untitled Goose Game, buy it. If you like A Short Hike, buy it. It's so worth it.
Basically designed for you.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
All right, last game I'm gonna talk about. So Nintendo Switch 2, right? Had to buy all the games that are relevant to Switch 2. So Kirby Air Riders. I've never,
My husband actually got this for Christmas as well, so I have seen some of it, but I haven't actually played it quite myself yet.
so I never played the original Kirby Air Ride, and when they announced it, I was like, "This is kind of weird, right?" Because they just had Mario Kart, and like, why not more big boy single player game? Why not different stuff? Why another racing game? Um, so to explain what Kirby Air Riders is, it's a simple racing game. That's the whole theory behind it, is people can't like understand Mario Kart basically. So the craft you're on, the vehicle you're on, moves forward by itself. All you do is turn left and right, and then you have one button, and that button can allow you to stop. But if you do it around a corner, you'll basically like drift. So you can like stop really hard, slide into a corner, and when you stop, you charge up a boost, and the boost will allow you to take off. So there's a lot of depth behind just using your brakes at the correct time to make the boost as beneficial as possible. The main mode I played was called Road Trip, which is the story mode. This game is made by Sakurai, Smash Brothers, and you can tell it feels like Smash Brothers. Everything about it, the menus, the core, and the road trip mode is, I guess, uses the city trial framework. In city trial, it's a mode you can do that I guess people love from the original game, where basically you all go around in a multiplayer mode in like a little city. You collect upgrades, and then you're given a random game to do. Maybe it'll be a race. Maybe it'll be a thing like darts, basically, where you try to hit a board. Maybe it'll be a battle, and sort of whatever you got randomly during your city trial will be kind of the stats that you have. So sometimes you get good stuff, and sometimes you just sort of get screwed, and people think that's fun. Road Trip is kind of that, but over the course of like a series of those. So you'll be like, okay, and you get to pick your upgrades as you go along. So you're like, oh, I'm gonna get speed. and then you go to a race, or you're gonna get the ability to glide, and there's also different crafts you can get along the way, and there's some, like any Kirby game, just some really absurd story that's super in depth and very serious, and about the end of the world for some reason. Told with some of the most expensive cutscenes I've ever seen Nintendo make, because that's what they do for Sakurai. I think it was a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be, actually. I just thought I was going to get through it real quick. I think this road trip mode kind of made it for me. I really enjoyed collecting the upgrades along the way, to the point where I did play through it twice, to get the true ending, because you had to collect all the vehicles to get the true ending, and that's just not possible in one playthrough because there are different routes you can pick. And I thought that was pretty cool. Have I played it since? No, because I think
this game looked really weird to me. Like, I feel like I'm one of those people who's not really going to get it. It also is a very fast game in terms of, like, on the new tracks anyway. Like, I saw when my husband was playing, and there's a water track, and I was like, what is even happening right now? Like compared to Mario Kart, you are moving at, like, lightning speed.
Yes, but you just bounce off the walls too, so like you don't have to necessarily like think about it too much. But also he probably has upgraded craft. In the beginning you start off actually extremely fucking slow, so you keep upgrading speed, eventually you'll be whipping ass right all over the place. But some of that has to do with, what stats you pick, and by then you already know the courses, because there's only like 6 or so different courses.
I only saw my husband just play through the general races, which he was going super fast in. I don't think there was upgrading. It was just, I think it was probably the fastest speed you go or something. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Like, he wasn't playing a story mode. He just went to race or whatever.
Interesting. I know what tracks you're talking about. I know what the water track is. Again, there's only like 4 tracks, or, there's only like 8 tracks. So I know which one you're talking about. And when you're on the water, you do move faster. Or if you're on a rail, you move faster. But the rest of the time, you're not moving too fast. But it can get, it's like a spectacle, right? If that makes sense. It's a spectacle to see. It's not a spectacle to play. It's actually very simple to play. It's easy to understand, but yes, it can get a little chaotic sometimes. As far as visual, right?
Yes,
everything
yes.
you're seeing. But yeah, I enjoyed it quite a lot. I think it's a good game. I think I still think it's a little weird that this is a year one kind of game for the Switch 2.
Yeah, me too. And that they made it out like it was a big announcement that people have been waiting for.
But
I don't know if it was just like low-hanging fruit for them.
Yeah, I think Kirby Air Ride's one of those cult classic games that a lot of people wanted, and Sakurai, I know in particular, wanted to make another one. So I think that just adds up, and it makes sense. And it gives him a little break between Smash Brothers, because, I mean, I don't know how the fuck he's going to make another Smash Brothers after what he did with Ultimate. But we shall see. Yeah, that's it for me.
All right. I last up played a game very randomly. I just wanted something to chill with. I was feeling a little stressed out, just with work, and I was just really busy. So I decided to play Everblue on the PlayStation 2. And I played Everblue 2 many, many years ago, and I really, really enjoyed that game. So I wanted to see what I've always wanted to see what it was all about. I don't know. I don't believe the first one ever released in the US. I think it only released in PAL regions, and the second game did release in the US. So in this game, you're playing as this guy, and, well, at the beginning of the game, you're playing as that guy's father, and you're in some ruins, and you go to grab this treasure, and the ruins, like, basically close and lock you in. It's done in a very cinematic way, where the camera kind of pans out and flies back as the door slams shut and locks him in there. And he does die. And later on, you're playing as his son, and you're trying to dive and figure out what happened to your father. Where did he go? Why was he down in these ruins? And what was he trying to accomplish there? But to do that, you end up diving in several shipwrecks around the ocean to look for clues and stuff throughout the story. And what I find really cool about these games is they really use fogging on the PS2 to their advantage when you're underwater. There was always some amount of fogging to reduce your visibility. And I'm sure this was for loading purposes, because once you're in the ocean, there's no loading screens. You can just swim forever through the whole thing if you want to. And it's a very large area. So while you're swimming around, you can also salvage items. And now, when you're not in a shipwreck, when you're just in the open ocean, you use a sonar that you can constantly ping. And as you get closer, and it sounds like you're right on top of the item, you can press a different button and it'll pick it up. You will not see this item like in front of you or anything. It'll just be grabbed. It's just randomized RNG. When you're in a shipwreck, though, you will see everything in front of you and you can physically just pick up items without using the sonar. I mean, you can use the sonar if you want to locate where items are at, but it's just not necessary. I mean, they're literally right in front of you. And the salvaging is only really used to sell the items so that you can get money to upgrade your equipment and stuff later. There is also a point in the game where you can do a race with somebody, and you have to do it to progress the story, or at least the game makes you think that you have to, for this person to give you information about where the next dive is that you need to go to. And it's a really hard race for like no reason. I guess you have to have some very specific equipment, one of which you can accidentally sell away and never get ever again. And I was like, oh, this sucks. And then I found out through a guide that you can just go to the next shipwreck and the game will just continue on like nothing happened. You don't have to do the race. You can just, if you find the shipwreck on your own, a free game, whatever. The game doesn't care. It will move you on to the next story beats like no problem. And I really like that. Because I guess in theory, there was no way for them to stop you from just going into the ocean and just finding it on your own, like, or by accident.
Interesting.
So, and these shipwrecks in the game are so cool. Like, because they're wrecks. I mean, they're always on some kind of, usually on some kind of tilt. Things inside are all strewn about from where the ship sank, and everything is just floated off to the side, as it has sat underwater. There's little particles and dust and sand all in the water just floating around that your flashlight will illuminate, because in the shipwrecks, obviously, it's pretty much pitch black. There is no sunlight reaching inside of the shipwreck. And it makes for just the most eerie atmosphere. It almost feels like a horror game. And you do have limited oxygen and stuff, especially at first. And when you pick up items that you can salvage, your oxygen goes down and your stamina goes down. So you have to be careful not to pick up something that's too heavy, or else you could just accidentally kill yourself. I actually nearly did this when I played the second game. And you can't just leave a ship from anywhere in it. You have to actually go to a place where you can get outside the ship, like a balcony that was on the side of the ship. You can swim out from there and surface. But you can't just be in the ship and then hit start and go, surface or leave. It won't let you because there's nowhere for you to surface from. So you can literally be in a panic trying to find your way out in this heavily, densely fogged ship and get yourself really disoriented because your map is only shows you the general location of where you're at in the ship. It doesn't show you rooms. It doesn't show you anything like that. I really enjoy that about these games. Just the atmosphere of being down the ship is very eerie and creepy, even though these aren't horror games. Like, they still have that kind of vibe to them a little bit. And I really, it's a very unique experience, and I wish more games would kind of take advantage of that, especially in a horror setting. I think that would be great. Now, as far as the main story goes, yes, you do find that ruin and find out what happened to your dad. He was trying to prevent some kind of calamity from happening in the world or something. I don't know. The story actually didn't really make that much sense in the end. Like the ocean is trying to hurt us somehow, and I don't understand how. But they act like you really saved everybody when you go down there and like put the treasures back on their pedestals that your father was trying to take. So to me, that's not really the main purpose of the game. You know, I don't really feel like most people are playing it for the story. I feel like you're playing it because cool underwater shipwrecks, but
But
that's just me.
It's there.
Also, this is funny. I have little kitty big city footage still playing, and my orange cat is absolutely fucking locked in right now. He knows it's a cat. I just find that very fascinating.
That's funny.
Anyway.
So that's it for the year.
Yeah, that is everything we played.
Yeah, Michelle won, whatever. Anyway,
Yeah, I win.
I believe the final count is 27 to, is it 39 for you?
I think it is 38. I think it's 38. Yes.
So yeah, I got rocked. But that's okay. Next year, for me, obviously I'm just gonna play more games. Playing 27 games is it was kind of weird, right? Didn't play very many. I have a lot of catching up to do. Honestly, it's gonna be a lot of new games for a while. I just got a lot of new games. I'm gonna play them all for a little bit. Probably Digimon is gonna be one of the first ones that's finished, and then some of the other games. I'm playing Chronos right now, which is the game that Bloober Team made after Silent Hill 2.
Oh yeah.
So that's interesting. It's very Dead Space core. There's a stomp button, so that's interesting. And it's doing that thing in some newer games, you know, like Resident Evil old games. Okay, I picked up a box of handgun bullets. Better be efficient with those. But this is one of those games where it's like you picked up 2 handgun bullets, and it's like okay. So we'll see. Seems a little tough so far. What are your plans?
So, you know, this past year I had a list of specific games that I wanted to play, right? And obviously I didn't beat all those games because I had a quite extensive list. But I did like calculate it up, and I did still beat 61% of the games that I intended to this year, that I planned to, which really is actually better than I thought. I mean, that's still like a D, you know, if we're talking about grades, but you know,
Still passing.
still not too. That is not passing.
Oh.
Maybe I'm just thinking of college grades. In high school, I think D's are passing, but
Yeah.
yeah, in college they're not. But there was still a lot of them. I mean, I didn't beat Paper Mario Origami King, even though I started it and played like an hour because Xenoblade Chronicles X came out and I didn't care about Paper Mario anymore. Skyward Sword I never even touched. Along with a few other games in here I just never even attempted to start. I started Bokunatsu 4, and then I decided I wanted to wait until this summer to play that one. So I'll play that at some point this year. But as far as my plans kind of for this year go, I'm just going to play stuff. I'm kind of not going to make a list this time. I do want to have a challenge for myself that is pretty simple. It's you buy it, you beat it. If I buy it this year, I'm going to beat it this year.
You know.
And that's in an effort to just not increase my backlog by a bunch of games I bought unloaded. So.
What other people used to call normal, right? Just buying shit and playing it. Just the normal way of beating games.
Well, you know, not buying something because it's finally gone on sale enough and I think, well, I'll just buy it now so I can play it later, and then I just don't play it later. Like buying stuff with the actual intention of I have to play it this year. And I do already have 2 games that I plan to buy. One is Pokopia that's coming out.
That game looks cooler and cooler every time I see it.
And one is called Honogarashi no Niwa, and that's the game by the Yomawari people. That's like going to be a life sim, like a farm sim. That looks super cool. I'm probably going to buy. Well, the Yomawari one is just. I don't even know if it has an English release date. Usually they release their games in English kind of a while after the Japanese release.
Oh, Michelle, did you buy the? I don't remember their name. The Tulip devs. Did you buy their game?
Yes, I bought Stray Children.
Okay.
Yeah, I do need to play that this year as well. Thankfully, I haven't bought any games after Christmas yet. But like I said, I will be buying Pokopia and the Life Sim game. Pokopia, I'm going to get in Japanese and just play it in English because it's going to be cheaper. It's only like $58 for the Japanese copy. It is only a game key cart, which people are really upset about. But once again, it's going to cost me less money than buying it digitally. So, and also the other game, because it is a Japanese copy, I would have to buy a Japanese eShop card and blah, and that's just too much work. I'm not going to buy that and wait for PlayAsia to send it to me and shit. I'll just buy the game. I'll literally just buy the game key cart and just not have to worry about that. But that's kind of the main goal this year. I will be playing a lot of RPGs up front at first, I think, for a good while, just like last year. And then maybe try to move into some short games in the summer.
So let's talk top tens. I have two lists in front of me. I have a list of what I think your
crap.
top 10 are.
Oh crap, I didn't make a list of your top 10. Shit.
And I have a list of what my top 10 just actually are. If you want to throw something together real quick for funsies, you can. You don't have to.
Nah, no. I should have done it during a break if I was going to do it. I don't want to take forever trying to pick games.
Okay.
I know a couple just off the top of my head that'll be on there, like as obvious choices, but you know.
Then you tell me your top 10, and I'm going to tell you which ones I got correct.
Okay, let me do my honorable mentions first.
Okay, I don't have any of those.
That's okay. I did put some of them as honorable mentions because I really struggled actually with my top 10 this year. I played a lot of good games. So honorable mentions, Garden Life. And I just changed this during the podcast for what was at number 10. You Will Die Here Tonight.
Shit.
Gregory Horror Show. Escape from Mistwood Mansion and
Shit.
Beacon Pines.
Shit. Okay. So I had You Will Die Here Tonight as number 8 and Escape from Mistwood Mansion at number 10.
I had it at number 10 until like part of the podcast. I was like, oh, no, I got to change it. I don't know. I struggled a lot with the bottom half of my top 10 this year. Like, really, I've moved stuff around so many times.
Okay, what's number 10 then?
Little Kitty, Big City.
Okay, I had that at 9.
I had to do it. Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Oh, really? Wow, I didn't even have that on the list at all.
So I didn't have that on the list either until yesterday. And then I was like, I feel like I just have to put it on there.
Because you usually don't put two of the same from the series in.
Well, are they really from the same series? Practically not.
They're named the same thing. So I think yes,
but you know what I mean. It's like the spin-off series. So
okay, I see what you're saying. You're gonna put them both. All right.
Number 8, Tokyo Xanadu. This was in the top 3 for most of the year up until like October hit.
Yeah, I had it at number 5 actually.
Number 7, Rule of Rose.
Ooh, I had that at 6.
Number 6 is Silent Hill F.
Wow.
Both of those also got switched around several times, so you could have been right. You know,
I didn't even
you were right at some point.
I didn't even have Silent Hill F on the list.
Wow. Number 5 is Rogue Galaxy.
I had it at number 7.
That one also, once again, the bottom 5 have moved around a lot, and the last 2, 9 and 10, have both changed multiple times, just in the past couple days. So, all right, here we go with the last 4, which are the biggest ones that really have not moved around since they got put on there. Number 4, Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Oh, interesting.
/Torna.
Oh, you put /Torna. Okay.
At the end, I was like, this isn't fair.
I just put Torna by itself, but yeah, I had it at number 4 as well. And man, I okay. Before you say it, I'm gonna. Is number 3? Does it start with a H?
It does not, but you're
Oh,
very
all
close.
right, go for it.
Number 3 is Fantasy Life
I
I.
had it at number 2.
Number 2 is Haunting Ground.
Correct. And number
And
1.
number 1 is Boku Natsu 2.
I did have number 1s right. So actually not too far off. There are a couple things I was surprised by, but not too far
Yeah,
off.
and like I said, I had conflicting feelings myself about what I was putting in what place. Like a lot of these could be switched around and interchangeable just based on like the day, you know.
Mhm.
And I'm sure for you, I'm sure Claire Obscure and Silent Hill F are in there.
So
Um,
let me say a couple things first, right? I only played 27 games this year.
mhm,
So picking a top 10 is very difficult. And some of those games were, for the most part, all the games were good.
mhm.
There weren't a lot of bad games. So once we get out of like the super top of the top, we sort of start running out of stuff to choose. So some of my bottom ones are like good games, and I was just like, okay. Um, so just bear with me. Just for reference, Metal Gear Solid is not on here because it was a replay. Otherwise, that would
Mhm.
be near the top, obviously. I have no honorable mentions at all. I feel like we're digging at that point. Not that some of these games
Yeah.
aren't good. So tell me games you think are going to be in my top 10, Michelle. You saw I said Claire Obscure,
Uh,
Silent Hill F.
and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is going to be in there. Um, let me see. Let me see. Oh, Persona 4 Golden's going to be in there. I forgot about that. Um,
Interesting.
Pokemon Legends ZA? Question mark.
Okay.
What else did you play? Hmm.
All right.
Boy, yeah, I don't know.
Let's get into
Oh,
it.
hopefully one of the Apollo, like the Ace Attorney games.
If there is, I would only choose one of them. Number 10, Kirby Air Riders.
Oh, wow.
It was just a really good game. That road trip mode was pretty good. Number 9, Ballins, the ball rolling game, Windows XP core.
I like as you said that, I was like, what was that again? Fuck.
Number 8, Batman Arkham Shadow.
You know, I wondered if that one was going to be in there.
Yeah. Number 7, Donkey Kong Bonanza. Number 6, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney.
Nice.
Number 5, Silent Hill F. Number 4, a game you did not name as possibly being in my top 10, Lunacid.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Lunacid.
Number 3, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Number 2, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Number 1, Persona 4 Golden.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yep. Cool. All right, so every year, we've been doing a thing where we buy each other a game. But really, that's actually just been dumb, right? Because we also have
Yeah.
we have Christmas, and we have birthdays, so we also buy games for. And we had a better idea last time we did the podcast that we were just gonna do a thing where we pick a game for the other person to play. And I think we're on the same wavelength. We kind of picked out multiple, so that way you're not like, that just sounds terrible for me to play this year. Because sometimes even though a game is good, you're just not up for it, you know?
Hmm.
I'm not gonna do it this time, but like I had thought about like Shenmue 2 for you. And like yeah, I think you have to be in the mood for that. So I don't want to force you to do it. But I have 3 games in mind. I think Michelle says she has 2 or 3. Um you can pick whichever one you want, okay, Michelle?
Okay.
Um, I'll start. Yakuza 0,
All right.
Danganronpa 2, Pokemon Heart Gold / Soul Silver, because I think it's one of the only ones you haven't played.
Mm-hmm.
These are my 3 options for you.
All right, all right. Am I to choose now? Or what I think I'm going to choose now anyway?
You can tell me what you think you're going to choose, or you could just wait. You could always change your mind later, too. It's fine.
I think I'm going to end up going with Yakuza 0.
Ow. The longest one.
I already have it on the Steam Deck. I had planned to play it a while back, and I just one of those things where I just didn't do it. And I think I'm way more likely to play it now that I can play it on the Steam Deck. So
that's exciting because there's a potential for rolling, where we play one and then we keep rolling. It's a good year because Kiwami 3 is coming out in a couple months. So
yeah, and I do own Kiwami 1 and 2.
So that means like if you really got into it, you don't even have to play the worst game in the series anymore. At least like, because it just feels old and but so Kiwami 3 is gonna feel modern, obviously. What you got for me?
All right. Your options, and these are both PlayStation 2 games, are Tulip.
Okay.
Which was what I was going to pick last time, but Tulip can be kind of long and also is very much its own thing. The other option that I didn't realize you haven't finished before is Simpsons Hit and Run.
Right.
Because I really enjoy that game. A lot less particular and specific than Tulip is. So.
Okay. Provided my PS2 is still functioning. I haven't turned it on in a little bit, but provided it is, I will play one of them. Man, since Hit and Run always sounds good, but sounds intimidating because the last time I played was, a long time ago, but I remember getting stuck. There was a time limit thing and I just could not even get close to it. I was I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but it was you had to use the villain car. So it's always intimidated me of going back, even though it's a kid's game.
Yeah, I was it's crazy because I've beaten it multiple times. Isn't that my copy here or something?
Yeah, it is.
That you have? Yeah.
And Tulip is, Tulip. It's
Yeah, that's something that if you chose that, really, especially because you don't necessarily. Did you play Moon? I can't remember.
I did before you.
That's right. I mean, it's very similar in concept to Moon, so at least you have an idea of how their games work in general.
Right.
Because I found them to be kind of similar in that way. Tulip actually a little more straightforward than Moon, so
right.
You never know.
Go as hard as you can, and then don't be afraid to guide it up periodically because.
I mean, I guided it up for the whole game when I played it, honestly, because I just had no idea what the fuck I was doing, and I really just enjoyed the whole thing, obviously. So
Okay.
I say play it however you enjoy it if you do play it. And Hit and Run, I'm sure you can do, especially nowadays. I don't know how long it's been since you had tried to play it, but
20 years probably.
I'm sure you built up enough skills since then.
Okay. Well, I think we're ready. Sounds good. Michelle has won a year. She'll never win another one.
Probably not. No.
This year was a fluke, oddity. But that's it for now. We will link up again probably in the summer. And we
hopefully this time.
Luckily we hadn't beat too many games this year. It wasn't too bad, but usually by this point we've beaten more than we beat the whole year this year during the mid break. So usually we're looking at 70 games already beaten between us. So
yeah, even right now, I am on the cusp of beating at least 3 games. So, yeah, within probably the next couple weeks.
I'm not. Give me a couple weeks and I'll get back on track. But thanks for joining me, Michelle. See you in the summer.
Yeah. Yep. See you later.
Bye.